Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do, a deep sense of urgency flashing in her eyes. After a moment's thought, she nodded grimly. Your analysis should be correct. I'll summon the Senju elites immediately. We'll depart within half an hour. You should also gather your forces as quickly as possible. This is a matter of utmost urgency. She was furious. Not only had her clan's intelligence network failed, but even the village seemed to have been in the dark. Or worse, perhaps the village leadership, Saratobe Hiruzen in particular, had received the information and deliberately withheld it. It wouldn't surprise her. The thought fueled her anger. She had half a mind to deal with them herself when this was over. But now wasn't the time for petty squabbles. You don't need to tell me. My side is already ready to move out. My troops should have already assembled and are waiting for me. Naori Uchiha waved off the concern. Oh? Uzumaki Mido raised an eyebrow, but quickly realized it must be thanks to the Uchiha's elite police forces. Thank you. Please wait for a moment, I'll be ready soon. Uzumaki Mido called over a nearby Senju on duty and ordered them to summon the clan's elite. Thanks to prior preparations, it only took about 10 minutes for everyone to assemble, including Tsunade. In total, there were 43 elite members of the Senju clan. Among them, 7 elite Jonin, 6 standard Jonin, the rest were Chunin. This was practically 90% of the Senju's remaining elite forces. Most of these members had long since assimilated into the civilian population. However, due to Mido's preparations, they had been temporarily residing in the compound for readiness. Let's go. Once everyone had gathered, Uzumaki Mido turned to Naori Uchiha. All right. The group set off swiftly, heading for Hidden Leaf Village's gates. Meanwhile, Naori Uchiha's shadow clone appeared at the Uchiha compound, leading their assembled forces to the main gate as well. They timed their movements perfectly, avoiding unnecessary misunderstandings. However, such large-scale deployments from the Uchiha and Senju inevitably caught the attention of both the Anbu and Root. The news was promptly reported to the third Hokage and Denzo. The sight of dozens of Senju elites moving in tandem with Naori Uchiha quickly caused a stir among the ninja clans. Many began speculating about what could possibly have happened to warrant such a mobilization, especially since Uzumaki Mido herself was leading the charge. In the Hokage's office, what did you say? The Uchiha are mobilizing their elite forces, and dozens of Senju elites are moving towards the village gates with Naori Uchiha. Hiruzen's face darkened immediately upon receiving the report. Realizing something was amiss, he shot a sharp glare at Denzo. Then, without hesitation, he summoned the Anbu commander. Immediately gather 2 Anbu squads and assemble at the village gates. I'll lead them myself. Yes, sir. The Anbu commander departed swiftly. Meanwhile, Denzo called for one of his root agents and ordered him to gather his pre-prepared forces to move alongside the Anbu. Chapter 51, A Force That Can't Be Stopped. After the Anbu delivering the latest reports left the room, the third Hokage sighed and walked to the side, donning his battle armor. As he did so, he turned to Denzo, voicing his frustration. Denzo, this mess is entirely your fault. If you hadn't pushed to delay informing Lady Mido and suppress the news, we wouldn't be in such a dire position. He frowned deeply. Lady Mido is undoubtedly aware of our underhanded actions by now, and the consequences will be severe. It turned out that the village had indeed already received news of the Uzumaki clan's plight. She'll treat us even more harshly, perhaps far more than we anticipated. The Hokage said, shaking his head. Back then, the third Hokage had intended to notify Uzumaki Mido immediately upon learning of the situation. However, Denzo had intervened, urging him to hold off. Let's wait. Denzo had insisted. Delay the news as long as possible. The ideal timing would be when we arrive in Hidden Leaf Village to find the Uzumaki clan already devastated, their losses irreparable, teetering on the brink of extinction. Denzo's reasoning was cold but calculated. In such a scenario, Hidden Leaf Village could easily seize the Uzumaki clan's remaining assets. At the same time, it would sever the last ties of support for the Senju clan, crushing any lingering hope of their resurgence. If we save the Uzumaki clan in full, Denzo had reasoned, Lady Mido, with her personality and the Senju's current state, would undoubtedly push to relocate the entire clan to Hidden Leaf Village. And if that happens, the Senju and Uzumaki would inevitably unite, working in tandem, breathing as one. Their unity would make them an unstoppable force. With the Uzumaki's backing, the Senju would quickly regain their strength and influence. Neither Denzo nor the third Hokage wanted to see such an outcome. Convinced by Denzo's arguments, the Hokage had reversed his original decision, setting the stage for their current predicament. Complaining about it now won't change anything. Denzo retorted. You agreed to this plan, didn't you? Let's focus on catching up to Lady Mido before it's too late. He added impatiently. I didn't expect her to act so quickly. Denzo admitted grudgingly. The Senju don't have such an extensive or effective intelligence network anymore. This must be the Uchiha clan's doing. The Uchiha? The Hokage echoed, his expression darkening. Isn't it obvious? The Uchiha have also mobilized their forces. And isn't Naori Uchiha currently with Lady Mido? They've clearly struck some kind of deal behind our backs. Lady Mido must have enlisted the Uchiha to support her in aiding the Uzumaki clan. Denzo's frustration boiled over. Damn it, the Uchiha again. Their carefully laid plans were now in shambles. Who could have predicted that Lady Mido would ally with the Uchiha? The Hokage muttered, his tone bitter. It's clear she no longer trusts us. To think she would rather collaborate with her longtime rival than place any faith in us. What terms did the Uchiha demand for this cooperation? What promises did she make to them? The thought sent chills down the Hokage's spine. If the Senju and Uchiha truly formed an alliance, his position would be in jeopardy. Let's go. With that, the third Hokage and Denzo hurriedly left the Hokage office. After regrouping with a contingent of Enbu and root ninjas outside, they made their way toward the village gates. By the time they arrived at the gates, Uzumaki Mido and Naori Uchiha had already led the elite forces of their respective clans out of the village. Lady Mido, please wait. Where are you planning to go with such a large force? The Hokage called out, pretending to be puzzled. Hey! Naori Uchiha scoffed, unable to hide her disdain. Even at a time like this, the Hokage was still putting on an act, treating Uzumaki Mido as if she were a fool. Especially laughable was how quickly they had mobilized so many Anbu and Root members to intercept them. Did they think Uzumaki Mido couldn't see through their little tricks? Naori shook her head in disbelief. She had clearly overestimated the intelligence of the third Hokage and Denzo. Lady Mido wasn't blind to their actions either. Her expression turned icy as she glared at the Hokage. You've known all along, haven't you? Yet here you are, feigning ignorance. What is the meaning of this? Do you take me for a fool? No, Lady Mido, you misunderstand. The Hokage felt a pang of regret. He had underestimated the situation. Desperately trying to salvage his dignity, he explained, you must be heading to Hidden Eddy Village, Land of Whirlpools, because of the recent news. We only just received the same information ourselves and were preparing to act. We had no idea you were already mobilizing. Turning to Naori Uchiha, the Hokage added, though I must admit, I didn't expect the Uchiha's intelligence network to be so advanced, more efficient than the village's own, really amazing. Hey! Naori sneered. Don't flatter the Uchiha. We don't need your empty praise. We simply assigned people to monitor the Land of Whirlpools days ago. The warning signs have been apparent for over a month now. Even Lady Mido requested the village's attention, hoping you would act swiftly should something occur. But clearly, not everyone shares the same priorities. Naori said pointedly, her sharp gaze cutting into the Hokage and Denzo. Now you're trying to delay us? What's the goal, giving the other villages more time to destroy the Uzumaki clan? That's not true. The Hokage's voice faltered under Naori's accusations, her words hitting too close to home. Lady Mido's piercing stare only deepened his unease. Of course, we're here to join forces with you. The Hokage insisted, scrambling to cover his tracks. Lady Mido, you see, Denzo and I have brought a majority of our Anbu and Root forces. We can handle this matter. Perhaps you should stay in the village, for safety's sake. Your presence is vital here. Your Hidden Leaf Village's pillar of stability. If you leave, it could draw unwanted attention from our enemies. Mido cut him off coldly. Enough. I'm going, and that's final. No one can take my place in this matter. If the Uzumaki clan is to survive without becoming a target again, I must convince them to relocate. Only I can achieve that. Since you've brought your forces, you might as well come along. You're not staying behind. Lady Mido's words were resolute. She wasn't naive enough to leave the Hokage and Denzo unsupervised in the village, especially with most of the Senju clan's elite, and even Tsunade, departing. I can't take the risk of leaving these two here to scheme against the clan or my family. The Senju can't endure any further losses. Similarly, the Uchiha had taken a significant portion of their elite forces, leaving their village presence weakened. Mito wasn't about to give the Hokage and Denzo an opportunity to exploit this. Bringing them along was the safest option. As for whether they might sabotage the mission in Hidden Eddy Village, that was a risk she'd rather take than leave them behind to plot unmonitored. Keeping things under close watch is undoubtedly the best choice. Huh. This. The third Hokage was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected Uzumaki Mito to say that. He immediately felt as though he had miscalculated again. On the side, Denzo's face darkened, but he hid behind the third Hokage without saying a word. After all, most of the actions targeting the Senju clan over the years had been orchestrated by him. Denzo was still somewhat afraid of Uzumaki Mito. He feared that she might snap and deliver a fatal punch to him right then and there. Thus, he decided it was better to let the third Hokage handle the situation or to take the fist hit. Even so, he couldn't help feeling uneasy and a little resentful. This isn't appropriate, is it? The third Hokage's expression turned grim as he said, the village also needs protection. Especially now, with the other great ninja villages showing signs of unrest. What if their target isn't the land of whirlpools but Hidden Leaf Village instead? If that happens, Hidden Leaf Village's defenses could be left vulnerable to a surprise attack. I am the Hokage, I can't just sit idly by and let such a situation unfold. How about this? Denzo can't lead the Anbu and the root members to go with you? Or perhaps, you stay here, and I'll go with Denzo instead? His concern for the village's stability was genuine. Especially today, with Uzumaki Mito and the Uchiha suddenly gathering a large number of elite forces and hastily leaving the village. At this point, many of the ninja clans and individual shinobi in the village were likely alarmed, wondering what was happening. Humphrey. Uzumaki Mito snorted coldly and glanced at both the third Hokage and Denzo. She sneered, fine then. You stay here, and Denzo will lead the Anbu and root members to accompany us. Let's go. There's no time to waste. Keep up. With that, she waved her hand and, together with Nari Uchiha, led the elite forces of the Senju and Uchiha clans, quickly departing once again. Denzo's expression was dark as he glared at the third Hokage, looking as though he wanted to bite him. Hiruzen, you really? Damn. Denzo was left fuming. Wasn't this just the third Hokage pushing all the responsibility onto him and throwing him into the fire? If he had to accompany Uzumaki Mito, who knew if she might lash out at him along the way and beat him senseless? Cough, cough. The third Hokage coughed awkwardly, fully aware of Denzo's grievances. He tried to console him. Relax, Denzo. Mito-sama is actually very reasonable. As long as you don't provoke her and cooperate properly, nothing will happen to you. Go now. I won't see you off. The village is already in an uproar, and I need to calm everyone down. As for the rest, you'll have to handle it yourself. If things can't be done, don't force it. After giving these instructions, the third Hokage ordered the Anbu to assist Denzo and Uzumaki Mito on their mission. He then waved Denzo off and headed back toward the village. Denzo. This bastard. But what could Denzo do? Humphrey. Follow me. He could only snort coldly and order his root members and 2 squads of Anbu to speed up and catch up with Uzumaki Mito's group. Once they were gone and out of sight, the third Hokage let out a long sigh. Sigh. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so calculative. Now even Mito-sama can't be stopped. This is going to be troublesome. Most likely, the Uzumaki clan won't be annihilated this time. At worst, they'll lose some members and influence. Judging from Uzumaki Mito's earlier demeanor, it's clear she intends to forcibly relocate the Uzumaki clan to Hidden Leaf Village afterward. When that happens, the Senju clan's strength will surge. Adding to that, the Uchiha clan's involvement in the rescue. The third Hokage could already foresee the close alliance that might form between the Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha clans in the future. The mere thought of it gave him a splitting headache. Hiruzen. What is going on? We heard the Senju and Uchiha clans are mobilizing. And leading them are Mito-sama and Nori Uchiha. Where are they now? At this moment, Yurtain Koharu and Mitokado Hamura arrived with several guards in tow. Behind them, representatives from various ninja clans also began to gather one after another. Clearly, they were all eager to understand what was happening. They were also worried about potential internal conflicts or changes in the village. If such a situation arose, they would need to act quickly to stabilize things and prevent any weakening of the village's strength. After all, if Hidden Leaf Village's strength diminished, the other ninja villages, having already recovered from the last war, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to attack. The land of whirlpools is in trouble. Mito-sama and Naori Uchiha have led most of their clan's elites to provide assistance. I also sent Denzo with 2 Anbu squads and some root members to join them in the rescue mission. The third Hokage addressed the crowd that had gathered, his tone steady. What? Koharu's and Hamura's expressions changed immediately. Koharu frowned and asked inwardly, why didn't Hiruzen stop Mito-sama? And why is the Uchiha clan involved? With so many elites going to aid the land of whirlpools, was it really possible for the Uzumaki clan to be wiped out as they had planned? Most likely not. Unless Uzumaki Mito's group arrived too late. This was completely contrary to what they had discussed earlier. Their original plan was for Hidden Leaf Village to send a small rescue force. But it would just so happen to arrive too late to prevent the destruction of the Uzumaki clan. The only thing they needed to bring back were the clan's assets. But now, things had taken a turn they hadn't anticipated. Clearly, they had miscalculated. So Koharu and Hamura decided to speak privately with the third Hokage later to clarify things. Alright, that's the situation. Everyone, pass this information to your clans and help stabilize the village as soon as possible. Meanwhile, increase our vigilance. We mustn't let other villages take advantage of this situation. That's all. With that, the third Hokage motioned for Koharu and Hamura to follow him as he walked toward the Hokage office. The others dispersed after seeing this. Chapter 52, the 3 village army already outside Uzumaki capital. Inside the Hokage's office as soon as they entered, Yutain Koharu couldn't help but question Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen, what's going on here? She demanded. Didn't we already plan everything out? How did it end up like this? Not only did Lady Mito lead the Senju to provide reinforcements, but even the Uchiha joined them. The most troubling part was that the Uchiha seemed to have aligned with the Senju and Lady Mito. This is not a good sign, Koharu said, her voice heavy with concern. Indeed. Mikado Hamura echoed, casting a questioning glance at the third Hokage. Ugh. Hiruzen sighed, lighting his pipe with deliberate slowness. As smoke curled upward, frustration etched deeper lines into his face. It was all planned, yes, but something went wrong. We didn't anticipate that the Uchiha's intelligence network would be so efficient. Somehow, they received word of the upheaval in the major villages and the turmoil in the land of whirlpools almost simultaneously. They immediately gathered their elite and reached out to Lady Mito. This completely disrupted our plans. What's worse? Hiruzen continued grimly, Lady Mito had even begun suspecting me, thinking I deliberately withheld information and delayed action, intending to let the Uzumaki clan perish. In the end, the relationship between Hidden Leaf Village's leadership and Uzumaki Mito, as well as the Uzumaki clan, was bound to decay even further. The Uchiha. Koharu's brows furrowed deeply as she processed the sequence of events. Her voice turned grave. There's something off about this. The Uchiha reacted too quickly. The Senju, too, were remarkably fast to mobilize. If they had only just received the news, there's no way they could have assembled their elite forces and set off so swiftly. I suspect that during Lady Mito's last meeting with the Uchiha, they secretly formed an alliance. Lady Mito likely entrusted the Uchiha with monitoring the movements of the major villages and any signs of trouble in the land of whirlpools. The moment something happened, the 2 clans would join forces and mobilize their elite for a rescue. That must be it. Koharu concluded firmly. At her analysis, Hiruzen and Hamura exchanged glances, both drawing a sharp breath. It's likely true. Hiruzen muttered, his expression darkening. It seems Lady Mito has been allied with the Uchiha for some time now. She's stopped trusting us completely. At this realization, Hiruzen's face grew even grimmer. Yet, he couldn't help but reflect, whose fault was this, really? They had already acted against the Senju for years, scheming in the shadows, and now even contemplated standing idly by as the Uzumaki clan faced annihilation. How could Lady Mito ever trust them again? It's obvious. Koharu said coldly, crossing her arms. So, what's our next move? Currently, most of the Senju and Uchiha elites have left the village. Shouldn't we do something? Her tone carried a chilling edge, and her eyes gleamed with malice. No. Both Hiruzen and Hamura vehemently shook their heads, staring at Koharu as if she had lost her mind. They've only left the village to assist the Uzumaki clan, not died. Hiruzen snapped. Moreover, half of the personnel from the Anbu and Root divisions have joined the reinforcements. We don't have enough loyal forces left in the village to attempt anything drastic. Even if we could, the consequences would be catastrophic. For now, we should focus on strengthening the village's defenses to guard against any possible enemy attacks. That's it. Get back to your duties. Hiruzen said, effectively dismissing them. He felt Koharu's earlier suggestion was far too reckless. Fine, I was just saying. Koharu said nonchalantly, shrugging as she turned to leave. The Akimaki clan TSK. It seems Lady Mito has lost all trust in Hiruzen and his group. Nara Shikayama remarked with a chuckle. She'd rather ally with the Uchiha than place any faith in them. Well, you reap what you sow. Okimaki Torafu said, shaking his head. They've gone too far in targeting the Senju over the years. It's no wonder Lady Mito has stopped supporting them. This time is no different. If Lady Mito hadn't allied with the Uchiha in advance, they might not have even heard about the Uzumaki clan's predicament until it was too late. Saratobe Hiruzen and his group have truly shown how heartless they are. They were ready to let the Uzumaki clan be wiped out. Torafu added, his tone filled with disdain. From now on, we'd best tread carefully around them. Shikayama said, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. Understood. Torafu nodded. After a moment of thought, he added, at this rate, I don't think Hiruzen's faction will hold on to power for much longer. With this incident, the bond between the Uchiha, the Senju, and the Uzumaki clan will only grow stronger. Who knows? The Uchiha might actually produce a Hokage one day. If it were the past, Shikayama might have felt apprehensive about such a possibility. But now, he found himself reconsidering. With the recent changes in the Uchiha, perhaps having one of them as Hokage wouldn't be such a bad thing. Come to think of it. Shikayama said, his eyes lighting up, if an Uchiha becomes Hokage, they might actually bring some benefits to the village, like better medicines or other resources. Hearing this, Okimaki Torafu and Yamanaka Uchiha nodded in agreement. You might have a point. Torafu agreed thoughtfully. The Uchiha's pride might drive them to bring substantial benefits to the village if one of them becomes Hokage. 4 days later, in the land of whirlpools after 4 days of relentless travel, Lady Mito and her group finally crossed the sea and reached the borders of the land of whirlpools. The scene before them was chaotic. Refugees were fleeing in all directions, and the land bore heavy scars of battle. Corpses littered the area, many of them red-haired Uzumaki clan members, their striking hair unmistakable even from afar. This is bad. The enemy has already breached the land of whirlpools. Lady Mito exclaimed, her face darkening at the sight of her fallen kin. She immediately issued orders. Let's move. Head to the Uzumaki capital at once. The signs of battle here are no older than half a day. The capital has powerful barriers, so it may still be holding out. Yes, ma'am. Without hesitation, the group accelerated toward the capital. The Uzumaki capital kill them all. Hurry, retreat into the barrier. Ah. Within the Uzumaki capital, chaos reigned. The heart of the city was now enveloped in a massive barrier. Desperate Uzumaki members fled toward its safety, pursued relentlessly by enemies from the 3 great ninja villages. Some made it into the barrier, but many others were cut down before they could reach safety. Hours later, outside the barrier, the invading forces had slaughtered most of the remaining defenders. At the front lines, the 3rd Raikage, 3rd Tsuchikage, and 3rd Mizukage stood together, flanked by their lead units, their forces ready to break through the final defenses. Looking at the barrier, their brows furrowed deeply. They had already tried to break through this barrier earlier. The result? This thing was far tougher than they had imagined, completely unbreakable from the outside in such a short amount of time. What do we do next? By now, Hidden Leaf Village must have received word and is likely sending reinforcements, right? The 3rd Mizukage couldn't help but voice his concern. Hey. Not necessarily. The 3rd Tsuchikage, Onoki, floated midair with his arms crossed, sneering. You say that because you don't understand Hiruzen Saratobe well enough. That man might not even care if the Uzumaki clan is wiped out. Otherwise, after all the activity we've stirred up in Hidden Eddy Village over the past month, why hasn't Hidden Leaf Village made any moves? Frankly, they're probably hoping for the Uzumaki clan's annihilation. Similarly, the Uzumaki clan might not even want to ask Hidden Leaf Village for help. Onoki had dealt with the 3rd Hokage enough times to have a fairly accurate assessment of his personality. Is that so? The 3rd Mizukage's eyes flickered at this response. We should just focus on breaking through the barrier as quickly as possible and grabbing what we came for, said the 3rd Raikage, his deep voice resonating. Saratobe Hiruzen might not care, but don't forget, Uzumaki Mito isn't dead yet. With her around, Hidden Leaf Village will definitely send people to aid them. We don't have the luxury of wasting time. Underestimating the enemy was never wise. You're right. Onoki nodded knowingly. After a brief discussion, the 3 leaders dispatched their subordinates to launch a frenzied assault on the barrier. Inside the barrier, within the palace of the capital. In a large square stood Uzumaki Ashina, positioned at the barrier's core. Around him, several clan members were working tirelessly to maintain the barrier. At that moment, Uzumaki Ashina couldn't help but feel deep regret. If I had foreseen this, I would have heeded Lady Mido's advice and moved to Hidden Leaf Village sooner. My pride and short-sightedness blinded me. I never expected this disaster. Beside him, another Uzumaki elder shook his head. There's no point in dwelling on that now. Moving to Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't necessarily have been a good thing either. Have you seen how far the Senju clan has fallen over the years? And who could have predicted that the three great ninja villages would suddenly unite to launch a surprise attack on us? This is just fate. How's the evacuation going? We don't have much time left. With the intensity of these attacks, the barrier won't hold out for much longer. Regret was useless now. The priority was figuring out how to preserve as many lives and as much of their clan as possible. Uzumaki Ashina nodded. It's all been arranged. Aside from those of us staying behind to maintain the barrier and buy time, the remaining few hundred clan members have been split into 5 groups and sent through different escape routes. I've directed one group toward Hidden Leaf Village, but the others are heading elsewhere. I don't intend to put all our eggs in one basket. Besides, I don't trust Hidden Leaf Village completely, especially with Lady Mido's time running out. This ordeal had taught him a painful lesson. Dispersing the clan was the best way to ensure its survival. That sounds reasonable. The elders nodded in agreement, raising no objections. Wait. The enemy's attacks have weakened. An elder's voice cut through the tension. It's Hidden Leaf Village. I can feel a formidable chakra signature drawing closer, one that is unmistakable. It's Lady Mido. She's leading reinforcements to save us. We're saved. A younger elder, using the Kagura mind's eye, exclaimed with excitement. The others were stunned before their expressions turned to joy. What? Are you sure? Positive. The elder nodded confidently. It's not just Lady Mido, I can also sense the life force of the Senju clan. And wait, there's more, it's the Uchiha clan. Huh? Why are the Uchiha here? And so many of them. This chakra. Such immense and sinister power, paired with their Sharingan. Incredible. All of them have awakened their Sharingan, with the weakest at 2 Tomoe. This group of over 100 are undoubtedly the Uchiha's elite forces. Even though the other reinforcements included some Manbu and Root ninjas with less distinct traits, the elder could still discern clans like the Unyuzuka and Aburame among them. What? Not only are the Senju and Lady Mido personally here, but even the Uchiha. Is this for real? The Uzumaki present were stunned and overjoyed. Another elder, also using the Kagura mind's eye, confirmed, it's true. Lady Mido and the reinforcements have already engaged the enemy. Clan leader, what should we do? All eyes turned to Uzumaki Ashina. After a moment of thought, he said, you all stay here and continue maintaining the barrier. I'll gather the remaining elites who haven't evacuated yet. If it's true that Lady Mido and the others have come to help, we'll coordinate with them to crush the enemy from both inside and out. The others had no objections. Ashina handed over control of the barrier's core to the head elder and left to rally the remaining elites. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, Uzumaki Mido led Hidden Leaf Village's reinforcements, clashing fiercely with the elites of the 3 great ninja villages. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Water style, Wave Surge. Sharingan, Ganjutsu. In an instant, the enemy forces abandoned their assault on the barrier to focus on Hidden Leaf Village's onslaught. Damn it. How could Hidden Leaf Village send so many elites? Has Saratobe Hiruzen changed his way? Onoki grumbled in frustration. As he spoke, he clapped his hands together, preparing to use particle style. Susanoo. Suddenly, a black Susanoo soared into the sky, transforming into a towering, nearly 100-meter-tall giant that loomed over Hidden Leaf Village's capital. The colossal figure drew a blade from its side and swung it directly at Onoki. The moment he saw the Susanoo, Onoki's heart sank, overcome with dread as memories of the psychological scars left by Madara Uchihara surfaced. Sensing mortal danger, he hastily dodged in midair. Still, the sheer force of the slash created a windstorm that knocked him back. Boom. Arg. Though Onoki escaped injury, the shinobi beneath him weren't as lucky. Dozens were obliterated instantly, their bodies reduced to nothingness. Among the dead were elite shinobi from Hidden Stones Village, Hidden Clouds Village, and Hidden Mist Village alike. For a moment, the faces of all 3 Kage darkened. Gulp. Are you kidding me? That kind of power. The terrifying sight of the Susanoo shook many shinobi from the 3 villages. They stared at the massive chakra giant, their hearts gripped by fear. This was beyond anything they could handle. Many immediately distanced themselves from the battle. Onoki steadied himself, staring at the figure within the Susanoo with a grim expression. You're Naori Uchiha. I didn't expect you to show up. Since when have the Senju and Uchiha grown so close to help the Uzumaki together? Hey. Naori Uchiha smirked coldly. That's none of your concern. Onoki, today, You're my opponent. Don't disappoint me. Show me what you've got. With that, Naori Uchiha continued to manipulate the Susanoo, launching relentless attacks on Onoki. Chapter 53, Dominating the Battle. Naori Uchiha, huh? Let's see whether your Susanoo is stronger or my fists. Hell stab, three-finger thrust. Die. The third Raikage charged straight at Naori Uchiha with unrelenting ferocity. Third Raikage, your opponent is me. Adamantine sealing chains. At that moment, Uzumaki Mido dashed forward, golden chains erupting from her body and shooting toward the Raikage in a sweeping attack. Not good. Sensing the deadly danger from these chains, the Raikage immediately veered off course, abandoning his attack to evade. His strike missed, smashing into the ground instead. Boom. The impact left a massive crater over 10 meters wide and several meters deep. But Uzumaki Mido wasn't done. Her adamantine sealing chains chased after the Raikage relentlessly. Dodging desperately, the Raikage tried to find an opening to approach her. For a moment, all the major battles on the battlefield, whether it was Onoki versus Naori Uchiha, the third Raikage against Uzumaki Mido, or Denzo facing the third Mizukage, reached a deadlock. In contrast, the elite forces of Hidden Leaf Village, spearheaded by the Uchiha clan, began overpowering the combined might of the three major villages. The Uchiha forces, in particular, displayed an unexpected level of power. Damn it! Since when were the Uchiha so strong in both physical prowess and taijutsu? A hidden cloud ninja grumbled in frustration. It's not just their taijutsu and bodies, they're stronger in ninjutsu too. Their chakra reserves are insane. Their ocular powers and jutsu are terrifying as well. Hidden Mist and Hidden Stone Shinobi also expressed their shock while fighting the Uchiha forces. Though the Senju, Anbu, and Root operatives were strong, they didn't exceed the expectations of the three villages. Kill. Suddenly, a massive wave of Uzumaki clan elites, thousands strong, broke through the barriers and charged at the enemy forces. The surprise assault, coordinated with Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi, instantly killed over 100 enemy elites. Their arrival became the final straw that broke the enemy's resolve. Retreat. Realizing the situation was beyond salvaging, the third Raikage roared, fending off Mido's golden chains while slowly retreating and covering his allies. Although he regretted failing to fully destroy the Uzumaki clan and seize their secrets, they had still managed to kill dozens of Uzumaki ninja within the land of whirlpools. They had also looted a decent amount of sealing techniques from the corpses and homes they ransacked along the way. These would suffice for sealing a Jinchuriki. Understanding they couldn't win, the third Raikage decided to minimize further losses. Most importantly, he saw no hope of defeating Uzumaki Mido. Her abilities were too troublesome, and the sealing power imbued in her adamantine chains was a natural counter to his strength. You think you can run? Not a chance. None of you are leaving. Mido, unwilling to let the enemy escape, forcefully drew upon the Nine Tails chakra, entering her golden chakra cloak forced mode. Her power surged exponentially as she launched herself at the third Raikage. At the same time, she directed some of her adamantine chains toward nearby hidden cloud shinobi. Ah! Several unlucky cloud ninjas were caught by the chains. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones breaking filled the air as they were crushed to death. Damn it! Is this woman insane? And this chakra? It's the Nine Tails chakra. How is this possible? She's fully mastered the Nine Tails power? The third Raikage's expression darkened. Hellstab, one-finger thrust. He unleashed his full strength, ordering his forces to retreat even faster while trying to pin Mido down with relentless attacks. His goal was to keep her occupied and prevent her from attacking his troops. Even Mido didn't dare take these strikes head-on. She dodged and counter-attacked with her chains, forcing the Raikage into a frustrating stalemate. Mido was the perfect counter to someone like him. Meanwhile, on Naori Uchiha's side of the battlefield, Dust-style, atomic dismantling jutsu. Stone ninjas, retreat. Onoki, while dodging Susanoo's attacks and launching counterattacks, shouted at his subordinates to retreat. With the cloud ninja pulling back and the tides turning against them, Onoki saw no point in prolonging the battle. Staying would only lead to greater sacrifices without any tangible benefits. Where do you think you're going? Yasaka beads. Naori Uchiha, rather than taking on particle style directly, teleported dozens of meters away. Her Susanoo raised its left hand, forming a massive sphere of glowing energy. The sphere shot upward, hovering in the sky. Whoosh! 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 Black golden projectiles rained down from the sphere, targeting the retreating stone ninja while avoiding the Hidden Leaf Village forces. Defend yourselves. Earth-style, mobile core. Earth-style, underground move jutsu. Earth-style, mud wall. The stone ninjas scrambled to erect defensive barriers or burrow underground to escape the onslaught. Stop this at once. Dust style, atomic dismantling jutsu. Onoki, enraged by the casualties, unleashed particle style to obliterate the energy sphere in the sky. He then redirected his attack toward Naori Uchiha. Dust style, atomic dismantling jutsu. Unfortunately, the jutsu required too much preparation time. There was no way Naori would stand still and wait to be hit. She surged forward in an instant, her chakra blade slicing toward Onoki. Onoki was forced to abandon his jutsu and dodge. The Susanoo blade struck the ground, carving a massive chasm hundreds of meters long and dozens of meters deep. Ah! Screams erupted from below. Clearly, several unlucky stone ninjas hiding underground had been caught in the attack. Damn it all. Earth style, weighted boulder jutsu. Onoki furiously cast his technique on the Susanoo, trying to crush it with gravity. However, Naori's body, strengthened several times over, shrugged off the added weight with ease. Damn it. Onoki realized his efforts were futile. Sensing that the remaining stone ninjas had escaped the battlefield and with the other Kage also retreating, he lost any desire to continue fighting. Flying into the distance, he shouted, "Naori Uchiha, I'll remember this." Hey! Naori sneered, scanning the battlefield. The fight was over. Most enemies were either dead or in retreat. Seeing no point in further pursuit, she stopped her attacks. Susanoo was deactivated, and Naori Uchiha descended from midair, landing gracefully. She then instructed Shichidai Uchiha, check the clan members and assess the casualties. Quickly use the medicine to treat the wounded. Understood. Shichidai Uchiha responded promptly, taking action. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, perched atop a tree, a black and white Zetsu had been observing Naori Uchiha's battle with keen interest. Black Zetsu couldn't help but marvel, unbelievable. This Naori Uchiha not only regained her peak condition but also managed to activate Susanoo at its 4th stage. And judging by her movements, she wields it effortlessly, as though it places no strain on her at all. Truly strange. Enough of this. I've seen what I needed to see, and I've chosen the person we came for. Time to leave. This time, Black Zetsu's mission was to scout for a suitable vessel to nurture the Rinnegan for Madara Uchiha. The candidates had already been found and escorted out of Hidneti village. There was no reason to linger here any longer. Once Black and White Zetsu vanished, Naori Uchiha cast a casual glance at the spot they had occupied moments earlier. A meaningful expression crossed his face. So that's the peculiar entity Kaido mentioned, Black Zetsu? She thought. As expected, its very existence is extraordinary. It's entirely imperceptible through chakra sensing alone. Only observation Haki can detect it. I'll need to be cautious and avoid exposing Kaido's secrets in front of it. I'll remind Kaido about this when I return. On Uzumaki Mido's end, after chasing the third Raikage for several kilometers, her target had finally fled beyond reach. She turned back toward the group. Similarly, others were dispatched to assess the casualties among the Senju clan. As for Denzo, though he bore several injuries, unfortunately, none were critical. However, his expression was far from pleasant. The reason was simple: the destruction of the Uzumaki clan clearly didn't meet the expectations he and Hiruzen had anticipated. Just the elite Uzumaki warriors retaliating numbered in the dozens, not to mention the remaining elders, women, and children. This operation has ultimately failed. Denzo thought bitterly. What a shame. Moreover, I didn't expect Mido-sama to be this powerful still. After such an intense battle, she shows no signs of fatigue. Has the treatment she received from Uchiha been that effective? Denzo was deeply skeptical now. He began to suspect that Uzumaki Mido hadn't merely regained a few years of her life. Additionally, the fact that she could forcibly draw upon Kurama's chakra to significantly enhance her strengthened attacks made him particularly wary. From now on, I'll need to be more cautious, he decided. What alarmed Denzo even more, however, was the combat prowess and resilience displayed by the Uchiha elite guard during this mission. Their abilities had clearly improved dramatically, far beyond what could be considered normal. Sure enough, the Uchiha must have access to superior versions of the chakra pills and body-strengthening medicines they sell. Denzo speculated. Otherwise, there was no way to explain such a rapid increase in strength, physique, chakra reserves, and even ocular power. The Uchiha are indeed a massive threat, he thought grimly. If I'd known this earlier, I would have pressed harder to suppress them in the past. Now, however, even if he and the third Hokage wished to clamp down on the Uchiha, it would be impossible for the time being. Not only because of Naori Uchiha's terrifying power but also due to the apparent alliance between the Senju and the Uchiha. This was far from good news for him. Looks like any plans against the Uchiha, or even the Senju and Uzumaki, We'll have to wait until the next great ninja war. Denzo resolved. Mark my words. Enjoy your victories while you can. When the time comes, I'll show you who truly has the last laugh. Lady Nori, no deaths this time. Only 5 severely injured and 12 with minor injuries. Shichidai Uchiha reported with a satisfied smile after completing the count. The battle hadn't lasted long. Including their journey here, during which they eliminated dozens of ninja from the 3 great villages, the final confrontation had lasted less than half an hour. Moreover, the Uchiha's enhanced strength and improved teamwork greatly minimized casualties. In contrast, the Anbu, Root, and even the Senju suffered heavier losses. The Anbu and Root, in particular, had been given special attention by both Naori Uchiha and Uzumaki Mito. Oh? Naori Uchiha raised an eyebrow, then smiled. Not bad. It seems the recent intensive training, combat drills, and resource investments have paid off. Encourage everyone to keep up the good work. When we return, I'll personally evaluate their efforts. She added. Of course, compile the merits from this mission and submit them to me when we're back. I'll distribute clan merit rewards accordingly. Currently, the merit hall was increasingly stocked and well organized, becoming a familiar system for the clan members. Yes. Thank you, Lord Nori. Shichidai Uchiha exclaimed, visibly excited. Merit rewards were incredibly valuable, offering countless treasures he had been eager to exchange for. Soon, the battlefield was cleared and organized. This mission had been a significant success. Later, Uzumaki Mito, Naori Uchiha, and Denzo met with Uzumaki Ashina. We're deeply grateful for your aid, Mito-sama, and to all of you for coming to our rescue. The Uzumaki clan owes you a tremendous debt of gratitude. Ashina began, bowing deeply. He had not expected such a strong and timely response from Hidden Leaf Village. Of course, he understood that much of this was thanks to Mito-sama's influence. Otherwise, with Hiruzan and Denzo's personalities, they would likely have allowed the Uzumaki clan to be destroyed, reaping the benefits afterward. The Uchiha's presence, in particular, surprised him. However, he assumed their involvement was also due to negotiations led by Mito-sama, unrelated to Hiruzan and Denzo. After all, the relationship between the Uchiha and Hokage was far from amicable. How are the clan's casualties? How many members remain? Mito asked without preamble. Ashina hesitated briefly before answering, the exact numbers still need to be tallied. Many of our people weren't in the capital's core area and were scattered throughout Hidden Village. Some were stationed at the borders as defensive units. Hearing this, Mito's expression darkened. Didn't I warn you to consolidate your clan and forces? She scolded. Why didn't you listen? Ashina remained silent, unsure how to respond. He couldn't very well admit that he had underestimated the enemy or that he had been reluctant to abandon areas outside the capital, thinking Hidden Village might hold against the invasion. Such an admission would surely result in Mito tearing into him. Seeing his reaction, Mito easily deduced the truth. Her anger flared, but Ashina's agent status prevented her from reprimanding him too harshly in public. Instead, she ordered, quickly dispatch people to count the dead and injured and recall the evacuated clan members. Gather Hidden Village's remaining assets, and then prepare to lead the Uzumaki clan back to Hidden Leaf Village with me. From now on, the Uzumaki clan will officially become part of Hidden Leaf Village. This. Ashina frowned. He wanted to object but hesitated when he saw Mito's firm expression, leaving no room for negotiation. After a pause, he said, Mito-sama, could we discuss this privately? He wanted to inquire further about Hidden Leaf Village's current situation before making a decision. Chapter 54, The Three-Clan Alliance. Alright then. Uzumaki Mito shot a glance at him before finally nodding in agreement. Nori, you should come along as well. There are matters that require your involvement. Without delay, Mito gestured for Naori Uchiha to join her, along with Uzumaki Ashina, as they walked a short distance away. Once they reached a secluded spot, Mito erected a complex isolation barrier that blocked out sight, perception, and sound. With the precautions in place, the three began their discussion. Mito-sama, what exactly is going on in Hidden Leaf Village? I've heard rumors that the Senju clan's strength has been declining over the years, with their numbers decreasing to the point of near extinction. This isn't just by coincidence, right? Uzumaki Ashina cut straight to the heart of the matter, asking the question that had been on his mind. If he couldn't get clarity on this issue, how could he feel at ease about leading the Uzumaki clan to join Hidden Leaf Village? You're correct. Mito replied without hesitation. Instead of hiding the truth, she explained the events leading up to the current situation in detail. The blame lay squarely with the third Hokage and his faction. I knew it. Ashina sighed knowingly after hearing her explanation. I had a feeling the problem came from within Hidden Leaf Village itself. That's one of the reasons I initially refused to merge the Uzumaki clan with Hidden Leaf Village. But if that's the case, Mito-sama, why are you now advocating for the Uzumaki clan to join Hidden Leaf Village? Do you want to see the Uzumaki clan follow the same fate as the Senju? Not at all. Mito shook her head firmly. The past mistakes were partly due to Tobirama and the Senju clan's own issues. Additionally, my age was catching up with me. Maintaining the seal on the Nine Tails was draining my life force, and I was nearing the end of my lifespan. I didn't dare to act too boldly, and as my strength waned, I could no longer keep Sarutobi Hiruzen and his allies in check. That's what led to the Senju clan's decline. Her tone shifted, now carrying renewed confidence. But things are different now. With the help of the Uchiha, I've regained my vitality and returned to my prime. I now have decades ahead of me, and everything has changed. From this point forward, I will not allow Sarutobi Hiruzen and his dogs to harm the Senju clan any longer. Likewise, I won't let them have the chance to target the Uzumaki clan, either. On the contrary, by joining Hidden Leaf Village, the Uzumaki clan can work alongside the Senju to grow even stronger. She paused, casting a glance at Naori Uchiha. And let's not forget the Uchiha. Naori smiled in response. Eh? Ashina looked between Mito and Naori, visibly puzzled. If I remember correctly, the Senju and Uchiha were always mortal enemies, weren't they? Even after forming the village, their relationship wasn't particularly amicable. So why the sudden alliance and even talk of cooperation? At this point, he began to understand why the Uchiha had came to assist in this situation. It was all due to the changing relationship between the Senju and Uchiha. That's all in the past. Mito shook her head. As time went on, the grudges between our clans gradually faded. When the Senju fell into decline and the Uchiha were targeted and suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and his allies, our conflicts further diminished. And after the Uchiha saved me, I took it upon myself, on behalf of the Senju, to form an alliance with them to stand against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Their presence here today is a result of that alliance. This wasn't something that could have been achieved through mere negotiations. If the two clans hadn't already forged a bond and shared interests, no amount of bargaining could have brought the Uchiha to support the Uzumaki clan. I see. Ashina nodded in understanding. So it's because of a common enemy and the fading of past grudges that the alliance formed. That does make sense. However, wouldn't bringing the Uzumaki clan into Hidden Leaf Village drag us into this swirling vortex of conflict as well? The mere thought of this made Ashina even more reluctant to bring the Uzumaki clan into Hidden Leaf Village. You're looking at this the wrong way. Mito interjected, her face darkening as she rebuked him. With me here, the Uzumaki clan will not only find safety in Hidden Leaf Village but also grow stronger alongside the Senju. Moreover, we will form a three-clan alliance with the Uchiha. With the Uzumaki, Senju, and Uchiha united, what do Sarutobi Hiruzen and his faction have to fight us with? Once we strike back, we'll not only counter their suppression but also remove them from power entirely, perhaps even eradicate them if necessary. Her confidence radiated as she spoke. So, you have nothing to fear about the Uzumaki clan being targeted or oppressed in Hidden Leaf Village. Besides, because of your clan's sealing techniques and Jinchuriki expertise, the other major villages already have their eyes on you. If you don't join Hidden Leaf Village and form a united front, those villages won't stop coming after you. Even if you scatter and hide, they'll eventually find you. When that happens, the Uzumaki clan will become nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. This is something I absolutely cannot allow. Ashina couldn't deny the logic in her words. Still, he looked at Mito with a hint of resentment. After all, the reason the Uzumaki clan became a target in the first place was partly due to Mito herself. Had she not been the first to use sealing techniques to bind the Nine Tails within herself, creating a precedent, would the Uzumaki have drawn so much attention? Ahem. Noticing Ashina's expression, Mito coughed awkwardly before admitting, I understand that I bear responsibility for this. It was an oversight on my part. But even without me, it was only a matter of time before the other villages discovered that sealing techniques are the best way to control the tailed beasts. At most, I accelerated the timeline slightly. In any case, the Uzumaki clan must relocate to Hidden Leaf Village. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Furthermore, with the Senju and Uchiha already allied, and given the Uzumaki's existing ties to the Senju, I propose a formal three-clan alliance. We will support one another and even permit intermarriage. What do you say? What could Ashina say to that? Mito's tone made it clear that this wasn't a discussion, it was a decision. He could only nod and agree. I have no objections. An alliance and intermarriage are fine by me. Though, isn't there a risk of Sharingan secrets being leaked through intermarriage with the Uchiha? He turned to Naori Uchiha as he asked. There's no such risk. Naori replied with a smile, repeating the explanation she had previously given to Mito. Hearing this, Ashina's eyes lit up slightly as he envisioned the possibility of the Uzumaki clan gaining access to the Sharingan. Very well. I agree to the alliance, intermarriage, and relocating to Hidden Leaf Village. I'll send people to recall our scattered clan members immediately. Fortunately, they hadn't gone far yet, so there wouldn't be much delay. He was also wary of the possibility of ambushes from the three great villages along the way. That's for the best. Act quickly to avoid any complications. Mito said with a satisfied nod, lifting the barrier she had placed around them. After sending Ashina to gather the Uzumaki clan members and secure their assets, she turned her attention to healing the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas injured in the battle. With her expertise in medical ninjutsu, it was only natural for her to lend a hand to those who had came to her aid. At that moment, Naori Uchiha suddenly received a notification from the spatial gates marker. Keeping a calm exterior, she mentally connected to the marker to check the communication space. It was a message from Kaito, inquiring about her current situation and whether everything was going smoothly. Reading the message, Naori's lips curled into a faint smile. She quickly took out paper and pen, writing a reply before placing the letter into the communication space. Moments later, Kaito received the message on his end. As he read it, a wide smile spread across his face. Mikoto Uchiha, standing nearby, asked curiously and with concern, "How is it? Is everything going well with Aunt?" "Yes. Everything is going smoothly." Kaito nodded with a smile while handing Mikoto the letter in his hand, saying, "Not only is it going well, but the war over there has already ended. This time, no one from the Uchiha clan died, only a few were injured. The Uzumaki clan, although they suffered losses, managed to save most of their people. And, my mother has officially formed a three-clan alliance with the Senju and Uzumaki. That's amazing. From now on, the situation for the Uchiha in Hidden Leaf Village will improve. In the future, it's not impossible for someone to rise and become the Hokage." Everything was moving in a positive direction, and Kaito couldn't help but feel pleased. This was the result of a little over a month of work after awakening the memories and talents from his previous life. Thinking about it, he felt a sense of accomplishment, but he wasn't satisfied yet. His ultimate goal was to control not just the world of Naruto but also the world of One Piece. In fact, if possible, he wanted to further develop his ability to open spatial gates and explore even more unknown worlds. Of course, he also knew that trouble was far from over. This time, the third Hokage and his faction had taken a huge loss. When they learned about the alliance of the three clans, they would likely come up with more aggressive ways to suppress them. Although Kaito wasn't afraid, he didn't want to deal with the annoyance. They might just change their methods. He muttered to himself. For now, Kaito decided to focus on improving his strength further and growing faster. Then, he would deal with the third Hokage and his faction directly. As long as there are no casualties, that's good. Mikoto said with relief as she read through the letter, nodding happily. I'll look forward to the day when you become the Hokage, Kaito. Are you planning to explore Sky Island next? Yes. Kaito replied confidently, noticing Mikoto's curious expression. He couldn't help but chuckle. What's this? Do you want to come to Sky Island too? Mikoto nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she asked, Can I? It shouldn't be a problem. Kaito said after some thought. I can take you along. But it's still dangerous over there. You can't wander away from my mother, or something bad could happen. Both the Sky Beings and Shandians were known to be wary of outsiders, especially the Shandians. I won't cause trouble. Mikoto promised, nodding earnestly before breaking into a delighted smile. Sky Island. Ever since Kaito had shared information about it, she had been filled with curiosity and longing for the place. And not just Sky Island, Fishman Island, Amazon Lily, Sabati Archipelago, the Red Line. Though the Sabati Archipelago had already been mapped and marked, Mikoto hadn't visited due to the dangers there. 3 days later the Uzumaki clan had gathered their remaining people and resources. After laying to rest those who had sacrificed their lives, they set out for Hidden Leaf Village, led by Mito Uzumaki. Although a few clan members were still missing, there wasn't much else they could do. Unlike their hasty arrival, the journey back was slow. The Uzumaki, burdened with their families and a large amount of resources, could only move cautiously. To prevent ambushes by other villages, the Uchiha, led by Nori, chose to stay with the main group instead of returning to Hidden Leaf Village on their own. This also gave the Uchiha clan's people more time to bond with the Uzumaki. And if some of their unmarried elites managed to win the hearts of Uzumaki women, Nori would be even more pleased. Mountain's graveyard, underground space in a dimly lit room, Madara Uchiha sat on a wooden chair, a massive Jado statue looming behind him, also known as the demonic statue of the outer path. At that moment, Black Zetsu emerged from the ground. Madara opened his eyes, looking at Zetsu as he asked, "How did it go? Have you found a suitable vessel?" "Yes." Black Zetsu nodded immediately. "I've found a talented child with extraordinary vitality from the Uzumaki clan. Lord Madara, you can proceed with the I-transfer at any time. Shall I bring the child and his family here?" By now, Madara had awakened the Rinnegan, but his lifespan was nearing its end. If not for the Judo statue continuously supplying him with life force, he would have died upon awakening the Rinnegan. Even so, he couldn't afford to nurture the Rinnegan in his own body any longer. A suitable vessel was essential. "Bring them here," Madara ordered. "Make sure they're unconscious." "Understood." Black Zetsu sank back into the ground. Before long, Black Zetsu returned, bringing a family of 3 from the Uzumaki clan, a father, a mother, and a child. "Oh? This child's talent is indeed impressive," Madara remarked, his gaze falling on the boy, Uzumaki Nagato. "The purity of his sage body is sufficient to nurture my Rinnegan." Using the Rinnegan's Genjutsu, Madara altered some of the family's memories. Then, after some time, he successfully transplanted his Rinnegan into Nagato. Madara himself switched to a pair of backup 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Once the procedure was complete, Madara instructed Black Zetsu to return the family. As Zetsu disappeared, Madara's lips curled into a slight smile. "Now, it's time to move to the next phase of my plan. I need a suitable substitute, a really good surrogate. I wonder if there are any promising candidates within the Uchiha clan these days. When Zetsu returns, I'll have him investigate." A short while later Black Zetsu returned, and Madara shared his requirements. "The Uchiha clan, huh?" Zetsu pondered before replying, "Speaking of which, I encountered several Uchiha in the land of whirlpools recently." "Oh?" Madara's interest was piqued. "I know them." "Who?" "It was Nari Uchiha," Black Zetsu replied. As for why the Uchiha were in the land of whirlpools, they were part of Hidden Leaf Village's rescue effort for the Uzumaki, likely because of Uzumaki Mido. He didn't have all the details yet but planned to investigate further. Something seemed off about the relationship between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Nari Uchiha. Her? Madara raised an eyebrow. "If I recall correctly, she's the one who developed the Sharingan's forbidden technique, Izanami, and single-handedly ended the Uchiha's internal conflicts." "Quite the girl. She's still alive?" "Interesting. Not only is she alive, but she's thriving," Zetsu confirmed. "The damage she suffered from using the forbidden technique has completely healed. Her vitality, physical condition, and even her visual powers have all been restored. Earlier today, she used her Mengekyo Sharingan to activate the 4th stage of Susanoo and defeat the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki." Chapter 55, Madara and his typical plan. Madara Uchiha was a bit surprised after hearing the report. Her lost life essence and ocular power have been fully restored to their peak? And with just a one-eye ordinary Mengekyo Sharingan, she could unlock the 4th stage of Susanoo? Zetsu replied, "Yes, her other eye seems to have lost its power as she was only using one eye. That's not bad at all. Even back in his prime during the Mengekyo stage, he could barely achieve the same. However, for Madara as he was now, this was merely acceptable. In his opinion, Nari Uchiha would never reach the eternal Mengekyo stage, let alone awaken the Rinnegan. Without those advancements, her future potential would always be limited. She would never pose any real threat to him." "Indeed." Black Zetsu nodded affirmatively. "It's not just her. The other Uchihas also seem different somehow. Their physical strength and vitality have significantly improved. There must be some kind of secret behind this." Even if Madara wasn't overly concerned about this, Black Zetsu was determined to figure it out. He didn't like things happening beyond his control, it unsettled him. "Oh? It's not an isolated case?" Madara raised an intrigued eyebrow. "Interesting. In that case, go investigate Hidden Leaf Village. Find out what's going on. While you're at it, evaluate the Uchihas and see if any are suitable candidates to act as my surrogate." "Understood." Black Zetsu immediately accepted the order. To Madara, everything else was secondary. The smooth execution of his plan was what truly mattered. 8 days later, Hidden Leaf Village's main gate. "Finally, we're back. I can finally rest for a few days." Tsunade stretched lazily as she looked at the familiar gates of Hidden Leaf Village. "You." Uzumaki Mido shot her a disapproving look. "You barely did anything this whole trip. This was far easier than any mission, and yet you're still complaining? You're just too lazy on normal days." "Hee hee." Tsunade chuckled sheepishly. "It's been a while since I left the village. The hospital probably has a pile of work waiting for me. I'll head there first." Without waiting for a reply, she bolted toward Hidden Leaf Village. "That girl. Uzumaki Mido shook her head helplessly and led the group to the gates to organize their entry. There was no need to notify the third Hokage, and Buu scouts had already sent word of their return while they were still on the road. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the third Hokage arrived with Uchiha Koharu and representatives from various ninja clans. They welcomed Uzumaki Mido and the others warmly, congratulating them on their successful mission and extending a formal greeting to the newly arrived Uzumaki clan members. From there, the discussion naturally shifted to the resettlement arrangements for the Uzumaki clan. Fortunately, this was not Naori Uchiha's concern. It was left to Mido, Uzumaki Ashina, and the third Hokage to sort out. Naori led her Uchiha group away from the main party, heading straight for the Uchiha compound. At the Uchiha compound gate, the patrolling Uchiha guards spotted them from afar. Huh? It's Lady Naori and her group. They've returned victorious. Go notify Captain Ruka and young Master Kaido immediately. Understood. Within 10 breaths, Uchiha arrived swiftly at the gate. Bowing respectfully, he greeted, "Welcome back, Lady Naori." Naori nodded and issued her orders. Have Shichidai Uchiha and the 2 elite security squads return to their posts. Let them rest for 3 days before resuming their regular training. She then asked, "How have things been in the compound and village while we were away?" Ruka nodded confidently. "Everything has been in order. No outsiders have been caught snooping around the compound, and the third Hokage hasn't made any unnecessary moves. Patrols have been stricter, likely as a precaution against potential external threats. Oh, by the way, the Uchiha pharmacy has been closed during these days. This caused a bit of unrest at first, but it was resolved after some explanations. Still, keeping it closed isn't ideal. We're losing quite a bit of revenue every day." Naori nodded knowingly. "I see. No surprise there. As long as Hiruzen isn't stupid, he won't stir trouble at such a critical time. Don't worry about the pharmacy. I'll order it to reopen shortly. In fact, we'll increase the daily supply of medicine to make up for lost profits. The demand is already outpacing supply, so a few days of closure won't hurt much. We'll make it back easily." Ruka smiled in relief. "Understood. I'll get back to work, then." "Good. Also, reduce security measures in the compound today. If the village remains stable tomorrow, restore patrols to their usual levels." The impact of the Uzumaki clan joining Hidden Leaf Village was still uncertain, but Naori doubted it would cause significant turmoil. That said, a new clan joining inevitably meant others would see their interests squeezed. Hidden Leaf Village's pie was only so big, and another large family would mean fewer slices for everyone else. "Yes, Lady Naori." Ruka bowed and left to carry out her instructions. On the way home, as Naori hurried back to her house, she ran into Kaido Uchiha and Mikoto Uchiha. "Mom. Welcome back." Kaido waved enthusiastically as he approached. "How did everything go? Was it smooth?" Mikoto followed suit. "Auntie, welcome home." "I'm back." Naori smiled and patted their heads affectionately. "Everything went well. You two didn't sneak off while I was gone, did you?" "Of course not." Kaido grinned. "We spent all our time training." "Good." Naori nodded in satisfaction. Once they were back home, Kaido couldn't contain himself any longer. "Mom, do you have any plans right now? If not, can we finally explore Sky Island?" He was eager to get his hands on the Thunder Fruit, Rumble Fruit, and study it thoroughly. If there was a way to eliminate its weaknesses, all the better. Haha. Looks like you can't wait either, huh? Naori Uchiha smiled knowingly. "Give me a couple of days," she said. "I'll likely need to deal with the Uzumaki clan's matters first. Integrating a large clan like theirs into the village isn't as simple as it sounds. It won't be long before the village convenes a meeting with all the major clan leaders to discuss this. The Uzumaki clan would need a sufficiently large area of land designated as their territory. Discussions would also cover the clan's future responsibilities and obligations within the village." "I see." Kaito nodded in understanding. "In that case, we'll wait a couple more days. Meanwhile, I can take Kushina and Minato over to the pirate world to get them familiarized with it. These preparations would speed up their training in the future." For safety reasons, he hadn't left the clan territory these past few days. Instead, he relied on shadow clones to guide Minato and Kushina in their training every day. Moreover, he avoided taking them to their old training grounds, as the remote location made it potentially unsafe. Instead, Kaido chose one of the training fields within the Senju compound. "Oh? You haven't taken them there yet? Well, handle it however you see fit," Naori said, surprised, but she didn't comment further, leaving the arrangements up to Kaido. Afterward, Naori asked Kaido about their training progress over the past few days, as well as the overall situation within the clan. Once the updates were finished, She turned her attention to preparing dinner. The meals she'd had while away had been far from satisfying. Cooking-seeking meat wasn't convenient while traveling, so she had relied on the full nutrient pills to maintain her training and strength. While effective, the pills lacked the satisfaction of actual food. After all, dishes made from seeking meat weren't just nutritious but also incredibly delicious, a true indulgence. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, after arranging for the Uzumaki clan to temporarily stay in the Senju compound with Uzumaki Mido, Hiruzen returned to his office, accompanied by Uchiha Koharu, Midokado Hamura, and Shimura Denzo. With a stern expression, Hiruzen turned to Denzo. Denzo, explain the situation regarding this mission in detail. Although the Anbu has already provided a thorough report, I want to hear it directly from you as someone who was there. Could the information really be true? Could Uzumaki Mido have stood her ground against the third Raikage and even forcibly extracted chakra from the Nine Tails? And could Naori Uchiha truly summon a colossal, 100-meter Suzuno that forced even Onoki to flee? When Hiruzen first received these reports from the Anbu, he found them hard to believe. Both Koharu and Hamura also looked to Denzo, awaiting his account. Denzo scowled as he responded, "It's true." Both of them displayed power that surpassed their peaks. Especially Naori Uchiha. I never imagined she could achieve such feats with only one Mengekyo Sharingan. She didn't show her other eye, so it seems, it's still damaged. Onoki was no match for her. That said, defeating Onoki in a short time isn't realistic either. He admitted. That old man's particle style is still terrifyingly powerful. Hiruzen, Uchiha is becoming a bigger problem for us. And it's not just Naori Uchiha. Many of their elite members have grown unnaturally strong as well. Their chakra reserves, physical vitality, and even life force have all seen significant improvement. I suspect they possess some kind of medicine far superior to the nutritional pills they sell on the market. If that's true, it's bad news for us. We must find a way to uncover the secret behind these medicines and take control of it. Additionally, we need to find a way to suppress and weaken the Uchiha. If not, they'll only grow stronger over time. Denzo's tone left no room for doubt. He wouldn't tolerate the Uchiha gaining more power. Hiruzen nodded grimly. I've already received confirmation of this from Anbu reports and even personally observed the remaining Uchiha in the village. It's clear that their strength is indeed unusual. While I want the formula for their medicine as much as you do, obtaining it won't be easy. Koharu interjected. For the past month, the Uchiha have been purchasing massive amounts of herbs, rare medicinal plants, and chakra metals. Perhaps we can reverse engineer the formula by studying the raw materials they're buying and the medicines they're selling. As long as we involve skilled pharmacists, it should be possible to deduce the formula. Her tone revealed her jealousy over the immense profits the Uchiha were undoubtedly making from these medicines. That's a reasonable idea, Hiruzen said, frowning slightly. But we don't have many top-tier pharmacists at our disposal. The most skilled ones are Lady Mido and Tsunade. But given their connections to the Uchiha, I doubt they'd cooperate. We'll have to explore other options, perhaps from the hospital or the Inoshikacho clan. Hiruzen sighed inwardly. Lately, he had noticed a growing rift between himself and Tsunade. On the surface, she appeared much the same as before, though perhaps a bit more casual and carefree. But Hiruzen could tell she was becoming increasingly distant from him. It was likely something Mido had told her, probably regarding the Senju. Still, Hiruzen didn't regret his actions against the Senju in the past. If he hadn't done what was necessary, how could he have secured his position as Hokage? It wasn't his fault. The Senju had overstepped, acting as though they didn't need to respect him as Hokage. Any leader in his position would have done the same. Chapter 56, Kushina and Minato's first visit to the pirate world. I think Orochimaru might be a good choice for this kind of thing, suggested Denzo. He might even be better than Tsunade at it. Oh? Saratobi raised an eyebrow, giving Denzo a meaningful look. Since when did Denzo start working closely with Orochimaru? Saratobi thought grimly. This wasn't good news for him. Saratobi valued Orochimaru highly and didn't want him influenced, or worse, corrupted, by Denzo. Looks like I'll need to keep a closer eye on this and personally warn Orochimaru. Saratobi resolved inwardly. Outwardly, he nodded. Orochimaru is indeed talented. I'll speak with him myself and see if we can make progress on this. Uchiha Koharu chimed in. Also, I propose we directly place an order with the Uchiha clan for their nutrition pills, or even their better ones, under the village's name. We need to test the waters. If we can acquire them, that's great. It would make reverse engineering them easier. She added. Agreed. Saratobi replied. Leave that to me. I'll arrange a private meeting with Naori Uchiha to discuss it. If it works, great. If not, no harm done. At the very least, it'll give the Uchiha a reason to owe us something. Suddenly, Saratobi turned to Denzo with a heavy expression. You mentioned Lady Mido can match the third Raikage, or even surpass him. Did you notice anything unusual about her physical condition? Especially her vitality? From what I've seen, it seems like she's not just recovered a little, it feels like she's completely restored. Could she have fully regained her strength? Saratobi asked, his tone heavy. If that were true, it spelled trouble. Who knew how long an Uzumaki with restored vitality could live? Waiting her out might no longer be an option. Denzo's expression darkened. I was just about to tell you this. From my observations, Lady Mido seems to be back at her peak. Her vitality too. She won't be passing away anytime soon. We've all been deceived. She was playing weak on purpose, likely to avoid provoking us into drastic measures against her or the Senju. Denzo paused, then added, but now, with the Uzumaki clan joining her and bringing significant strength, targeting her or the Senju in secret is going to be much harder. The Uzumaki clan's arrival brought over 1,000 members, a terrifying number. Combined with their natural talent, the combined strength of the clans backing the village's leadership might not even be enough to match them. A single misstep led to all of this. Saratobi muttered, sighing in frustration. He felt like fate had been against him lately. He was at a loss for what to do next. What's our next move? Koharu asked, her voice fraught with tension. Denzo responded decisively, Hiruzen, we need to separate the Uzumaki from the Senju. If possible, let's assign them land as far away as we can from the Senju's territory. This might not be a perfect solution, but it will at least slow down their recovery. Saratobi nodded in agreement. That's possible. The Senju's land is in the heart of the village, so assigning part of it to the Uzumaki isn't practical, and the Senju wouldn't agree to it anyway. This separation seems like the best course of action. Let's handle this quickly. Saratobi decided. I'll call for a meeting this afternoon at the Hokage Tower with all the clan representatives and active Jonin. We'll finalize the Uzumaki clan's placement there. Agreed. Fine with me. That afternoon, representatives from the various clans and the village's active Jonin gathered in the Hokage Tower's large meeting room to discuss matters related to the Uzumaki clan's integration into Hidden Leaf Village. Many clan representatives weren't happy about the Uzumaki joining but recognized it as a done deal. Opposition wasn't an option, so they remained silent. However, the debate over the division of resources and positions turned heated, with every clan pushing for their interests. Ultimately, the Uzumaki clan was assigned land on the western edge of the village. For their positions within the village, they were primarily given control over the sealing team, an obvious choice given their expertise. The sealing team's resources would be used to enhance the village's defensive barriers. But it was also an attempt by Hidden Leaf Village's leadership to learn the Uzumaki's sealing techniques through observation. The next morning, Kaito visited the Uzumaki clan's new territory to find Kushina. Although it was called a territory, the area was little more than an empty field at the moment. It still needed to be cleared and developed before homes could be built. Thank you, Kaito. If it weren't for you, our rescue operation would never have gone so smoothly. Kushina said, gazing at the ongoing construction before turning to Kaito with sincere gratitude. She had seen glimpses of the future Kaito had shared, and she knew what the Uzumaki's original fate would have been. The clan had lost a portion of its people and its control over the land of whirlpools, but this was far better than the alternative, complete annihilation. Most would credit the change to the Uchiha clan and Lady Mido, but Kushina knew the truth. Kaito had made it all possible. Had he not negotiated with her mother and Lady Mido, none of this would have happened. Haha, no need to thank me. It was just a deal. Kaito replied with a grin. The Uchiha clan benefited from it too. Besides, we're friends, right? He reached out to ruffle her hair playfully. The Uchiha clan had received a full copy of the Uzumaki's sealing techniques as part of the deal. Though integrating and mastering them would take time, the Uzumaki had no intention of backing out. After all, the two clans were now close allies, even considering intermarriage to strengthen their ties. Hee, that's true. Kushina giggled, feeling warm inside. Kaito's words and actions reassured her. Alright, let's go meet up with Minato. Kaito said. Today, I'm officially taking you both to that other world. Eh? Kushina blinked in surprise. Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked eagerly, really? We're finally going? That's amazing. Let's go. Hurry up. She immediately grabbed Kaito's hand and started running towards the training base. She could hardly wait any longer. If it weren't for the recent upheaval in her clan, she would have already gone to the pirate world over 10 days ago. But since it was a matter of life and death for her people, she hadn't dared complain. Now, the opportunity was finally here. Haha. Alright, let's go. Kaido laughed and followed along, letting Kushina pull him by the hand. Before long, the two arrived at the training base. As expected, Minato was already there, diligently practicing on his own. When he saw them approach, Minato didn't stop his training. He simply glanced their way and greeted them cheerfully. "Oh, you're here? Good morning, GM." Both Kushina and Kaido responded in unison. Without missing a beat, Kushina interrupted. "Hey, pretty boy, stop training for a second. Kaido's taking us to that place today." Minato's face fell slightly at her nickname for him. "Kushina, can you stop calling me pretty boy? I'm really not one." He wasn't effeminate. He was just gentle in demeanor and had a more delicate appearance. There was a big difference, all right? "Hey." Kushina chuckled awkwardly, recalling how others used to call her tomato. Feeling a bit guilty, she said apologetically, "All right, fine. I'll stop calling you that. I'll just call you Minato, like Kaito does." Minato's mood lifted instantly. "Now that's much better." Then, he turned his attention to Kaito, his expression becoming serious. "Kaito, are you really taking us there today?" "Yep." Kaito nodded firmly. "We agreed on this before. I should have taken you two over 10 days ago if not for the situation with the Land of Whirlpools. But today's the day. It's about time we went over there. Training over there is better for physical conditioning, and more importantly, you can't even start learning hockey here in the ninja world. You'll need to begin over there before continuing your training here." Neither Kushina nor Minato could start learning armament hockey yet, their physical strength wasn't up to par. As for Conqueror's hockey, there wasn't a clear way to train that either. The only option was observation hockey, which they could practice and which would greatly enhance both their combat abilities and survival skills. In the ninja world, no matter how talented you were, survival always came first. If you couldn't stay alive, everything else was pointless. "Hockey, huh? Got it. When are we leaving? Do we need to prepare anything?" Minato asked, nodding thoughtfully. "No need. I'll take care of everything. Just hold on to me for the first trip." As he spoke, Kaido extended his hand. "Come on, grab my hand." Without hesitation, Minato grabbed Kaido's hand, and Kushina hugged his arm with enthusiasm. "All right, here we go." After ensuring there were no surveillance issues nearby and confirming the protective barrier he'd set was intact, Kaido activated his ability. In an instant, the three of them vanished from the ninja world. The next moment, they reappeared in the pirate world, on Drum Island, right outside Kura's house. "BRR. It's freezing. What the heck? Why is it snowing here?" The biting cold wind hit Kushina and Minato like a slap, making them shiver uncontrollably as they looked around at the snowy landscape. When they realized they were no longer at the training base but in a completely different, icy place, their faces filled with shock. Kushina couldn't help but complain loudly. "Ha ha ha." Kaido burst into laughter, clearly enjoying their reactions. His amusement immediately drew their attention. Both Minato and Kushina turned to glare at him, their faces less than friendly. "You did this on purpose, didn't you?" Kushina narrowed her eyes at him, her hand pinching his waist in a vice grip as she demanded an answer. "Ah! Ow! Ow! Ow!" Kaido winced in pain, quickly raising his hands in surrender. All right. My bad. I was just trying to surprise you, that's all. Here, let's not waste time. Put these coats on before you catch a cold." With a flick of his wrist, Kaido pulled out 2 sets of warm, insulated clothing from his dimensional storage and handed them to Kushina and Minato. Not bothering with formalities, the two quickly bundled themselves up in the provided clothes. "Is there somewhere we can change?" Kushina asked, still shivering slightly. "This way. Follow me." Kaido led them into the house. "Hey, Dr. Kira. I've brought some newcomers." Entering the warm interior, Kaido greeted Kira with a wave and introduced her to Minato and Kushina. "Hello, Dr. Kira." Both Kushina and Minato greeted her politely with a slight bow. "Welcome." Kira, ever sociable, smiled and waved back. "Feel free to make yourselves at home. No need to be so formal. Kaido here already treats my place like his own house anyway." She gave him a teasing glance. "Haha, thanks." After a brief exchange, Kaido showed Minato and Kushina to a room where they could change into proper winter gear. Once they were dressed, he began their training. Not long after, Mikoto and Nari Uchiha also arrived. "Hey, Kushina. Welcome. How's it going? Isn't his place fascinating?" Mikoto greeted her warmly, her tone cheerful and light-hearted. "It is." Kushina nodded enthusiastically. "I never imagined I'd end up on an island where it's always winter. It's incredible. But you wouldn't believe what Kaido did. He didn't warn us about the weather at all. He just brought us here directly. Do you know how hot it is in the ninja world right now? I was wearing shorts and sandals when we left." I almost froze to death. Humphrey. Chapter 57, Sky Beings and Shandians. Ha. Sounds just like something he'd do. Don't be fooled by how mature and responsible he acts most of the time, like some little grown-up. He has his playful and childish side too. Mikoto Uchiha chuckled at Kushina's rant. Guess I'll just have to get used to it. Kushina sighed, reluctantly nodding. Some habits, she thought, were better left unadopted. Meanwhile, Kaito noticed his mother had arrived and immediately approached her. Mom, is everything handled back home? More or less. Naori Uchiha replied with a confident nod. It all went smoother than I expected, honestly. Everything's set. So, I'm planning to head to Skypiea in a few days. What do you think? The sooner they mapped out Skypiea, the sooner she could collect the gold and unique dials found there. No objections from me. Kaito said, nodding as he began briefing her on the situation on Skypiea. Right now, the Sky Beings and Shandians should still be at war. Please, be cautious when you get there. If possible, it'd be great if you could subdue both sides and act as a mediator to bring peace and make loyal to you. They've been fighting over land for hundreds of years now, and it's pointless. Continuing this war will only lead to more casualties without solving anything. The island is big enough for both sides to coexist. Of course, convincing them might require finding the Golden Bell. Kaido went on to explain the deep-seated grudges between the two factions and the cultural significance of the Golden Bell to the Shandians. He wasn't planning to go with her, not out of fear, but because he valued life and knew the risk would be reckless at this point. The Sky Beings might be open to negotiation under their leader, Ganfall, but the Shandians were a different story. Obsessed with reclaiming Upper Yard, they were single-minded and unreasonable. The only way to deal with them would be to overpower them. I understand. Naori nodded, taking it all in. Leave it to me. Kaito still felt uneasy. Please be careful, Mom. I'm not entirely sure how strong they are compared to shinobi back in the hidden world, so don't underestimate them. Especially since they have a few devil fruit users among them. If things don't go as planned, you could always avoid direct confrontation for now, scout out the Golden City hidden in the clouds, and collect some treasure quietly. When we're stronger later, we can deal with them properly. Naori smiled warmly, sensing her son's concern. She reached out and patted his head. Don't worry so much. Your mom knows better than to act recklessly. I'll assess the situation and handle things carefully. And don't forget, I've got the teleportation function of the space gate. If it comes to it, I can always make a swift exit. Alright then, I'm heading out. With that, Naori focused her mind, locked onto the location of Jaya Island, and teleported away. Arriving in the forested area behind the pirate town on Jaya Island, Naori activated her observation haki, scanning the entire island with her heightened senses. Unlike Kaito, she wasn't a child anymore. Her mental and spiritual strength were formidable, and after over a month of training, her mastery of observation haki had reached an impressive level. Her range extended for kilometers, and her precision was equally remarkable, though she had yet to achieve future sight. As for hearing the voice of all things, that was a unique talent unrelated to haki training. Still as chaotic as ever, huh? Naori sighed, observing the island's disorderly state. In some ways, this world was even more chaotic than the shinobi world. She summoned the ninja hawk, Kuro, from the space gate, leaping onto its back and directing it to fly upward. With a sharp cry, the hawk shot into the sky like an arrow. Within minutes, they had ascended thousands of meters. At this height, the hawk's speed slowed as the air thinned, but it persevered. This must be the White Sea. Looks like we need to go even higher. Naori muttered, noticing the sea of white clouds. She couldn't find the Heaven's Gate, likely because her initial position was slightly off. Regardless, she directed the hawk upward. After a few more minutes, with the hawk nearly exhausted and breathing heavily, they finally reached the White Sea, the true home of Skypiea. So that's Upper Yard, the part of Jaya that was blasted into the sky? Naori murmured in amazement as she looked at the massive, forested island. It's hard to believe something like the knock-up stream could send an entire chunk of land this size into the sky. The sight defied all logic she had known from the shinobi world. Let's land, she instructed. The hawk descended to the edge of Upper Yard, landing on a large tree. Naori dismounted, patting the bird's neck. Good job. You've earned a rest. Go relax for now. With a flash of light, the hawk returned to the space gate. Naori took a moment to adjust to the thin air of Skypiea before activating her observation haki again and using body flicker to head toward the island's center. Meanwhile, in the heart of Upper Yard, a fierce battle was underway. Kill. Take back our homeland. A Shandian warrior roared. Hold the line. Don't let them through. A Skypiean soldier shouted. Those Shandians are insane. Why can't they just sit down and talk? What's there to talk about? This land was a gift from the heavens to us sky beings. Why should we give it up? Both sides were locked in a bloody conflict, though fatalities were rare as the leaders of both factions sought to avoid unnecessary deaths. Ganfall, the sky being leader and self-proclaimed god, was reasonable and open to peace. However, even he couldn't bring himself to kneel before the Shandians or agree to give up the upper yard. The conflict was impossible to resolve. Neither side could convince the other, and neither was willing to back down. The war would just continue endlessly. Whoosh! At that moment, Nari Uchiha suddenly appeared at the edge of the battlefield. Since she made no effort to hide her presence or movements, she was immediately noticed by both Ganfall and the Shandian battle leader, Rossi. The fighting on both sides came to a temporary halt. Ganfall turned to look at Nari Uchiha and said in a low voice, "You must be from the Blue Sea. Why are you here? What's your purpose?" Rossi, on the other hand, was far less polite. He shouted angrily, "Blue Sea dweller, get out of upper yard. This is sacred ground for us Shandians, and you're not welcome here." Eh? Even though Nari had been warned about the Shandians' fiery personalities by her son, Kaido Uchiha, she was still a bit annoyed seeing it firsthand. She didn't even bother replying. Instead, she decided it'd be easier to beat some sense into them first. After all, she had already used observation hockey to assess them. These people weren't her match. Might as well fight them into submission first. Whoosh! With that thought in mind, Nari Uchiha used her body flicker jutsu and rushed straight at Rossi. "Ha! You're courting death!" Rossi roared, enraged. He abandoned his fight with Ganfall and charged directly at Nari Uchiha. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. As Rossi closed the gap, leaving only a few meters between them, Nori didn't hesitate. She unleashed her fire-style jutsu. A blazing fire dragon roared toward Rossi. What the? Rossi hadn't expected this strange woman to suddenly breathe fire at him. He was caught completely off guard. Because he was rushing straight at her, and with their combined speeds, there was no time to dodge. The fire jutsu hit him directly. Ah! Engulfed in flames, Rossi let out a blood-curdling scream. Nori kept sensing his condition through observation hockey. When she felt it was enough, she withdrew her chakra, causing the flames to quickly subside and extinguish. Moments later, a charred Rossi fell from the sky, landing heavily on the ground. Though he hadn't lost consciousness, he was in immense pain and completely immobile. Rossi. Leader. The Shandians were horrified. They rushed to Rossi's side, surrounding him protectively and glaring at Nari Uchiha with hatred. Do you still want to fight? If so, come on. I'm ready anytime. Nari ignored their hostile stares and spoke with a light laugh. But neither the Shandians nor the Sky Islanders made a move. They had been shaken to the core by how easily Rossi was defeated. It was clear to them now, this woman was far beyond their ability to handle. Who are you, really? And why are you here? I can tell you don't seem to harbor any real hostility toward us. Ganfall said, breaking the silence. He didn't want to provoke a strong opponent like Nori Uchiha if it could be avoided. He had a responsibility to protect his people. Nori smiled and replied, Me? Like you said, I'm from the Blue Sea. My name is Nari Uchiha. I'm here for the City of Gold. And, if possible, I'd also like to establish a long-term trade relationship to purchase some of the amazing shellfish you have here. What? The City of Gold? The Shandian's expressions darkened at her words. Rossi, despite his injuries, struggled to stand with the help of his people. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Nori and growled, The City of Gold belongs to the Shandians. It's our ancestral land, and there's no way we'll let you take it. I'll stop you, even if it costs me my life. With that, he prepared to attack again. Oh? Is that so? Nori's smile didn't waver, but a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from her. In an instant, a black, semi-transparent skeletal frame of chakra began to form around her. The structure quickly grew into a towering, 100-meter-tall chakra giant, radiating an even more terrifying pressure as it loomed over the Sky Island warriors and the Shandians. Standing at the giant's head, Nori looked down at them with an indifferent expression. Are you sure about that? Is she really human, or is she some kind of god? How is this possible? Can we even fight her? The Shandians were frozen in place, overwhelmed by despair as they stared at the colossal figure before them. There was no way they could win this fight. Rossi, too, was at a loss for words. Could he keep spouting tough words? Probably not. She'd annihilate them all with ease. If that happened, he wouldn't just be a laughingstock but also the reason his people's finest warriors were wiped out. He wasn't afraid to die, but what about the Shandians after him? Most of their fighters were already here, leaving only a few to defend the village. If they lost, it would be the end of their tribe. But surrender? That wasn't an option either. The Shandians were a stubborn people. Surrendering wasn't in their nature. The atmosphere grew more and more tense. Naori sighed inwardly at their obstinacy. No wonder Kaito said she'd have to beat them into submission. It really was the only way to deal with them. With that thought, she prepared to make her next move. Ahem. Sensing the growing crisis, Ganfall quickly stepped forward, coughing to break the tension. He addressed Naori, Lady Naori Uchiha, I am Ganfall, leader of the Sky Islanders. May I have a word with you? While he wasn't particularly fond of the Shandians, he couldn't stand by and watch them get slaughtered. The two sides had fought for so long that they were practically frenemies at this point. And Naori was an outsider. Who was to say she wouldn't turn on the Sky Islanders after dealing with the Shandians? Oh? Naori raised an eyebrow and looked at Ganfall. Go ahead. If possible, she preferred to resolve things peacefully. After all, she wanted to establish a long-term trade agreement with the Sky Islanders. Chapter 58, Shandians finally getting the Golden Bell. Ganfall exhaled deeply, finally feeling some relief. After gathering his thoughts, he continued, about what you mentioned earlier, your intention to trade Sky Island's unique shellfish with us on a long-term basis. I can represent the Sky Islanders and agree to that. The specifics can be negotiated further. But as for the Golden City... He hesitated, glancing at Rossi, clearly trying to convince him of something. However, knowing Rossi's stubborn nature, Ganfall had no idea how to approach the topic. At this moment, Naori Uchiha spoke up, Ganfall, I've read up a little on the history between the Shandians and the Sky Islanders. You two have been waging war over this landmass for centuries. This grudge between your peoples has lasted just as long. But here you are, still willing to speak on their behalf. You're a good man. Ganfall quickly waved off the compliment. Not at all. You flatter me. I just hope this pointless and endless conflict between our two peoples can end soon. Honestly, we deserve a better future. Naori nodded faintly in response and then turned to the unyielding Rossi. I also know the real reason why you Shandians want to reclaim this half of Jaya Island so badly. I can help you find the Golden Bell, ring it, and honor your great warrior of Shandora, Kalgaura. And in the future, I'll even bring the only surviving descendant of Montana Blink Noland, Montana Blink Cricket, to meet you and witness the ringing of the Golden Bell together. What? Rossi was stunned, his expression shifting to shock. Are you serious? You know where the Golden Bell is? And you know a descendant of Montana Blink Noland? Naori nodded affirmatively, then shook her head. I do know where the Golden Bell is, and if you agree to 2 conditions, I can take you to it right away. As for Noland's descendant, I haven't met him yet. But I have certain foresight abilities. 7 years from now, Montana Blink Cricket, the sole surviving descendant of Montana Blink Noland, will arrive at the base of Sky Island, on the other half of Jaya Island that remains on the surface. He'll be searching for evidence of the Golden Bell and Golden City, and for the Shandians as well. Because he wants to prove that his ancestor, Montana Blink Noland, wasn't a liar. Hearing the first part, Rossi was elated. If not for being unsure about Naori's conditions, he would have agreed on the spot. But the latter half made his brows furrow. A liar? Why would Montana Blink Noland be called a liar? Ganfall, who had been listening intently, pieced together the information and ventured a guess. Could it be because the Golden City and Golden Bell were swept into the sky by the knock-up stream and disappeared? Leaving the Blue Sea people to think that Noland was making it all up? Naori gave Ganfall an approving look and nodded. Exactly. That's more or less the reason. He was even executed by his own king because of it. And Cricket wants to clear his ancestor's name. Although Naori herself didn't think there was much injustice to clear. She could already imagine what would have happened if Jaya Island hadn't been swept into the sky by chance. When Noland brought his king and fleet to Jaya Island, what kind of fate would have awaited the Shandians? Probably a tragic one. To seize the Shandians' gold, that greedy king wouldn't have hesitated to wipe them out entirely. Given how much the Shandians treasured the Golden Bell, they would have fought to the death. As an adventurer who had traveled far and wide, Noland must have understood the dangers of human greed and treachery. He had to have known. Yet he still revealed the Golden City's existence to his king. It wasn't an honorable act. In her opinion, he deserved his fate. Ganfall seemed to share similar thoughts at this moment. The two exchanged glances, sensing the mutual understanding in each other's eyes. But neither decided to voice this truth aloud. There was no need. The stubborn Shandians wouldn't believe it anyway. They'd probably see it as an insult to Noland and the great benefactor of their ancestors. Besides, Noland had been dead for nearly 400 years. It didn't matter anymore. Better to keep the secret and use this knowledge to secure the Shandians' cooperation. What? Rossi was clearly unaware of these details. Hearing Naori's explanation, he was shocked. Noland was called a liar and executed because of this? That's. Our ancestors let him down. We Shandians have wronged our great benefactor. I must meet Nolan's descendant, apologize, and prove to him that his ancestor wasn't a liar. With that, Rossi turned to Naori. Tell me, what must we do for you to take us to the Golden Bell? And what will it take for you to bring our benefactor's descendant, Cricket, to meet us in the future? As long as it's not too much, I can represent the Shandians and agree to it. Hearing this, Naori finally felt a sense of relief. These Shandians really were a tough crowd. She raised 2 fingers and said, 2 conditions. First, aside from the Golden Bell, all the gold from the Golden City belongs to me. Second, starting today, the Shandians and Sky Islanders must make peace and share Upper Yard together. What do you say? Of course, she could have demanded to rule over them outright. Given their situation, neither side would likely have refused. But Naori decided against it. Because that would change her current cause. And besides, did she really need to declare it outright to become their leader and earn their support? Not at all. As long as she restored peace between the 2 peoples and found the Golden Bell, she'd be their savior. With the Shandians' gratitude and Ganfal's character, gaining their allegiance would be easy. In the future, even establishing a permanent Uchiha settlement here would be no trouble at all. Huh? That's it? Rossi was stunned. These conditions seemed far too simple. The gold from the Golden City? The Shandians didn't care about that, they only cared about the Golden Bell. Oh, and Upper Yard itself, of course. As for the second condition, it wasn't much of a problem either. After 400 years of war, the Shandians were tired of fighting too. The only reason they hadn't made peace before was that they couldn't find the Golden Bell. And because both sides wanted sole ownership of Upper Yard. With Naori as a mediator, sharing it peacefully wasn't impossible. Ganfal was also surprised. He hadn't expected Naori's second condition to be this straightforward. This woman seemed fierce at first, but she's actually quite kind. He thought with some relief. Then he anxiously looked at Rossi. If this could work out, it would be perfect? That's it. Naori smiled and nodded. So, do you agree? Rossi hesitated. I agree personally. But I'll need to get approval from our chief first. Even though he was the battle leader, the chief was the true authority within the tribe. All right. You may first seek your chief's opinion. Naori Uchiha said. It would be even better if you could bring him here to discuss this matter together. Naori's tone was calm and understanding, not giving Rossi a hard time. Understood. Thank you very much. I'll head back right away. Rossi said excitedly, expressing his gratitude before preparing to leave. However, the moment he moved, pain surged through his body. He winced, taking a sharp breath. His burns were severe. Even with his strong physique, he would need time to recover. You'll go in my place to speak with the chief and seek his opinion. Rossi ordered one of the Shandian warriors beside him. Yes. Without hesitation, left to carry out the task, while Naori retracted her Susan and patiently waited on the ground. About 10 minutes later, returned, accompanied by the Shandian chief, who arrived on a flying board. Chief. Rossi began, struggling to stand and say something. The chief waved his hand to stop him. No need to explain. I've been fully briefed on the situation. The chief then turned his gaze to Naori Uchiha, a smile on his face. You must be the esteemed Naori Uchiha. Indeed. Naori replied calmly. I am the chief of this generation of Shandians. The chief said respectfully. I've heard your requests and, on behalf of the Shandians, I agree to them. Furthermore, we owe you our deepest gratitude. If you can truly help us find the Golden Bell and, in the future, bring Nolan's descendants here, we will forever owe you 3 great debts, one for the Golden Bell, one for reconnecting us with Nolan's lineage, and one for helping us achieve peace with the Sky Beings. He is a wise man. Naori thought. Then it's settled. Naori said with a slight smile. I can lead you to the Golden Bell right now. As for Nolan's descendants, you'll have to wait 7 years. And peace is within reach. All you need to do is work sincerely with the Sky Beings to reach an agreement. I can tell Ganfal is a reasonable man who also yearns for peace. It shouldn't be too difficult. The chief nodded, turning to look at Ganfal. Both men exchanged smiles, signaling a mutual understanding. Let's go find the Golden Bell. Naori said with a grin, motioning for both the Shandians and Sky Beings to follow her. They made their way to the central area of Upper Yard, stopping beneath a massive vine. Naori glanced upward at the towering plant. Actually, the Golden Bell is at the very top of this vine, hidden within a cloud layer. What? The Shandians were stunned. The chief, however, seemed to realize something. So that's it. No wonder we couldn't find it before. It must have been pushed to a higher location by the vines. For so long, we never thought to look higher. He added with a wry smile, and the other Shandian warriors chuckled bitterly at their own oversight. It seemed so obvious now. At that moment, a deafening roar shattered the air. A colossal snake's head burst out of the clouds below, lunging at Naori and her group. "What a gigantic snake!" Naori exclaimed, surprised by the creature's sheer size. It was easily over 10 meters wide. Without hesitation, she activated her Susanoo in its fourth stage and swatted the snake's head with a massive palm, sending it flying hundreds of meters away and knocking it unconscious. She could have killed it instantly but refrained. Kaito had advised her earlier that this snake was a descendant of the Shandians' once revered snake god. More importantly, the snake possessed full intelligence and could potentially be tamed as a summoning beast. "It's the descendant of Kashigami, the master of the sky, Nola." Recognizing the snake, Rossi and the others quickly pleaded with Naori. "Please, Lord Naori, spare it. We know this snake well and can convince it to cooperate." "Fine," Naori said indifferently, gesturing for Rossi and his group to handle the snake. Before long, Rossi and the others successfully communicated with Nola, persuading the snake to join them. Then with Nola leading the way, they began their ascent up the colossal vine. They climbed several thousand meters until the air became thin, leaving even the sky beings and Shandians struggling to breathe. Finally, they reached the top, where a golden bell stood proudly atop a small cloud island. The bell was massive but weathered, its surface covered in moss and marks of time. One of its supporting structures had collapsed, wrapped in vines. The golden bell. It's really the golden bell. The sight brought tears of joy to Rossi and the others. "We've found it. Lord Naori, you're amazing. Ancestor Kalgaura, can you see this? We've found the golden bell. Your wish has been fulfilled." Cheers erupted from the Shandians, their excitement overflowing. "It truly is a magnificent sight." Ganfall and the other sky beings remarked in awe, marveling at the bell's grandeur. With Naori's help, the Shandians carefully transported the golden bell onto Nola's back. Over the next hour, Nola carried the bell back down to the Golden City, where they placed it near its original location by the old bell tower. Finally, Naori got her first proper look at the Golden City. "Wow! How much gold is this? Over 10,000 tons?" Naori couldn't help but gasp in amazement. The chief chuckled. "It doesn't matter how much there is. All of it is yours. We don't value gold. Please, take as much as you'd like." To the Shandians, gold was nothing more than pretty rocks. It didn't compare to the soil of Upper Yard or the symbolic significance of the golden bell. "Haha. In that case, I won't hold back." Naori laughed. She had felt slightly guilty earlier, wondering if her demands were excessive. But since the Shandians didn't care about gold, why should she hesitate? "Need our help with anything?" the chief asked. "No need. I can handle it myself," Naori replied. She activated her Susanoo again and began gathering the gold, storing it within her dimensional gate. Soon, she contacted Kaido through the space link. "Oh, Mom? You've already finished?" "Yes. Hold on, I'm coming over." Moments later, Kaido arrived via teleportation, bringing along Mikoto, and several others. "You really couldn't wait, huh?" Naori said, canceling her Susanoo. She tapped Kaido lightly on the head, feigning annoyance. Chapter 59, Black Zetsu reappears in the Uchiha clan, bonus. Hee hee. Kaito scratched his head with a grin. "I was just curious about what the Golden City looks like and wanted to see it with my own eyes. It's incredible." As he spoke, Kaito looked around at the sprawling Golden City, unable to hide his amazement. Even the ground was paved entirely with gold. At this moment, Kushina and the others were left speechless, their mouths agape as they stared at the massive Golden City in utter shock. Not far away, the Shandians and Ganfall noticed Kaido and his group suddenly appear. However, seeing that they were on good terms with Naori Uchiha, they decided not to approach for now. Still, they couldn't help but be curious about Kaido and his companions. So much gold. We're rich now." Mikoto muttered in a daze, her eyes wide with disbelief. With all this gold, the Uchiha clan would probably never have to worry about money again. Haha. Naori Uchiha chuckled at that and said, "From now on, all your expenses are on me. I need to start collecting the gold." She turned to Kaido and said, "Expand my storage space or store it somewhere else for now." "Got it." Kaido gave a thumbs up. "I'll set up a storage area for you. Once it's ready, you can access it anytime you want." With a thought, Kaido carved out a new space within the time-space gate, a massive warehouse of 1 million cubic meters where time stood still. The next moment, Naori Uchiha felt the authorization flow to her. Without wasting any time, she activated her Susanoo and began rapidly collecting the gold, piece by piece. Her efficiency left not only Kushina and the others in awe but also stunned the Shandians and Sky Beings. What kind of ability is that? Truly, She must be a real goddess. Ganfall couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed. The Shandian chief nodded in agreement. Mikoto, meanwhile, looked puzzled. Wait, Susanoo can be used like this? Something about it felt a little off to her. Afterward, Kaido led Kushina and the others on a tour of the underground city. During their exploration, they even discovered the poneglyph located there. I can't make any sense of this at all. Speaking of which, Ohara was destroyed years ago, and Nico Robin must be around 11 years old now, still on the run, wandering from place to place, right? Maybe I should find her and recruit her ahead of time. Kaido mused. She'd be a valuable asset, not only intelligent and quick to learn but also fluent in the ancient language. This would be crucial for Kaido's future plans to conquer the entire world. Besides, he was also curious about what lay at the end of the Grand Line. Could it be the rumored devil fruit tree that fans speculated about in his previous life? Or perhaps just some ancient kingdom's scientific relics? Since the anime was never finished, he didn't know for sure back then. One Piece seemed to him like it was never getting an end, same as Detective Conan. Now that he'd crossed into this world, he was determined to find out. With Susanoo, it took less than an hour for Naori Uchiha to collect over 10,000 tons of gold. Of course, there were still scattered pieces of gold left across Upper Yard. Even the belly of the Sky Lord, Nola, held some gold. However, since they had already gathered so much, Naori decided it wasn't worth the effort to collect the rest. They could always grab it later if needed. As for crawling into the Sky Lord's stomach, that was a definite no. It sounded far too creepy. The Shandian chief and his people, seeing how much Naori valued gold, decided to gift her the massive golden pillar from the collapsed Golden Bell. In the presence of Naori Uchiha and her group, the Shandians and Sky Beings formally signed a peace treaty, agreeing to share the land of Upper Yard peacefully. That evening, they celebrated with a lively bonfire party. The atmosphere was electric, and even Kushina and the others joined in, having a great time. To ensure Uzumaki Mido and the others wouldn't worry, Naori briefly returned home midway through the celebrations and sent word that Kushina would be staying over for a few days. Speaking of land, it's not exactly a rare commodity down on the Blue Sea. If you ever need more, we could help bring some up here. Kaido casually offered during the party. You know, with the right abilities, it's not impossible. What? This immediately caught Ganfall and the Shandian chief's attention. They looked at Kaido with wide eyes, filled with excitement and anticipation. Really? Is that even possible? They asked in unison. Of course. Kaido nodded confidently. With the right methods, what seems impossible can become surprisingly simple. That said, it's not something I can do often. I've got my own responsibilities, you know. But if you ever run out of land, let me know. For now, though, it was best to focus on developing Upper Yard properly. That's fair. Thank you so much. Ganfall and the Shandian chief bowed deeply to Kaido in gratitude. No need for that. I haven't even done anything yet. Kaido said, a little embarrassed. You have. Ganfall shook his head. Even if you don't move land for us, Lady Naori has already done more than enough, bringing peace between our peoples and helping the Shandians recover their golden bell. For that, we owe you everything. Kaido chuckled and waved it off. Come on, we're friends now, aren't we? If you really want to thank us, how about trading some of your unique shells, sky pea and fish, or other local products with us? We can pay you for them with whatever you need. Even with their newfound wealth, neither Kaido nor Naori intended to disrupt the balance of trade. Dumping all that gold into the ninja world would likely cause an economic disaster, hurting regular people the most. Unless absolutely necessary, they weren't going to do that. That's completely fine with us. Ganfall's eyes lit up. But if possible, could you pay with soil? What? Kaido froze, utterly confused. Buying goods with soil? Was this even real? Yes. If it's possible, we'd love to trade soil for whatever you need. The Shandian chief added, nodding earnestly. Well, I guess that's fine. Kaido replied, scratching his head awkwardly. If that's really what you want. But, you know, there's only so much soil you'll need. Once you have enough, it won't be worth much anymore. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was taking advantage of them. Trading dirt for rare goods? It sounded absurd. No. Ganfall quickly shook his head. We can never have too much soil. You don't have to feel like you're taking advantage of us. He reassured. Not everyone has the ability to bring in such massive amounts of soil. And, you're underestimating how much we Sky Islanders value soil. Seriously, you have no idea how much we need it. Sky Island isn't just this one small area, it's an entire chain of floating islands. And that means there's a lot of us. In fact, we could use the soil you trade with us to barter with other Sky Islands. That way, we'd actually be making a profit. And those other islands? They'd be grateful to us for it too. It was a win-win for everyone involved. Oh, I see now, Kaito said, nodding in understanding. If that's the case, then it's settled. I'll make sure to come by at least once a month to trade with you. Of course, if I can't make it, my mother or one of my companions will come instead. With that, the deal was finalized, almost too easily. By the way, Uncle Ganfall, Kaito suddenly asked, do you know how to get to Burka? He had always remembered the rumble fruit and wanted to get his hands on it as soon as possible. Burka? Ganfall was surprised for a moment, unsure why Kaito would ask about that place. But he didn't dwell on it too long. Of course, I know the way. Do you need a map? I can draw one for you. If you'd like, I can even arrange for a guide to take you there. Thanks a lot, Kaito said, smiling. He pulled out a piece of paper and a pen from his spatial storage and handed them to Ganfall. A map would be great. No need for a guide, just the map will do. This way, we can turn it into a bit of an adventure, he added with a grin. He wasn't sure if obtaining the rumble fruit would cause any trouble with the locals there, so he figured it was best not to involve Ganfall or his people. That way, it wouldn't create a mess or tarnish the good relationship they'd just established. Alright, give me a moment, Ganfall replied, taking the paper and pen. He began sketching a map. A short while later, he handed it back to Kaito. Burka is roughly in that direction, he said, pointing southeast. Just follow the map and head that way for about 100 kilometers, and you'll reach it. Best of luck on your adventure. Thanks, Kaito replied, quickly memorizing the map. Then, he handed it to his mother, Nari Uchiha. It was obvious that she wouldn't let him go running off on his own. And sure enough, as soon as she took the map, she said, I'll head over there first and check it out. Once I've scouted the area, I'll let you know if it's safe to come. At her speed, using the Ninja Hawk, it would take only a few hours to get there. The banquet lasted late into the night, and by the time it ended, it was already past midnight. Nari Uchiha and her group bid farewell to Ganfall and the Shandians, then teleported back home to the ninja world. Minato returned directly to his house, but Kushina decided against doing the same. Unlike Minato's place, hers wasn't empty. She didn't want to risk exposing anything, so she opted to stay at Kaito's home instead. Besides, Kaito's house was huge, with plenty of spare rooms. For the past couple of months, Mikoto had been staying there as well, since it was convenient for training. In the end, Kushina decided to share a room with Mikoto rather than taking one for herself. She was still buzzing with excitement from everything she had experienced in the One Piece world, the adventure, the sights, the sheer novelty of it all. There was no way she could fall asleep just yet. And who better to share her thoughts with than her best friend, Mikoto? Meanwhile, Nari Uchiha was about to rest when she instinctively activated her observation haki to scan the entire clan compound. That's when she noticed something. A familiar yet strange presence had entered their territory. The newly constructed barriers hadn't done anything to stop it. Her expression turned serious. It's him. Black Zetsu? What's that thing doing here? Was he the one in Uzumaki country the other day? Could it be he's figured out that something's off with the Uchiha and came here to gather intel? This wasn't good news. She wanted to capture him but held back, remembering what Kaito had told her about his unique nature. For now, she decided to act as if she hadn't noticed but kept a close watch on him with her observation haki. Dealing with something like Black Zetsu, created from Yin Yang release, was tricky, and she didn't have a good method for restraining him at the moment. Maybe I should consult Uzumaki Mido and see if she knows of a sealing technique that could work against him, she thought. Sealing techniques seemed like the best solution for dealing with such an entity. However, even if she found one, she didn't plan on using it just yet. After all, according to Kaito's intel, Madara Uchiha was still alive, and possibly already wielding the Rinnegan. She realized now that Black Zetsu's visit to Uzumaki country was likely to abduct someone as a host for nurturing Madara's Rinnegan. At this stage, Madara was not someone she could handle. If she sealed Black Zetsu, it might provoke Madara into taking direct action. That would be a disaster. Ugh, still not strong enough, she muttered. If I had the Rinnegan, or even just the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, I'd stand a chance against him. Madara might not be at his peak anymore, but he was still a force to fear. I need to train harder and keep improving myself. She touched her blind right eye, thinking, lately, the nerves and tissues in this eye have been healing well. Even my visual powers are showing signs of recovery. At this rate, it might only take a few more months to regain my sight completely. When that happened, her strength would soar again. Maybe she'd even be able to unlock the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan on her own. She firmly believed there had to be a way to achieve it without sacrificing a loved one's eyes. After all, the Sage of Six Paths and Indra had done it. They hadn't even gone through the Mangekyo stage, straight to the eternal version. Kaito mentioned that cultivating the life force technique not only strengthens the body and extends lifespan but also enhances one's innate potential. She thought. Maybe it can even improve my bloodline. If that were true, then the possibility of unlocking the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan on her own was within reach. Chapter 60, Hidden Dangers of Chakra. Wait. I need to secure the things in the merit hall and the family's stock of potions, pills, and techniques. Can't let Black Zetsu or Madara know about them. With that thought, Naori Uchiha swiftly activated the teleportation ability, moving at top speed to the clan's merit hall, her family's storage, and Kaido's pharmaceutical lab. She gathered all the sensitive items and secured them before silently returning home. Lying on her futon, she pretended to sleep while keeping an eye on Black Zetsu using her observation haki. As long as Black Zetsu didn't cross any boundaries, she wouldn't make a move. But if he dared target any of the Uchiha clan members, she wouldn't hesitate to act. Other methods might not work on him, but Genjutsu. Now that might just do the trick. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu roamed the area. This is strange. Since when did the Uchiha clan set up such intricate and powerful barriers around their territory? If I didn't know better, I'd think I wandered into Uzumaki clan territory. Last time I was here, these barriers didn't exist. Something's definitely changed within the Uchiha clan. Guess I'll just have to dig a little deeper. He effortlessly phased through the barriers, avoiding any triggers, as if they weren't even there. After circling the area, Black Zetsu noticed that, apart from the Uchiha clan's generally improved physical and life force, there wasn't much else to find. He then headed to Hidden Leaf Village to investigate further. In Hidden Leaf Village, Black Zetsu found the Uchiha pharmacy. Unfortunately for him, its stock was completely sold out for the day. He managed to steal a few samples of nutrient pills, body-strengthening potions, and vitality tonics from a few ninja households, intending to deliver them to Madara. These nutrient pills do contain small amounts of life force, which could replenish some vitality. But it's not enough to explain the dramatic improvements in the Uchiha clan's physical and life force. They must have access to better pills. Determined, he returned to the Uchiha compound to search again, but he came up empty-handed. Even the high-grade nutrient pills were nowhere to be found. How odd. No formulas, no production sites? Could they be stored outside the Uchiha compound? What he didn't realize was that the high-grade nutrient pills were rationed daily among the clan members, just enough for one dose per person, and always consumed immediately. Even the elderly and children used them daily, ensuring no leftovers. Through observation haki, Naori Uchiha watched Black Zetsu scuttle around like a headless fly, unable to find what he wanted. She couldn't help but smirk. Unable to locate the high-grade pills, Black Zetsu finally left the Uchiha compound. As for Madara's orders to find a suitable vessel, the timing wasn't right. By now, the children were asleep, and most of Hidden Leaf Village had settled for the night. Observation would have to wait. Back at the mountain cemetery, Black Zetsu delivered his findings to Madara, along with the stolen potions and pills. Oh? Madara inspected the items, confirming they were safe for consumption. He tried a dose of each, carefully analyzing their effects. These are quite good. Such pills didn't exist in the past. It seems the Uchiha clan has undergone changes I'm unaware of. This nutrient pill even restores a small amount of life force. Pity it's useless for me. Madara sighed. His condition wasn't due to a lack of vitality. The Judo statue behind him provided an endless supply of life force. His issue was cellular exhaustion. His cells had reached their limit due to overuse in his younger years, compounded by his old age. Yes, it's a pity. Black Zetsu echoed, though insincerely. In truth, Black Zetsu needed Madara to die first to set his perfect plan in motion. If Madara extended his life now, tricking him after gathering the tailed beasts and reviving the 10 tails would become much harder. Better to wait until Madara's death before planting the necessary seeds for his manipulation. For the next few days, Black Zetsu lurked in Hidden Leaf Village, observing by day. He confirmed that the Uchiha clan did have better nutrient pills, but Naori Uchiha's strict rules prevented him from obtaining them. Clan members were required to consume the pills on the spot, leaving him no opportunity to steal them. After observing the effects from a distance, Black Zetsu lost interest. The pills, while potent, didn't hold much value to him personally. Instead, he focused on watching the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. Damn Black Zetsu. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to tiptoe around Hidden Leaf Village, unable to train insensitive techniques or even venture to the One Piece world. Kaido fumed internally. On the surface, he continued practicing basic taijutsu, ninjutsu, and chakra control. His work on sealing techniques also remained consistent, with shadow clones studying tirelessly. Despite the setbacks, Kaido had made significant progress, particularly in refining his chakra. Finally, his chakra refinement technique had reached its peak. Uchiha chakra refinement jutsu, 100,000 out of 100,000, mastery achieved, one more time. Sitting cross-legged on his futon, Kaido activated the chakra refinement technique once more. The next moment, the experience points for this final ability broke through its limit. Kaido entered a sudden state of enlightenment. In that instant, his mind cleared, and he entered a profound meditative state. Memories and experiences from his past training in chakra refinement surged into his mind, interwoven with countless new insights and inspirations. Before long, the prototype of a new chakra refinement method, far surpassing the traditional Uchiha chakra refinement jutsu, began to take shape in his consciousness. As time passed, this method evolved, becoming increasingly refined and complete. Eventually, it coalesced into a fully formed, revolutionary chakra technique. Kaido emerged from his enlightenment, his eyes slowly opening as he contemplated the new technique. He marveled inwardly, so this is what enlightenment feels like? Truly miraculous. This feeling. It's addictive. He thought, a satisfied smile on his face. And this new method, it's leagues beyond the old chakra refinement jutsu. It's a fundamental breakthrough in essence. This new technique delves directly into the nature of chakra itself. With practice, not only does it allow one to extract chakra more easily, but it also dramatically enhances the efficiency, speed, quality, and quantity of chakra extraction, far beyond the capabilities of the original method. More importantly, this refined chakra is no longer fleeting or ephemeral. It can be compressed, condensed, and elevated during the refinement process. Once the chakra attains the quality of an elite jonin, it becomes possible to perform advanced techniques, such as creating specialized spaces and unlocking chakra nodes. These enhancements allow for the storage of more refined chakra, further purifying its essence. At this stage, one can begin to accumulate chakra over time, increasing its quality and quantity. With enough accumulation, breaking through yet another limit becomes possible, leading to a genuine elevation of one's life essence and even extending one's lifespan. This feels like a technique straight out of a fantasy world. Kaido's mind raced with excitement. To think it allows, making chakra more pure energy, raising the level of life itself and further extending lifespan. This is a true transcendent jutsu. Since it delves into the essence of chakra itself, I'll name it the Primal Essence Chakra Refinement Jutsu. Kaido decided with excitement. Turning to his personal attribute panel, he examined it carefully. Kaido Uchiha, talents, space-time gate, heaven rewards diligence, lifespan, 106 years, 4 months, 3 days, life force essence, 16.2, chakra level, gain in, chakra reserve, 2.1 cards, chakra attributes, water, wind, fire, earth, yin, yang, skills, primal essence chakra refinement jutsu, 1 out of 1000, beginner, medical ninjutsu, 27,568 out of 50,000, minor mastery vitality enhancement jutsu, 54,145 out of 100,000, mastery Uchiha meditation method, 1,456 out of 10,000, proficient basic taijutsu, 5,423 out of 10,000, proficient chakra control, 3,462 out of 10,000, proficient hand seals, 5 out of 5,000, proficient, capable of single-hand seals observation hockey, 2,351 out of 10,000, skilled. Aside from the newly created Primal Essence Chakra Refinement Jutsu, Kaido noted significant progress in his other skills and ninjutsu. Many of them were approaching the mastery level, and his observation hockey had reached a proficient stage. This progress had notably enhanced his mental faculties, extending the range of his sensory perception to a kilometer in diameter and improving the precision of his awareness. I need to teach Mom and Mikoto this Primal Essence Chakra Refinement Jutsu as soon as possible. Kaido resolved. Not only because this new technique was vastly superior to the old refinement methods, but also because it had a hidden benefit: it could completely refine the chakra seed of origin present in every ninja, allowing total control over their chakra. This would free the user from the manipulative influence of figures like Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the Sage of Six Paths, and Otsutsuki Kaguya, ensuring complete sovereignty over their chakra. Kaido had only discovered this truth after achieving enlightenment and using the new refinement technique to reforge his own chakra. Previously, his suspicions about chakra containing hidden dangers were based on vague knowledge from his past life, but now he had confirmed it. With the Primal Essence Chakra Refinement Jutsu, he could easily sense and fully integrate the chakra seed within himself, securing his chakra's independence. Without delay, Kaito used the communication space to contact his mother and Mikoto. He then went to the living room, using observation hockey to ensure Black Zetsu wasn't nearby before patiently waiting for them to arrive. Creak. The sound of doors opening filled the quiet night as Naori, Uchiha and Mikoto stepped out of their rooms, concern evident on their faces. "What's the matter, calling us at this hour? Did something happen?" Naori asked, her voice laced with worry. Mikoto, too, looked at Kaito, her eyes full of care and curiosity. "It's important, yes." Kaito nodded seriously. "Earlier, while refining chakra, I entered a state of enlightenment and created a new chakra refinement technique. I call it the Primal Essence Chakra Refinement Jutsu. This method." He proceeded to explain its numerous benefits and functions in detail to both of them. "What? There's an uncontrollable chakra seed within us?" Naori and Mikoto exclaimed in shock. Naori, aware of more future events, frowned and said grimly, "So, Hagoromo's spread of chakra across the ninja world wasn't as altruistic as it seemed, huh? There's a conspiracy behind it." Mikoto, on the other hand, looked intrigued and startled. "Wait, Hagoromo, the Sage of Six Paths, was a real person?" "Yes, very real." Kaito confirmed with a nod. "And not only that, he's still alive, or at least not fully dead. He's hiding in the Pure Land and meddling in worldly affairs. However," he added, "this information isn't to be shared with anyone else. Keep it to yourselves." Fortunately, the space-time mark Kaito had placed ensured that sensitive information wouldn't leak without his consent. This real-time security feature adapted automatically to Kaito's intentions and experiences. Someday, if Hagoromo ceased to be a threat, or was entirely dealt with, the confidentiality surrounding his existence would naturally dissolve. Kaito wouldn't need to do anything manually to enforce it. Chapter 61, How to Purify and Perfect the Bloodline. No wonder during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kaguya could so easily absorb the chakra of countless ninjas. No wonder the Sage of Six Paths was able to control the Pure Land and command the souls of deceased shinobi. All of this has a reason, a root cause. Naori Uchiha sighed deeply, her expression full of realization. "Thankfully, I have such an exceptional son, or else." "So, are you saying you're ready to teach us this Primal Essence Chakra Refining Jutsu?" Naori asked directly, looking at Kaito. "Yes." Kaito nodded confidently. "However, for now, it's not suitable to spread this new technique throughout the Uchiha clan. It might alert the Sage of Six Paths. But since you and the others are bonded to me, you don't need to worry about being detected. I hope you can change to this new method as soon as possible. Not just you two." Kaito added, "Tomorrow, I'll teach it to Kushina and Minato as well." Naori nodded in agreement. "Your caution is necessary. If this sage left behind a back door within the chakra seeds, it's very likely he would notice if we completely refine them. But are you certain it's safe for us to practice this technique?" Naori asked, her voice laced with concern. Mikoto chimed in support. "I agree with that, Naori. There's no need to rush if there's even a slight chance of danger. We can always wait until Kaito is strong enough to confront the Sage of Six Paths before we begin." Kaito smiled at their concern but waved his hand dismissively. "Relax. If I say it's safe, then it's safe. Do you underestimate my ability to travel between worlds? The space-time gate?" he added with a grin. "Even the Sage of Six Paths will never possess such a skill. With time, my growth will far surpass anything he could dream to achieve. I even have the confidence to elevate all of you to heights he can't begin to imagine. So, trust me and focus on mastering this technique. It'll significantly increase both the quantity and quality of your chakra. It will also make refining and controlling chakra far more efficient. Especially for you, Mom," Kaito said, turning to Naori. "You've already surpassed Kage level, with chakra quality rivaling that of an elite Kage. If you successfully transition to this technique, your chakra will continuously improve in both quality and quantity, accelerating your progress towards surpassing Kage level entirely. Moreover, during this process, you can use high-quality chakra to refine your body and even purify your bloodline. I've always believed that the reason ordinary Uchiha struggle to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, or even the Eternal Mangekyo, is because their bloodline lacks purity and completeness. If this technique can purify and perfect our bloodline, it might make awakening the Eternal Mangekyo possible through sheer effort alone." Naori's eyes lit up as she nodded in agreement. "I think you're absolutely right. If Indra and the Sage of Six Paths could achieve the Eternal Mangekyo without external help, then there must be a method. And perhaps the key lies in the purification and perfection of the bloodline. Alright, let's not waste time. Show me this primal chakra refinement jutsu. I can't wait to see its wonders." "Alright. Let's get started." Kaito began explaining the primal chakra refinement jutsu in detail. While he spoke, both Naori and Mikoto instinctively activated their sensory abilities, carefully monitoring their surroundings. Minutes later, Kaito finished his explanation and guided them through the initial steps of transitioning to the new technique. The process went surprisingly smoothly. Mikoto, who had less chakra, completed the transition quickly and refined the chakra seed within her. She immediately felt a significant improvement in her chakra control and efficiency, with her mastery reaching new heights. Boom! A terrifying wave of chakra burst forth from Naori, so overwhelming that Kaito and Mikoto had to retreat to avoid being crushed by its intensity. Good thing we activated a barrier, Kaito muttered as he glanced out the window. Otherwise, we'd have drawn a lot of attention. Yeah. Mikoto nodded, her gaze fixed on Naori. Aunt Naori's chakra feels so strong now. It's almost like it's becoming tangible. This is incredible. So this is what being at Kage level truly means? No. Kaito corrected, shaking his head. Even an ordinary Kage level ninja, or one who's transitioned to the primal chakra refinement jutsu, couldn't reach this level. This is because my mom's innate strength and chakra quality were already so exceptional. Transitioning to the new technique and increasing her chakra further amplified those traits. Ordinarily, only someone at the quasi-six paths level would surpass this. This is the level of chakra quality that legends like the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha had. So, does that mean Aunt Naori is close to reaching beyond Kage level? Mikoto asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Probably. Kaito said, nodding thoughtfully. But only Mom can confirm her exact progress. Another hour passed before Naori's aura stabilized completely. She slowly opened her eyes and exhaled deeply. Phew. Mom. Aunt Naori. How do you feel? Kaito and Mikoto rushed over, their curiosity and concern evident. Better than ever. Naori laughed, standing and patting their heads affectionately. I can feel the barrier to Super Kage level within my reach now. Maybe, in a year or two, I'll break through. Her chakra reserves had grown significantly, and its quality had doubled. Now, the same amount of chakra could produce much more powerful jutsu, or the same effects with far less chakra usage. Moreover, she had unlocked over 10 chakra nodes, making it possible to store pure chakra in them. Kaito. Naori said thoughtfully, after unlocking these nodes, I can indeed use my chakra reserves to temper my body and even purify my bloodline. The results are subtle but real. Great. Kaito said, eyes lighting up. That's fantastic news. But don't burn too much chakra on this. For body refinement, you can use physical training, specialized tonics, and seeking meat instead. As for bloodline purification, you can also rely on life force jutsu. It's extremely effective once you master it. The conversation ended late into the night, and everyone went to bed except for Naori, who stayed up, marveling at her progress. The next morning, Kaito introduced the technique to Kushina and Minato, who were shocked and impressed by the method's transformative potential. This could revolutionize how we use chakra. Minato murmured in awe. I still find it hard to believe. Chapter 62, The Easy-to-Find Thunder Fruit. So amazing. Kushina and Minato nodded gratefully. Thanks a lot, Kaito. Minato added earnestly, I'll do my best to grow stronger, so I can help you out in the future, Kaito. Kaito had done so much for him that he could never repay the debt. But that didn't mean his gratitude wasn't constantly growing. There was no one in the world who had treated him better or with more kindness. Come on, with our relationship, there's no need to say things like that. Kaito waved it off with a smile. Alright. Let's dig in. You can't talk while we eat. At that moment, Naori Uchiha brought out the last dish, calling everyone to the table. Alright, I'm starting. The group began to eat. Wow. Mom, your cooking is as amazing as ever. Totally. Aunt Naori's cooking is way better than my mom's. Agreed. Naori chuckled. Oh, really? You're not just flattering me, are you? I swear. Aunt Naori's cooking even beats Grandma's. Eat up, then. You'll need the energy for training later. Naori was all smiles, encouraged by the kids' compliments. As they ate, Kushina glanced around cautiously, lowering her voice as she asked, by the way, is Black Zetsu still lurking around the village? No need to be so secretive. Naori chuckled. I already checked. That guy left yesterday and hasn't come back. At least, he's nowhere near Hidden Lee village within a few kilometers. Why? Are you itching to head to the pirate world? Initially, they were supposed to have already visited Burka Island and perhaps even found the Thunder Fruit. But Black Zetsu's sudden appearance had forced them to put their plans on hold. They'd even paused training in life force technique and hockey. During the day, they'd stopped eating seeking delicacies, replacing them with high-grade nutrient pills just to avoid revealing their secrets. All the restrictions had been stifling. Really? He's gone? Kushina's face lit up, and she cheered, finally. That guy was such a pain. When I'm strong enough, I'll make sure he pays for all this trouble. Just wait. She realized she was getting carried away, so she quickly sat back down, her face a little flushed. Taking a bite of food, she muttered, I can't wait to go back to the pirate world. It's so much more exciting than the ninja world. It's bigger, too. After seeing that place, the ninja world feels so small and dull. The pirate world, with its vastness and freedom, felt completely different from the ninja world's constraints. True. Mikoto agreed, nodding. Whether it's the snowy Drum Island or the Sky Islands, everything is fascinating. And most of the people there are really nice, too. Unlike the ninja world. Kaido suggested, if you like it so much, let's head over there to train for a while. The high altitude and thin air on Sky Island will be a good challenge for us. Once my mom finds Burka, we'll check that place out, too. Training in unique environments like Sky Island, with its high altitude, was an excellent way to push their limits. Sounds good. Agreed. No objections. Kushina and the others nodded enthusiastically. After finishing breakfast and cleaning up, Kaido and the group left Shadow Clones behind in Hidden Leaf Village and teleported back to the pirate world. Huh? Where's Kaido? Did he not come over yet? Kushina asked in confusion when she didn't see him. He probably headed to Drum Island first. Naori chuckled. He still needs to finalize his deal with Kira. Since we've been out of touch for a few days, it makes sense to check in with her first. Naori summoned a ninja hawk, leaped onto its back, and said to Mikoto and the others, I'll go search for Burka Island. You guys stay here and train for now. See you later. With that, she tapped her foot gently. Caw. The ninja hawk let out a sharp cry and soared into the sky, heading swiftly toward Burka's general direction. Whoosh. The sound of the hawk cutting through the air quickly faded as Naori disappeared into the distance. At that moment, Kaito suddenly reappeared, startling the group. Why are you all staring at me? Get to training. He teased, shaking his head. Then he looked around and asked, where's my mom? She already left? Yeah. Mikoto confirmed. She's gone to look for Burka. Got it. Mikoto, you go ahead and train. Kushina, Minato, come with me. I'll teach you the primal chakra refinement jutsu inside the house first. The three of them nodded and followed him. Inside, Kaito spent the next half hour explaining the technique in detail, guiding them through the process of transitioning to the new method. All done. Let's head outside and work on other training projects. Kaito said, satisfied. The trio left the house to continue their training. Nearby, Mikoto was already hard at work. Further away, Sky Island residents and Shandians were busy cutting down trees and building houses and streets, working to turn Upper Yard into a big town. Yo. Kaito. Long time no see. Rossi, who was chopping wood, waved enthusiastically. The hostility he'd shown when he first met Naori had completely vanished. Now, he was all smiles, radiating warmth and openness. Hey, Uncle Rossi. Kaido waved back. It hasn't been that long, only 3 or 4 days, right? Are you building a new town already? That's some serious efficiency. I can't wait to see it finished. By the way, where's Ganful? I haven't seen him around. Oh, him? Rossi laughed. He went to another Sky Island to get more special shells for you. Our island's supply is limited, and you guys need a lot. Plus, it looks like this is going to be an ongoing deal, so we're expanding the trade network to include more islands. After all, we're pretty eager to get more soil from you, too. Ha. Rossi's excitement was evident. His people were thrilled at the prospect of expanding Upper Yard tenfold, maybe even 100-fold. About an hour later, Kaido received a message from Naori. She had found Burka Island. Everyone, stop for now. Kaido called out, clapping his hands. My mom found Burka Island. Let's head over, she's waiting for us. The group quickly activated their space-time portal runes, locking onto Burka Island's location and teleporting away. Near a forest on the edge of Burka Island, Naori was waiting. When Kaido and the others arrived, they greeted her warmly before looking around curiously. It's beautiful, but not too different from Upper Yard. Kushina remarked. Naori clapped her hands to get their attention. Don't let the scenery fool you. The people here are very different, they're extremely xenophobic, racist, especially toward people from the Blue Sea. Try to avoid the towns and settlements here. If you must go, use a transformation jutsu to disguise yourselves as Sky Beings. She added, even then, strangers stand out and might be targeted. Why are they like that? Kushina asked, confused. Naori explained, it's partly due to their religion and history. Their temples are very exclusionary, and past encounters with Blue Sea pirates caused a lot of harm here. They even dislike locals who don't have wings. Naori paused before saying, I saw a young boy being bullied earlier. He had long earlobes, likely the future god Enel. Do you want me to bring him over? Kaido thought for a moment. If he is grateful and can be recruited, I wouldn't mind nurturing him. But he's not the priority. The rumble fruit is. Oh, Kaido. Naori smirked and pulled out a golden, spiral-patterned fruit. Guess what I found? Kaido's eyes widened in excitement. You already found it? How? Where? It was surprisingly easy. Naori replied. It was being worshipped in a temple. I just snuck in, took it, and teleported out. Her smile faded slightly. But we should leave now. The temple priests seem to have a way to track the fruit, and they're already on their way here. Chapter 63, What's the true nature of devil fruits? Aunt Naori already found it? Wait, would this count as stealing? Kushina blinked in surprise, her expression a mix of confusion and amusement as she looked at Naori Uchiha and whispered. Hey, yeah, it's definitely stealing. Naori replied with a smirk. But leaving it there's such a waste. She continued, her tone becoming more serious. If we don't take it, Enel will get it in the future, eat it, and use it to destroy Burka Island to take revenge. I'm actually saving them by taking it. To be honest, they owe me a huge favor. Kushina and the others stared at Naori, dumbfounded by her audacious rationalization. Their gazes clearly said, we're just now realizing how shameless you can be. Alright, enough chit-chat. Let's move. They'll be here soon. Naori urged. Though she had already stashed the rumble fruit away, it was clear their pursuers weren't fools. They had locked onto the area. Let's go. Kaido also prompted. Without hesitation, Kushina and the others activated their teleportation abilities, vanishing instantly. Kaido followed close behind, with Naori taking up the rear. By the time the temple's guards arrived, they were long gone. The guards thoroughly searched the area, practically turning over every stone, but found nothing. Frustrated, they eventually left to search elsewhere. Their method of tracking the rumble fruit only worked while it hadn't been eaten. Once consumed, it would become impossible to trace. After returning to Drum Island via teleportation, the group took the opportunity to examine the devil fruit more closely. Unbeknownst to Kaido, Naori had already stored the fruit in her private space within the time-space gate. If Kaido had checked, he would have noticed it much earlier, but he generally avoided prying into the storage spaces bound to others as a sign of respect for their privacy. So, Kaido, are you going to eat it? Naori asked playfully, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. The others turned their attention to him, equally curious. Kaido hesitated, frowning slightly. Honestly, I don't want to eat it outright. It'd give me an obvious weakness. With my talent and access to resources from both worlds, I'm confident I can become strong enough without relying on a devil fruit. The rumble fruit isn't essential for me. However, his gaze sharpened, I do have an experiment I'd like to try. If it works, we might be able to remove the flaws of devil fruits entirely. Everyone perked up at that. If successful, it would mean they could all eat devil fruits without worrying about the associated drawbacks. Their power levels would soar, accelerating their growth significantly. Really? How do you plan to do that? Naori's curiosity deepened, and the others leaned in closer, eager to hear his explanation. It's simple. Kaito said confidently. I'll use the time-space gate to analyze it. I have absolute control over that space. I can manipulate both time and space within it at will. So, I'll attempt to isolate the flaw from the fruit. Of course, this assumes the flaw isn't an inseparable part of the fruit itself. He grinned. This was something he had been itching to test for a while now. Oh? Then get on with it. Naori urged, and the rest of the group chimed in excitedly. Alright, here we go. With a thought, Kaito sent the rumble fruit into the time-space gate's storage dimension. He began analyzing the fruit using his control over the space. This is interesting. He muttered. What's up? Naori asked, seeing the serious look on his face. This fruit. It's fascinating. Its form of existence is unique. It's not a fragment of some natural law or anything like that. Instead, it feels like it's directly tied to human emotions and willpower. Inside the fruit, there's a chaotic mix of wills. So, what exactly are devil fruits? Could they be special manifestations of the human spirit? A product of our desires and creativity? Kaito's mind raced with possibilities. Maybe devil fruits are a result of ancient human experimentation, some sort of advanced technological creation tied to the human spirit. Could they be the product of collective human will? The more he analyzed, the more shocked he became. Determined, Kaito began extracting the chaotic wills from the fruit. The process was surprisingly easy. Although the wills were deeply rooted and struggled fiercely, they were powerless against Kaido's absolute control. One by one, He stripped them away, leaving the fruit purified. As the chaotic quills were removed, they writhed violently, letting out unearthly screams. But soon, they began to weaken and dissipate, as if losing their anchor to existence. Intrigued, Kaido decided to release the extracted wills into the air. The moment they were exposed, they vanished, merging into the surrounding space. Kaido, using his sensory abilities, noticed faint spatial ripples and an immense, chaotic psychic presence. As I thought. Devil fruits are a manifestation of human willpower from centuries ago, shaped by their desires for transcendence. The fruit itself contains the accumulated spirit of its original creator and every user that followed. No wonder devil fruits can subtly influence their users over time. It's a form of spiritual pollution. At this, Kaido frowned. What's wrong? Naori asked, noticing his expression. Did it fail? Another chimed in. No, it worked. Kaido reassured them. He then explained his findings, leaving everyone shocked. So, does that mean we can't eat devil fruits anymore? Naori asked, stunned. Not necessarily. Kaido smiled, taking out the now purified rumble fruit. I've removed the chaotic wills and spiritual pollution from it. Now, whoever eats this fruit won't have to worry about their mind being affected. In fact, as they grow stronger and use the fruit's abilities, they'll gradually absorb its spiritual energy, making it entirely their own. Not only will they gain the fruit's power, but their own spiritual strength will skyrocket. Plus, without the chaotic wills, there's a high chance they won't even be rejected by seawater anymore. Kaido's explanation left everyone stunned. He hypothesized that devil fruit users were rejected by the sea because the fruits represented a distorted form of human spirituality, disconnected from nature. The sea, as the mother of all life, rejects this artificial creation and cursing the wills inside. But with the chaotic wills removed, the fruit becomes more harmonious with nature. Still, Kaido cautioned, these are just my guesses for now. I'll need to test this further to make sure. That's why I plan to get a few more devil fruits to test on other creatures. Once we have concrete results, I'll let everyone know. Then, we can each choose the devil fruit that suits us best, optimize and refine it, and then consume it. What do you think? Naori nodded thoughtfully. It's best to proceed cautiously. Let's see how it goes with more experiments. Minato, deep in thought, asked, Kaido, if you can purify a devil fruit, can you also extract a devil fruit from someone who's already eaten it? Would it hurt the user if you did? If this were possible, it would open up a new world of possibilities. They could eat devil fruits without fear of being permanently bound to them. If a fruit didn't suit someone, they could simply extract it and try another. If that's possible, it would be incredibly useful. They could consume purified devil fruits themselves and test whether or not they'd still be rejected by the sea. If they were rejected, they could just extract the fruit again and return to normal. Moreover, this method could be a game changer. If a desired devil fruit was already eaten by someone else, they wouldn't need to gamble on finding the fruit again after killing that person. They could simply extract it directly without unnecessary bloodshed. Kaido smiled. That's something I plan to explore too. But we'll have to wait and see. Chapter 64, The Experiment of Devil Fruits. Kaido was looking at Minato. Good idea. We can definitely test this out. But we'll need either a devil fruit or a devil fruit user to conduct the experiment before we know for sure. After all, they couldn't experiment on themselves, right? If something went wrong, someone could die. That's easy. At this moment, Naori Uchiha smirked and said, if it's about getting an actual devil fruit, that could be a bit tricky, they're not exactly common. But as for a devil fruit user, I saw one on Jaya Island not too long ago. Should I bring one back for us to experiment on? Getting this verified sooner would help her plan things out better. She also yearned for a devil fruit power without flaws or side effects. After all, such power could greatly enhance her strength. Really? Kaido froze for a moment, then exclaimed excitedly, what are we waiting for? Let's head to Jaya Island and start experimenting. Alright. Hearing this, Naori Uchiha smiled and raised a finger. But first, you guys wait in the uninhabited area on the other side of Pirate Town on Jaya Island. I'll bring the target to you. Otherwise, you might run into danger. That area isn't exactly safe. The main concern was that Kaido and the others were all too young and not yet strong enough. Even though they were powerful compared to ordinary pirates, there were still plenty of bounty hunters with rewards over tens of millions of baileys. Those people weren't easy to deal with. Better to be cautious. Got it. Kaido and the others understood Naori Uchiha's intentions and readily agreed. Good. Let's go. With that, Naori Uchiha led the group and teleported them to the opposite side of Pirate Town on Jaya Island. Afterward, she used her observation haki to cover the entire island. In an instant, she locked onto the only devil fruit user on the island. Found them. I'll be right back. Leaving this sentence behind, Naori Uchiha disappeared. She reappeared inside a bar. Who are you? She just teleported in, right? Could she be a devil fruit user with space-related powers? Seeing Naori Uchiha suddenly appear, the pirates froze momentarily, turning their gazes to her. Their expressions varied, some greedy, some frightened, some curious, and some just enjoying the spectacle. Sharingan, Ganjutsu. Naori Uchiha couldn't be bothered with them. Her Mangekyo Sharingan activated as she cast a Ganjutsu on a pirate over 2 meters tall in front of her. The man instantly fell into the illusion and fainted. Before the other pirates could react, Naori Uchiha grabbed the collar of the devil fruit user and vanished in a flash. What the hell just happened? Did she come here to kidnap someone? Oh no. Boss Bear was taken. Quick, after her. Chase her? How? We don't even know where she took him. The bar erupted into chaos. The pirates belonging to Boss Bear's crew were particularly panicked, unsure of what to do. They had never encountered such a bizarre situation. What kind of crazy person just shows up and snatches someone without saying a word? Meanwhile, pirates from other crews in the bar began whispering amongst themselves. Captain, this is a great opportunity. Boss Bear has a bounty of 60 million Baileys. His crew must be loaded. With him gone, they're defenseless. Let's take their stuff. Good point. Even if Boss Bear comes back someday, we can just grab what we can and escape. Agreed. No objections. Several pirate crews shared the same idea. Moments later, chaos erupted again as they attacked the remnants of Boss Bear's crew. Damn it. Bloodhand pirates, what are you doing? Stop this. Kill them. Ah. In no time, the entire bar devolved into a bloody melee. The result was inevitable. Boss Bear's crew was wiped out, and their riches were divided among the attackers. But all of this had nothing to do with Naori Uchiha. She reappeared with the hypnotized Boss Bear in front of Kaido and the others. Throwing Boss Bear to the ground, she pointed at him and said, "This guy is a devil fruit user. Based on what I overheard with my observation hockey, he ate the zone-type bear fruit, polar bear model. Use him to test it out. I suggest starting by removing the will and pollution of the devil fruit inside him. If that doesn't work, we'll extract the fruit instead." Got it. Kaito nodded and waved his hand, moving Boss Bear into the spatial dimension. With a focused mind, Kaito activated his powers, putting Boss Bear's soul into a deep sleep. Then he began trying to remove the will and pollution embedded in the devil fruit's power. The process went surprisingly smoothly. It worked. Let's check if he still gets rejected by seawater. Kaito beamed with joy, extracting the will and pollution from Boss Bear's devil fruit and tossing it into the void. Then, he dragged Boss Bear to the water's edge. He threw him into the seawater while monitoring his body with spiritual senses and chakra. The result was clear. Boss Bear's devil fruit abilities were unaffected by seawater. To be extra cautious, Kaido took both Boss Bear and a large amount of seawater into the spatial dimension for further observation. After confirming that the seawater had no suppressive effect on him, Kaido finally smiled in satisfaction. The experiment is a success. Removing the will and pollution from the devil fruit does indeed eliminate the seawater weakness. Moreover, I can completely remove the will and pollution from a devil fruit user's body. Even existing pollution can be eradicated. The absolute control of the spatial dimension is more powerful and refined than I ever imagined. I've been underutilizing this ability all along. Kinda realized he could further explore its potential, maybe even apply it to KK Genkai and bloodlines in the ninja world. This is worth testing in the future. Kaito was already on the road to become a scientist. Everyone cheered at the successful experiment. That's amazing. Now we can safely consume devil fruits without worrying about their weaknesses. Naori Uchiha clapped her hands in approval. Next, try extracting the devil fruit power from his body. Alright. Kaito was eager to proceed. The extraction was smooth and flawless, causing no harm to Boss Bear. The process worked perfectly. He didn't die or suffer in any way. The space-time dimension's power is just too precise. Even the soul fused with the devil fruit was extracted intact. This means we can add devil fruit users to our search list. We can now find and acquire the abilities we desire. Kaido announced, smiling at everyone. Chapter 65, No Benefits Without Its Risks. That's amazing. Yeah. This makes things so much easier. Kushina and the others cheered excitedly upon hearing the news. This was way simpler than just searching aimlessly for suitable devil fruits. Of course, they'd still have to defeat the current devil fruit users to claim them. But hey, if they couldn't manage that, couldn't they just call for backup? Right now, Naori Uchiha was already considered very strong, even in the world of pirates. In terms of power, she could likely rival an admiral. Although it was hard to say for sure without direct combat, she definitely wasn't far off. Still, she was probably weaker than the 4 emperors. But with her level of strength, she could hunt down most devil fruit users with ease. Don't celebrate too soon. Naori Uchiha interrupted their excitement with a reminder: hunting down devil fruit users to extract their powers may be easier than finding the fruits directly, but it's not without risks. If we only do it occasionally, people might think it's just a coincidence. But if we do it too often, someone's bound to notice. They might even figure out that we have a way to extract devil fruit abilities. If that happens, and the information leaks, we'll be in big trouble in the pirate world. The major powers will definitely target us. And unless we can overwhelm everyone with absolute strength, we'll never know peace. So unless it's absolutely necessary, I don't recommend doing this until you've all grown stronger. It could bring us enormous danger and make it much harder to explore and conquer the pirate world in the future. Think about it carefully, okay? Nothing is ever entirely good or bad. Everything has its pros and cons. You can't have all the benefits without the risks. The group fell silent, their expressions growing serious. You're right. Kaito nodded in agreement. In fact, in the original future of this world, Blackbeard did something similar with the dark fruit model, darkness human devil fruit. But by then, he was already a 4 emperors, one of the strongest in this world. He could handle the attention and the risks. Right now, we're not on that level. Of course. Kaito added with a grin, this doesn't mean we should give up. If we can quietly and discreetly take down specific devil fruit users, extract their powers, and avoid exposing ourselves as a group, then a little hunting shouldn't be a problem. Minato frowned slightly. If that's the case, then we'll need to avoid using ninjutsu in front of people in this world. Ninjutsu is too distinct. It would immediately give us away. Exactly. Naori and Kushina nodded. It really was frustrating. In the end, it all came down to their current lack of strength. If they were stronger, they wouldn't have to worry so much. That's why training your physical body, taijutsu, and mastering this world's haki and swordsmanship are just as important. Kaito encouraged. At least specialize in 1 or 2 areas. So keep working hard. We've got a long road ahead. Do we really have to learn so much? It feels overwhelming. Kushina sighed. She had already been pushing herself hard lately, using several shadow clones every day for training. But she was determined to keep going. For Kaito, for her clan, and for herself, she wanted to become strong enough to help, not just stand by helplessly during a crisis like the one in Hidden Village. You're already doing great, Kushina. Mikoto gently hugged Kushina's shoulders. You're the one who should be comforting me, you know. With your chakra reserves, mental strength, and stamina, you can handle training 10 clones at once. Picking up a few extra skills is no big deal for you. Minato and I, on the other hand, can't manage that at all. Minato shrugged helplessly. Low chakra reserves and insufficient mental strength. What can I do? Kushina smirked. Hey, well, everyone's got their strengths, right? Kaito chimed in with a smile. Actually, Kushina, Minato, Mikoto, don't be discouraged. In the future, you'll be able to do what Kushina does too. Don't forget, all the training you're doing, body strengthening, eating seeking meat, and practicing taijutsu, is improving your physique and life force. This will naturally increase your chakra reserves over time. And the primal chakra refinement jutsu you're practicing will further enhance the quality and quantity of your chakra. So it's only a matter of time before you catch up. Multitasking won't be a problem for you in the future. Minato and Mikoto were stunned for a moment before they realized he was right. Minato, especially, felt a surge of gratitude toward Kaito, his fondness for him growing even more. Mikoto? Her feelings had already maxed out a long time ago. Oh, by the way, once we unlock the map to Shimatsuki, Frost Moon, village in the East Blue, I'm planning to visit Ishin's dojo to learn this world's swordsmanship. If any of you are interested, you can join me. Kaito said. Shimatsuki village? That Koshiro? Mikoto's eyes lit up. He's a great swordsman. Count me in. Minato quickly added, me too. Kushina groaned. Ugh, the Uzumaki clan doesn't exactly have a tradition of swordsmanship. But if everyone else is going, I'll join too. It's just one more shadow clone, after all. No. Kaito shook his head. For swordsmanship, I recommend training with your real body. It involves refining your physical strength. Unless you're already at a high level in swordsmanship and physically strong enough, you can't afford to skip that part. Fine, I'll join. Kushina grumbled. Speaking of Ishin's dojo, Kashiro's daughter, Kuina, hasn't had her accident yet, right? Kushina asked suddenly. Not yet. Kaito nodded. She's only about 4 years old right now. There are still 6 years before her accident. When we join the dojo, I'll find a way to gain her trust and change her fate. Good. Kushina beamed. Kaito smiled. Not just Kuina. There are plenty of people whose lives we can change for the better. I hope to make both worlds, this one and ours, better and more peaceful. That's my goal. Minato and the others exchanged glances, then stood up. We'll help you. Peace was their shared aspiration as well. Clap, clap. Alright, let's not get off track. We can talk about this later. Naori Uchiha clapped her hands, interrupting their conversation. She turned to Kaito. Release that bear guy. Let me take care of him so we don't leave any loose ends. And as for that zone-type devil fruit, do you have any ideas about it? Now go. Kaito nodded and, with a simple thought, released the bear guy, then left with the group. Naori as alone with the bear guy. Without hesitation, Naori made a single hand sign. A massive fireball jutsu to incinerate the bear guy into a charred lump. Following that, she used earth style to bury the burned remains deep in the sand. Once everything was done, she returned to the group with a calm demeanor, as if all she had done was kill a chicken. Because of the distance, Kaito and the others barely felt anything. And that was exactly Naori's intention. The kids were still too young, and she didn't want their hands stained with blood just yet. She figured it was best to wait a few more years until Kaito and the rest were older and more prepared. After all, there wasn't an immediate need to rush such things. That being said, even the shinobi world wasn't as peaceful as it had been during her youth. The near destruction of the Uzumaki clan had shown how fragile peace was. While they had managed to rescue many survivors, the combined efforts of the three great shinobi villages had still succeeded in wiping out many Uzumaki clan members and seizing many of their stealing techniques. Not to mention, it was likely that some members of the Uzumaki clan had been captured during the chaos. Hidden Clouds Village, in particular, was notorious for targeting and kidnapping people with unique bloodlines or abilities. It wouldn't be surprising if they had abducted a few red-haired Uzumaki. Naori vividly remembered that in the future Kaito had described, several notable young ninja with red hair and dark skin appeared under the banner of the Raikage. She strongly suspected that these individuals were the result of Uzumaki clan members being forced to integrate into Hidden Clouds Village's population. Of course, that was just a theory. Not all red-haired individuals were necessarily Uzumaki. Chapter 66, Ownership of the Rumble Fruit. Anyone interested in this zone-type fruit? Kaito asked as he glanced at Minato and the others after his mother returned. Nope. I'll pass. Absolutely not. The trio, including Minato, all shook their heads decisively. The main reason was that this devil fruit's ability wasn't particularly impressive. It could only enhance physical strength and speed up taijutsu training. Also, it was ugly. Yeah, that was the key issue. Haha. Kaito and Naori Uchiha couldn't help but laugh at their reactions. Kushina, Mikoto and Minato, influenced by their laughter, chuckled along. By the way, the energy from the extracted devil fruit needs a compatible fruit as a medium to solidify. Otherwise, it'll disperse on its own. Kaito explained. At this moment, the bear fruit was still in an energy state within the space of the dimensional gate. It hadn't solidified into a proper devil fruit. Oh? Naori Uchiha raised an eyebrow and asked, should I find you some fruit for that? Yes, please. Kaito nodded. I don't have any stock here. Could you grab some for me, Mom? Thanks. Wait here. Naori nodded and vanished in a flash, reappearing moments later in front of a fruit shop in a pirate town. With a wave of her hand, she collected all the fruit in the store into her storage space. She tossed a handful of Bailey at the stunned shopkeeper before disappearing again. The shopkeeper. What just happened? Still, he knew better than to complain. Someone like that was not worth provoking. At least she paid, right? The next moment, Naori was back with Kaito and said, many different fruits are in my storage space. You can take what you need from there, I'm not pulling them all out. Got it. Kaito retrieved one of each type of fruit from her storage and transferred them into the main space. He guided the energy of the bear fruit toward one of the fruits, watching as it transformed into a peculiar devil fruit with unique patterns and shapes. Done. Satisfied, Kaito then pulled out the thunder fruit and turned to the group. What about this one? Anyone interested in the rumble fruit? Nope. You've been eyeing it for a while, haven't you? You take it. Kushina said, shaking her head. Besides, lightning powers don't really suit me. I'm more into something like a powerful zone or a physical enhancement paramsha. Something that makes my punches stronger would be ideal. As she spoke, Kushina raised her small fist proudly. She had been learning superhuman strength techniques from Tsunade and Uzumaki Mido. Combined with the Uzumaki clan's natural advantages, she felt physical combat suited her best. Sure, lightning powers could enhance the body, but she didn't want to turn into a muscle-bound Amazon. Got it. Kaito said, nodding in understanding. You want a zone type like the nine-tailed fox or a parimsha like the quake fruit. There should be plenty of options. He added. The devil fruits shown in the memories you got are just a fraction of what's out there. In this real world, there are many powerful ones. What about the nine-tailed fox? Wouldn't that suit Grandma Mito better? Kushina asked, resting her chin on her finger. Clearly, she already knew Uzumaki Mito had the nine tails sealed within her. Well, that made sense. She'd been brought back as a potential Jinchuriki, so she'd already undergone the necessary education and preparation. Fortunately, Mito wouldn't die for decades, meaning there was no need, or possibility, to replace her as the Jinchuriki. Removing the beast would kill her. If it's for Mito-sama, her affection level for me would have to be high enough. Kaito said with a wry smile. You know I can't risk exposing information about other worlds unless someone is fully bound to me. Yeah, I understand. Kushina replied with a grin. I was just saying. Grandma Mito adores you anyway. It's only a matter of time. As for the quake fruit, we can rule that out for now. She continued. Whitebeard is in his prime, so don't even think about it. Currently, Luffy had probably just been born, meaning the Paramount War was at least 17 years away. Whitebeard was at the peak of his power right now. You're overthinking it. Kinda rolled his eyes. I'm not stupid enough to provoke Whitebeard now. With his current strength, he's likely on par with the first Hokage at his peak, if not even stronger when considering his sheer destructive power. While he hasn't reached Six Paths level, he could still hold his own for a while against someone like Kaguya or others of that level. Beating Six Paths level like Six Paths Madara, though? That's a mystery. Strength comparisons between worlds were always tricky to figure out. Kaito figured he'd have to wait until his own power grew enough to test it himself. Maybe all his assumptions were wrong. I'll pass too. Minato said, shaking his head. You should take it, Kaito. I've already taken so much from you, I can't keep asking for more. Same here. Mikoto added. It's better if you eat it. You're missing a lightning attribute, right? This might help you get it. Good point. Naori agreed. From the information you've given me, breaking into Six Paths level strength will require more than just eating a god tree fruit or becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki. You'll need to master your bloodline limits, refine yin-yang release, and create truth-seeking orbs on your own. This thunder fruit could help you fill in the gap for the lightning attribute. Don't waste the opportunity. You should eat it. The sooner your strength improves, the sooner I'll feel comfortable letting you explore the outside world. She added. As for me, I'll decide on a devil fruit later. The thunder fruit doesn't suit me anyway. Alright then. I won't hold back. When we find more devil fruits, we can distribute them then. Kaito had secretly wanted the fruit, but he had been hesitant. Since everyone was encouraging him, he felt justified in taking it now. Kaito knew that this devil fruit would suit Minato well, but he needed it for himself. Besides, he could always find Minato a more fitting fruit, like the Dorador fruit or another space-related one. So without hesitation, he bit into the fruit. As he swallowed, he felt a surge of lightning energy flow into his body, settling in his heart and spreading throughout his entire being, reshaping him. Strange. Since this is a product of spiritual energy, shouldn't it fuse directly with my soul? He couldn't help but wonder. He saw how the power of the bear fruit had partially fused with its user's spirit. Maybe it's something I have to integrate step by step? While Kaito was deep in thought, Kushina couldn't resist her curiosity. Kaito, is it true? Does the fruit really taste as bad as they say? Like eating poop? She teased, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Mikoto and the others also cast curious, amused glances at him. Snapping out of his thoughts, Kaito gave them an exasperated look. That's nonsense. I wouldn't know what the original devil fruits taste like, I've never had one before. And as for the taste of poop, I have no idea what it's like. He added, rolling his eyes. Kushina, if you're curious, stop right there. Kushina interrupted, raising her hand. I get it. Don't say another word. Not interested at all. Ugh, so disgusting. She definitely wasn't curious anymore. That was way too disgusting. Hey. Seeing this, Kaito chuckled cheerfully. Alright, I'll let it slide this time. Then, he continued, you know, the purified and improved devil fruit actually tastes pretty good. Kind of like a regular pineapple. I think it has something to do with the purification process, maybe even a connection to Mendel resonance. I suspect the reason the original devil fruits taste so awful is because they carry a will or presence that pollutes the human spirit. The human spirit naturally rejects this kind of pollution, which makes them taste horribly unpleasant. Of course, that's just my theory, so I can't say for sure. But honestly, Kaido thought his reasoning made a lot of sense. Saying this, he casually took another bite of the rumble fruit in his hand and quickly finished it. He then began to carefully sense the abilities of the fruit. Sure enough, his chakra attributes now showed an additional lightning element. He also glanced at his status panel, noticing a new skill in the list, rumble fruit, 1 out of 1000, beginner, ZZT. In the next moment, blue lightning arcs flickered across Kaido's body. Raising his hand, he aimed at a nearby open space. Zrak! A bolt of blue lightning, as thick as a finger, shot out from his palm, streaking across the sky before striking the ground. The blast left a small pit about 10 centimeters deep, with faint traces of vitrified sand around its edges. You have used the rumble fruit ability. Proficiency plus 20, this level of lightning power is already on par with a C-rank lightning-style jutsu. What about the energy cost? Naori Uchiha's eyes lit up as she observed, posing her question. Kaido did a quick mental calculation and replied, this doesn't consume chakra. It only drains physical stamina. Based on my current physique, it took about 1% of my total stamina. Oh? Hearing this, Naori Uchiha's eyes shone even brighter. That's pretty good. The cost-effectiveness is amazing. This is way more efficient than ninjutsu. It seems the Logia-type devil fruits really provide a significant boost. Maybe it was time for her to start looking for a strong Logia-type devil fruit for herself? Not quite. Kaido shook his head and explained, don't forget, I've only just eaten this fruit. My spiritual energy is strong, and I've honed my chakra control through rigorous training. Plus, I already have expertise in several lightning-style techniques before, trying to get the lightning affinity. Although the abilities of the rumble fruit are different from chakra control, they both involve manipulating energy, specifically the lightning element. My initial control over it is decent, and the development speed will likely be quite fast at the beginning. So, this level of power shouldn't be taken as the standard for what a devil fruit can do. Fair enough. Naori Uchiha nodded thoughtfully. As expected, certain principles overlap between different training systems. Alright, keep testing. Sure thing. Kaito was more than happy to comply. He turned to Naori Uchiha and said, Mom, try throwing a kunai at me. Oh? Testing elemental intangibility, huh? Alright. Understanding his intention, Naori Uchiha pulled a kunai from her storage space. With a swift flick of her wrist, she sent it flying toward Kaido's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, the kunai pierced straight through Kaido's left shoulder without any resistance, embedding itself deep into the sand behind him. Whoa. That's incredible. Lightning style can't replicate this. Both Naori Uchiha and Kushina were astonished. They quickly stepped forward to inspect Kaido's body, but their hands passed right through him without any resistance. As they withdrew their hands, faint arcs of electricity flashed over the areas they touched before returning to normal. This intangibility ability is excellent against pure taijutsu specialists and even projectiles in the ninja world. Naori Uchiha mused. But I wonder, does it work against ninjutsu? Also, is this effect always passive, or do you have to activate it yourself sometimes? Resting her chin on her hand, Naori Uchiha directed her questions to Kaido. If this ability could even block ninjutsu, its value would skyrocket. Kaido's survivability in the ninja world would be maxed out. It's always passive, but I can deactivate and activate it if I want to. Kaido clarified. As for whether it works against ninjutsu, I'm not sure yet. We'll need to test it. Alright. Let's give it a try. Naori Uchiha immediately raised her hand, summoning a small arc of electricity. Let's start with lightning style. This wasn't a full-fledged jutsu, just a minor manipulation of lightning chakra. While it wouldn't cause any real harm, it was enough for testing. Okay. Kaito stretched out his hand eagerly. Naori Uchiha guided the arc of electricity toward his outstretched hand. ZT. The tiny spark struck Kaido's finger, and she immediately stopped the flow of chakra. Well? How is it? She asked, slightly nervous. No effect. Kaido laughed and shook his head. It didn't do any damage at all. But I'm not sure if that's because of the rumble fruit. Maybe I'm just naturally immune to pure lightning attacks. We should try other chakra natures next. Figured as much. Let's keep going. Unfazed, Naori Uchiha continued her experiments, testing all 5 basic chakra natures against Kaido. The results. While Kaido wasn't completely immune to other chakra types, their effectiveness was noticeably reduced. What a pity. When the tests concluded, Naori Uchiha sighed. If only he were fully immune to ninjutsu, his intangibility would make him nearly invincible. That's strange. In the One Piece world, other devil fruit powers can't hurt Logia users in their intangible state. So why can ninjutsu? She muttered in confusion. Probably because of how chakra works. Kaito offered a theory. Chakra is a fusion of cellular energy and spiritual energy. He explained. In the One Piece world, Logia intangibility can be bypassed by armament hockey or conqueror's hockey. According to Rayleigh's notes on hockey training, armament hockey seems to involve a mix of willpower, vitality, and life force. It's as if users imbue their attacks with their own intent and life energy. Conqueror's hockey might go even deeper, tapping into the soul or spirit. Since chakra incorporates both physical and spiritual energy, it's no surprise that ninjutsu can interact with Logia intangibility. Simply put, the willpower and spiritual energy of other living beings can affect Logia users. That makes sense. Naori Uchiha nodded in agreement, unable to think of a better explanation. Chapter 67, A True Millennium Dragon. Alright. The tests are complete. The Sky Island matter can be set aside for now. Next, you all should focus on training and improving your strength. Once the Ninja Hawk, Kuro, completes the map of Warship Island, we'll proceed. That should be done by tomorrow. When the time comes, I'll take you to search for the Dragon Bones and a true Millennium Dragon. For now, let's head back. Naori Uchiha waved her hand, urging everyone to move along. Got it. Kaido and the others nodded eagerly. With a few swishes of teleportation magic, they left the area and returned to Upper Yard on Sky Island to continue their training. After finishing her morning training session, Naori Uchiha teleported directly back to the ninja world to handle clan affairs. 2 days later, at the Uchiha residence, is the Uchiha magical shell store ready? When will it open? Naori Uchiha asked the second elder. In recent days, the first batch of magical shells had been purchased from Skypiea. They had all kinds, fire-breathing shells, sound shells, impact shells, and more. Each type came in quantities of no less than several hundred. Naori had bought them all. The payment? Mainly soil, with some trades involving salt, minerals, and food supplies. She had prepared everything in advance and completed the transaction with ease. It's all set. We should be able to open by tomorrow. The second elder said confidently. Honestly, these magical shells are really practical. They can be used in everyday life, so I imagine they all sell like hotcakes. He wanted to ask where these items came from. They clearly weren't like anything from the ninja world, at least not something he'd ever heard of. But since it involved Naori's secrets, he wisely refrained. After all, as long as his granddaughter, Mikoto, received Naori's exceptional guidance, that was enough. Good. Naori nodded in satisfaction. Open the store as soon as possible and establish another Uchiha business venture. Make sure to assign 2 people to maintain order, and have the nearby police force patrol the area frequently to prevent any trouble. She aimed to use these unique products and commercial strategies to strengthen the Uchiha's ties with other ninja clans. Gradually, this would improve their reputation in the village. It would also pave the way for Kaido's future rise to the position of Hokage. If Kaido could one day become Hokage, earning goodwill from the villagers would be much easier. By then, the Uchihas wouldn't be as short-staffed and could form contracts with a large number of capable ninjas. These ninjas could then be sent to explore and build a foothold in the pirate world, preparing for Kaido's future dominance there. I understand. The second elder nodded. With the Uchiha's current strength, we don't fear anyone. Even the third Hokage and Denzo have been unusually quiet lately, thanks to you, great elder. Don't let your guard down. Naori said, her brow furrowing slightly. Arrogance and complacency are fatal flaws. Even if we eliminate Saratobe Hiruzen in the future, we must never relax our vigilance, let alone now, when they haven't suffered any real losses. Have you forgotten how the Senju clan fell into decline over the years? The ninja world is growing more tense by the day, and a new war could break out at any moment. If we don't want the Uchihas to repeat the Senju's fate, everyone needs to stay alert, train hard, and strengthen themselves. This isn't just advice for you, second elder, it applies to everyone here. After you return, make sure to warn the younger clan members. Got it? Recently, the clan had grown restless, and Naori felt compelled to remind them often. It couldn't be helped, the Uchihas were naturally proud and impulsive. Fortunately, Kaido had already finished writing a new curriculum for ideological training. Naori had reviewed it and found it excellent. She hoped the courses would help the clan members become more level-headed and disciplined. Understood. We'll take care of it. The elders straightened up, realizing the truth in her words. They agreed to address the growing arrogance among the clan. Indeed, now wasn't the time to relax. Even if the third Hokage and Denzo had restrained themselves recently, they were still lurking, waiting for an opportunity. Good. That's all for today. I'll be busy for the next 2 days, so keep an eye on things yourselves. I'll leave a shadow clone at home. If anything urgent comes up, contact me. Meeting adjourned. After giving her final instructions, Nori dismissed the elders. Once they were gone, she activated the house's barrier, created a shadow clone to stay behind, and teleported away. The next moment, she appeared on Drum Island, at Kira's place. By now, Kaito and the others were already there waiting. Kaito was asking Kira, "Ms. Kira, if we had the blood of a living Millennium Dragon, could it replace the dragon bone as the main ingredient for your secret medicine?" Kira looked at Kaito with surprise and asked, "You found a real living Millennium Dragon? That's impossible. Those creatures are incredibly rare. Most people won't see one in their entire lifetime. The Millennium Dragons have no fixed habitat, they wander across the world, mostly soaring high in the skies and rarely landing near inhabited areas. I did find an old, living Millennium Dragon." Kaito confirmed with a nod. "The question is, can you do it or not?" If possible, he didn't want to hunt down the Millennium Dragon just for its bones. Even if it would die naturally in a decade or so, killing such a highly intelligent creature didn't sit well with him. Of course, there were probably plenty of dragon bones under the seas near Warship Island. However, Kaito wasn't sure if the prolonged exposure to water had rendered them ineffective. If they were useless, he'd really have no choice but to consider the living dragon as an option. "Damn, kid, you're amazing." Kira's eyes lit up with excitement. "To think you could find such a creature, what luck. Living dragon blood can actually replace dragon bones as an ingredient for what you named after improving the formula of my secret medicine, the longevity pills. The effect might even be better. Back in my day, I never came across a living Millennium Dragon, otherwise, I would have cracked the secret long ago. So, where is this dragon you're talking about? Would it be okay to take me along to see it? I'm really curious about a creature like that." "Sure thing. You've helped me a lot, after all." Kaito agreed without hesitation. Having Kira as backup wouldn't hurt either. He knew better than to underestimate her. Someone who'd lived over 100 years, traveled the world, and still brimmed with energy couldn't be simple. "Ha. Thanks a lot." Kira grinned happily. "Don't worry, I won't try to steal anything from you. In fact, if you ever have any questions, you can come to me. Consider this my favor to you. If you're interested, I can even work with you to research how to use dragon blood to make better longevity medicine. As payment, just give me 3 pills when it's all done." She had already taken 2 longevity pills made from dragon bones, extending her life by 75 years. Even though her lifespan was still long, she didn't mind adding more years. She was also chasing a breakthrough in medicine, hoping to find a way to elevate her life to a whole new level, perhaps even achieve true immortality. "Deal. As long as you help make plenty of longevity pills, I'm good," Kaito said with a smile. If dragon blood really worked, the number of longevity pills they could produce would skyrocket. Of course, he wouldn't kill the dragon. At most, he'd occasionally draw some blood from it, which might even improve its circulation. In return, he could also promise to help the dragon regain its memories and reunite with its kin. He already knew how to do that, after all. As for whether summoning the dragon's kin a decade early would cause problems, Kaito figured it wouldn't. Compared to the Millennium Dragon's lifespan, a few years early or late didn't really make a difference. Besides, who knew? If not for this dragon's old age and dementia, it might have already called its kin long ago. "Alright then, what are we waiting for? Let's go now." Kira got up immediately, quickly packing a few essentials into her bag before turning to Kaito. "Let's move." Kaito grabbed her arm, nodded to Nori Uchiha and the others, then activated his ability. With a thought, he teleported both himself and Kira to a spot halfway up Warship Island. "Wow, you can teleport with people? So, where are we now? Care to explain?" Kira looked around in awe at their surroundings, marveling at Kaito's teleportation ability. At the same time, her observation haki activated without her even realizing it, scanning the entire island in an instant. Before Kaito could respond, she gasped and looked toward the mountain's peak. "Unbelievable. There really is a Millennium Dragon here. And it's an old one too, so old it's forgotten its past." "Huh?" Kaito stared at her in surprise. "How do you know all that? Observation haki?" "Yep, observation haki. I already had a conversation with the dragon." Kira confirmed with a nod. Everyone around them couldn't help but gasp. "Just how strong is your observation haki?" Kaito asked, astonished. "You can sense things from this far away and even communicate with the dragon directly? Wait, don't tell me you've mastered the ability to hear the voice of all things?" Maybe he'd been underestimating Kira this whole time. This woman was full of surprises. "Hey, close enough." Kira chuckled. "But the true voice of all things is a natural ability, it can't be learned. Of course, some people might develop something similar through training. Like the sword masters who can cut through steel, they've achieved a weaker version of it." "I see." Kaito nodded in understanding. In that case, since you can communicate with the dragon, this will be much easier. Let's go meet the dragon," he said, leading the group as they climbed to the mountain's summit. Eventually, they reached a cave where they saw a massive creature with green feathers sprawled on the ground. The dragon's head was bald, and its eyes were dull and cloudy. When it noticed Kaido and the others entering, it barely moved, just lying there and watching them silently. Kaido stepped forward and said, "Sir Dragon, I can help you regain your lost memories and remember your mission. Would you like to try?" At his words, the dragon's cloudy eyes suddenly gleamed with dazzling light. In an instant, its dull gaze turned sharp and full of life. It glanced at Kira, who walked up to Kaido and relayed the dragon's response. "It says if you can really do that, it's willing to do everything in its power to repay you." "Great." Kaido nodded, satisfied. "All I'll need afterward is some of your blood." Kira translated, "It agrees." "All right." Seeing the dragon's goodwill at 54 points, Kaido stepped forward confidently. He placed his hand on the dragon's head and used his spiritual power to transmit visions of its future, calling its kin, building a nest, and raising offspring. The dragon's eyes brightened even further as the images unlocked its buried memories. At that moment, it remembered everything, including its purpose. Chapter 68, Space-Time Gates Hidden Uses. The dragon let out a low growl in a deep voice as it gazed at Kaido. Kira quickly pulled Kaido back while simultaneously shouting a warning to Naori Uchiha and the others. "It says it's going to fulfill its mission now. Once it completes its mission, its body will belong entirely to you, kid. So let's make way. We need to retreat for now." Hearing this, Naori Uchiha and the others hastily followed Kira, leaving the cave and distancing themselves from the dragon's den. Boom, boom, boom. Loud, thunderous footsteps echoed from the cave. Before long, a massive Millennium Dragon emerged from the darkness, stepping onto a nearby stone platform. It flapped its wings, preparing to take flight. Perhaps because it had regained some vitality after being rejuvenated by over a decade, the Millennium Dragon no longer seemed on the verge of collapse. Its eyes sparkled with determination. Roar. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the Millennium Dragon let out an earth-shaking roar. The sound reverberated with a strange frequency, causing the entire warship island to tremble violently, along with the surrounding sea. The Millennium Dragon continued roaring. Roar. Minutes later, distant echoes of similar roars responded from the horizon. Soon, a group of Millennium Dragons came soaring toward the island at incredible speed. They quickly surrounded the Elder Dragon, roaring as they circled it mid-flight. The entire warship island began to tremble even more intensely. Gradually, the island started rising from the sea. The island is moving. It's rising. Kushina and the others immediately noticed something was off and exclaimed in shock. "Relax, it's the Millennium Dragon's doing. It'll settle down soon." Kaido reassured them. "Whoa? This is incredible." Kira exclaimed in amazement, using her keen observation haki to peer into the depths below Warship Island. She spotted countless Millennium Dragon skeletons and unhatched eggs scattered beneath the seabed. This place. It's a breeding ground and nursery for Millennium Dragons? No wonder. Turning to Kaido, Kira asked, "You knew all this from the start, didn't you?" "Of course." Kaido confirmed with a nod. "I wouldn't have sought out that Millennium Dragon otherwise." In no time, a section of the seabed spanning several kilometers around Warship Island emerged above the water, revealing rocky outcrops and a massive Millennium Dragon remains. Can these Millennium Dragon bones still be used as materials for life-extending elixirs? Kaido couldn't help but ask as he looked at the scene. "They should still be effective," Kira replied after a quick examination with observation haki. "The essence in Millennium Dragon bones doesn't dissipate easily. Though they won't be as potent as bones from a living or freshly deceased dragon, you'll just need more bones to extract enough essence for crafting longevity elixirs. Even so, with this many bones, you'll be able to make a lot of those elixirs. Congratulations." Kaido grinned. "Thanks. We'll celebrate together." Roar. At that moment, the upward motion of Warship Island ceased, and the island stabilized. The Millennium Dragon landed on the newly risen beaches, laying eggs and preparing for the next generation. Crack, crack, crack. Some ancient dragon eggs, seemingly reawakened during the earlier ritual, began to hatch. One by one, baby Millennium Dragons emerged from their shells. Watching this, the elder Millennium Dragon, its memories now fully restored, seemed filled with relief and happiness. It had finally fulfilled its mission. However, the ritual had also drained its remaining life force. Its time had run out. Even so, it wasn't ready to leave just yet. The Elder Dragon had promised to repay Kaido's kindness. After saying its goodbyes to its kin, the dragon flapped its wings and returned to Kaido and the others. Looking at Kaido, it let out a low growl. Kira quickly translated, The Millennium Dragon says thank you for helping it recover its memories and complete its mission. It wants to offer its body as repayment for your kindness. Kaido felt a little conflicted but couldn't help asking, Millennium Dragon, isn't there any way for you to keep living? A living Millennium Dragon would obviously be far more valuable than a deceased one. The dragon shook its head in response. Kaido's expression hardened. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He checked the dragon's goodwill toward him using his innate ability and found that it had reached 88 points, enough to fulfill the requirements for a binding contract. With the unique properties of the space-time gate in mind, Kaido stepped forward and said, wait. I might have a way to save you. Trust me for now. He placed a hand on the Millennium Dragon, and with a thought, they vanished from the island, reappearing on a deserted small island between Warship Island and Logue Town. The dragon looked bewildered as Kaido summoned a mysterious rune from his forehead. Holding it out, he said, if you're willing, touch this rune and agree to the bond. I might be able to save you. But know that as part of the deal, you'll have to follow me from now on. What do you think? The Millennium Dragon stared at the rune, then at Kaido. Sensing his sincerity, it nodded slightly and touched the rune with its head. Immediately, a voice echoed in the dragon's mind, asking if it was willing to form a binding contract with Kaido. The contract promised great benefits but also required partial submission. Without hesitation, the dragon agreed. The rune entered its mind, and an influx of knowledge filled its consciousness, memories of the past, glimpses of the future, secrets of the space-time gate, and details about the ninja world. Additionally, Kaido transmitted techniques like the Life Force technique and the Primal Chakra refinement method, complete with personal insights. Kaido intended to test whether these techniques could work on the Millennium Dragon. Though they was designed for humans, Kaido, who had nearly perfected the method, believed he could modify it to suit the dragon's physiology. He could modify the technique based on the structure of the dragon's meridians and body. He might even create a version of the Life Force technique tailored for the dragon. If it worked, the dragon could possibly use it to extend its lifespan further. Moreover, the Primal Chakra refining jutsu wasn't just any ordinary method. Not only could it help practitioners refine their internal chakra seeds with ease, but it also enabled those without chakra seeds to form their own. In other words, anyone in the One Piece world, including the Millennial Dragon, could use this technique to condense their own chakra seeds and refine chakra. That was the most incredible part. Otherwise, people in the One Piece world would basically never be able to refine chakra. Unless one day, Kaido broke through to the Six Paths level and mastered the method of acknowledgement, he might then grant people in the One Piece world the ability to refine chakra. By teaching the Millennial Dragon the Primal Chakra refining jutsu, Kaido aimed to give it the ability to refine chakra, turning it into a ninja beast. Later, he might even take the dragon to find the Slug Sage and try to get the sage to teach it sage jutsus to further extend its lifespan. Everyone knows that the sages of the three great summoning lands have been alive for at least 1,000 years. For creatures whose species weren't inherently long-lived, gaining such a lifespan must be the result of practicing sage jutsus. If neither of these methods worked to extend the Millennial Dragon's life, Kaido could only try sealing it temporarily in the space-time gate. After all, if he could freeze time and space within the gate, couldn't he apply that to living beings, essentially using it as a stasis chamber? Hello, Kaido. At this moment, the Millennial Dragon opened its eyes, and a voice echoed in Kaido's mind. Huh? You can communicate telepathically now? Kaido looked at the dragon in surprise and asked. Yes. The Millennial Dragon nodded. After forming a contract with you, I gained the ability to send you messages telepathically through our bond. I didn't expect you to be such a fascinating existence. I also know that you're trying to save my life. Although I don't think it's necessary, because I have no regrets left in this life, I appreciate your effort. I'm willing to give it a try. However, if it doesn't work in the end, please don't be sad about my passing. The Millennial Dragon clearly had a calm attitude toward life and death. Alright, I promise. Kaido nodded seriously and said, the Life Force technique will need your help to adjust and recreate, and the Primal Chakra refining jutsu won't work without a compatible sage jutsu to extend your life. Those can wait. But since your remaining lifespan is so short, let me try the last option first. Don't resist, I'm going to take you into the space-time gate. Alright. The Millennial Dragon nodded again. In the next moment, it allowed Kaido to bring it into a separate section within the space-time gate that Kaido had specially set up. Kaido first put the Millennial Dragon's soul into a deep sleep. Then, he froze time in that part of the space entirely. He carefully observed the dragon's body through his authority over the space. As expected, its bodily functions had completely stopped. It worked. Haha. Kaido was overjoyed. This way, even if someone bonded with me is nearing the end of their lifespan and I can't extend it, I can seal them in the space-time gate and wait until I figure out a solution before unsealing them. Chapter 69, Limitless Lifespan. Kaito saw that his idea had worked, so he decided not to wake the Millennium Dragon for now. I'll deal with the Millennium Dragon's version of the health-enhancing technique first, a new life force technique for beasts, then wake it up later, he thought. With that, he made up his mind and teleported back to Warship Island. You're back? How did it go? Is the Millennium Dragon saved? Naori Uchiha asked as soon as she saw him. Kaito nodded. More or less. For now, I've sealed it with a special method. Got it. Naori Uchiha replied with understanding. No point dwelling on it now, the rest of the Millennium Dragons have already flown away. Kira reminded them. Sure enough, many dragons were soaring into the sky, taking the newly hatched younglings with them in a grand formation. Soon, they disappeared from sight. Suddenly, the entire Warship Island started trembling violently. The island began sinking slowly into the sea. Mom, let's collect some dragon bones before they're underwater. It'll save us from diving for them later. Kaido quickly suggested to Naori Uchiha. Good idea. Let's go. Without hesitation, Naori Uchiha summoned a ninja hawk, Kuro, and hopped on. Together, they soared down the mountain and soon landed by the beach. Turning back, she waved toward Kaido and the others still on the mountain. In the next instant, Kaido teleported himself and Kura to the beach. I'll handle this. Just watch. Naori Uchiha declared. She activated the fourth stage of Susanoo, causing Kura to gasp in awe. Manipulating the chakra giant, she stepped into the portion of the beach that was already being swallowed by the sea. One by one, she collected dragon bones, storing them in her storage space. She was careful to avoid disturbing the unhatched dragon eggs. Stealing bones is one thing, but ruining the eggs would be too much. She muttered. After gathering more than 20 relatively intact and fresh dragon bones, Naori Uchiha stopped. By then, the island had stabilized, and the beach was fully submerged underwater. Deactivating Susanoo, she teleported back to Kaito and the others. I've collected over 20 bones. Is that enough, or should I grab more? That's plenty. Kaito assured her. We should have enough for now. He had already inspected the dragon bones in his storage space and was pleasantly surprised by their quality. The bones appeared to be petrified on the surface, with minimal loss of essence. Just one bone could likely produce hundreds or even thousands of longevity pills. If more were needed, they could always return later. Alright, let's head back. Naori Uchiha said, nodding. She and the group returned to Kira's place. While the others began their training, Kaido retrieved one dragon bone and a small amount of blood from the old Millennium Dragon. Together with Kira, he started crafting longevity pills. The pills made from the dragon bones were easy to prepare. Within an hour, they had produced dozens of them. The dragon blood, however, required more effort. They spent over a day refining it into blood-based longevity pills. The pills had the same effect as the ones made from bones. However, the effects couldn't stack, and a person could only consume up to 5 pills in total before they became ineffective. After completing their research and production, Kaido gifted Kira 3 longevity pills. She immediately took them in front of everyone. Under their watchful eyes, Kira's appearance transformed dramatically. She shed decades of age, becoming a stunning middle-aged woman with an undeniable charm. This. Who would have thought you were this beautiful, Kira? Naori Uchiha exclaimed in surprise. Absolutely. Kushina and Mikoto nodded in agreement. Haha. Kira laughed, grabbing a mirror to admire herself. Hands on her hips, she declared smugly, of course, it's only natural. Even Kaido and Minato couldn't deny that Kira looked breathtaking at that moment. Kushina, Mikoto, Minato, you too. Take them right here, don't save them. Without hesitation, Kaido took 5 pills himself. His lifespan immediately surged by 96.425 years. Lifespan, 202 years, 6 months, and 19 days. Life essence, 23.2, even his life essence increased by 10 points. Kaido could clearly feel the immense vitality coursing through him. At that moment, anyone would have believed he was part of the Uzumaki clan. However, with his precise control over his body, he quickly suppressed most of his life force aura, making himself appear ordinary. Alright, Mom, you should take 5 pills as well. Kaito said, handing Naori Uchiha a bottle containing 5 pills. Alright, thanks for this. Naori Uchiha smiled warmly, touched by his thoughtfulness, and took the 5 pills. Her vitality and life essence skyrocketed as well, and her cells rapidly regenerated. She looked a full decade younger, resembling a vibrant young woman in her 20s. Moreover, with her enhanced life force, essence, the recovery of her missing soul fragment accelerated several-fold. Her blind right eye had already been on the verge of regaining sight. At this moment, it fully recovered. The once pale and cloudy pupil turned black again, restoring her vision. Moreover, a small amount of ocular power was reborn within her. Although it wasn't the eye's peak potential, but every beginning is difficult. Now that her vision had returned and a trace of ocular power had been restored, recovering the rest would become much easier. Naori Uchiha estimated it would take her about 1 to 2 months to completely return her right eye to its peak state, or even surpass it. After all, her right eye had undergone significant strengthening due to the eye-nurturing medicine that refined and tempered her eye meridians. "Mom, has your right eye recovered?" With his sharp eyes, Kaito was the first to notice the change and immediately asked excitedly. "It really seems like it." Mikoto and the others were drawn by Kaito's words. They turned their attention to Naori's right eye and saw that it had indeed regained its glow. "Haha. Yes, it's finally recovered. And it's all thanks to you, Kaito. Mom has to thank you." Naori Uchiha gently touched her right eye, feeling the fully restored vision. She looked at Kaito with a warm expression, stroked his head, and said, "Having you might be the luckiest thing that ever happened to me. Without Kaito, she might have been as good as dead by now, even if she weren't literally dead." Who could have predicted that Kaito would have such a gift and fortuitous encounter? Life truly is unpredictable. Congratulations. At this moment, Kira also offered her congratulations to Naori Uchiha. She could sense that Naori's restored right eye had significantly increased the danger she radiated. It was evident that her ocular power was deeply tied to her strength. What a truly remarkable clan. Kira couldn't help but marvel. "Congratulations, Aunt Naori." Mikoto, Kushina, and Minato also offered their heartfelt congratulations to Naori. Mikoto, in particular, was delighted that her aunt's right eye had recovered. After that, Naori Uchiha spent some time adapting to her restored right eye, even trying to activate her Sharingan. She found she could easily activate the 3 Tomoe Sharingan, though the Mangekyo was still beyond reach for now. The main issue was that her ocular power hadn't fully returned yet. Trying to force her right eye to activate the Mangekyo at this point would only harm it, so she decided not to push herself. "Alright, stop staring at me. You should all take the longevity pills now. Then, I'll have Kaito set up a seal on you to hide some of your life energy. We don't want to draw unnecessary attention or trouble." Naori smiled and gestured for Mikoto and the others to take the pills. The ninja world wasn't like the One Piece world. A sudden surge in life energy could raise suspicion, and a competent ninja would definitely notice something unusual. That could lead to unnecessary trouble or even danger. "Got it. Thank you, Aunt Naori." Mikoto and the others naturally didn't refuse and immediately swallowed the longevity pills. One by one, their life energy and vitality skyrocketed. However, unlike Kaito, they didn't have as much control over their bodies yet. For now, they had no way to suppress the surge in vitality. They had to rely on Kaito to set up sealing techniques on them, allowing them to keep it under control. "Kaito, you've learned these sealing techniques so quickly and skillfully. I can't keep up with you anymore, it's frustrating." Kushina patted her abdomen and grumbled in frustration. She had been learning from Lady Mito alongside Kaito, but why was he so far ahead of her? So much stronger? This level of concealment sealing was completely beyond her ability. She felt that even someone as skilled as the third Hokage wouldn't be able to detect anything unusual about the seal. Kaito was just on another level, a total monster. "Ha ha ha." Kaito chuckled, patting Kushina's head to comfort her. "Don't worry. You don't have to compare yourself to me. At least your talent in sealing techniques is top-notch." Lady Mito herself acknowledged that. "Don't undervalue yourself. If you compare yourself to Mikoto or Minato, you're definitely ahead in sealing techniques." Well, Minato might actually be an exception. But of course, Kaito wouldn't say that aloud. He didn't want to discourage her. Based on Minato's future achievements in sealing techniques, it seemed like he would surpass even her in this field. In another story, Minato's talent could have made him the protagonist. Sealing techniques? You guys sure have a lot of quirky abilities up your sleeves. Kira teased as she watched from the side before returning to her medical books. Although she had gained another 40 years of lifespan, that seemed to be her current limit. If she wanted to gain more, she would likely have to rely on her medical skills to break through her life's limitations. Time wasn't on her side. She wasn't sure when, or even if, she could achieve that. So, she didn't place all her hopes on herself. Part of her bet was on Kaito. With his learning ability and rapid growth, she felt he might surpass her in medicine within a few years. By then, maybe he could find a way to transcend the limits of life itself. Haha, not bad, not bad. Kaito chuckled softly. He noticed that Kira's affection for him had risen again, now reaching 76 points. Only a few more to reach 80. He was looking forward to the day he could form a pact with Kira. Maybe I can even bring her to the ninja world someday. She could learn ninja medical techniques and healing ninjutsu. I might even appoint her as the Uchiha clan's chief doctor. Kaito mused to himself. Chapter 70, Eternal Life Jutsu. Half a month later, Kaito was in the courtyard of the Sky Island, routinely training with the Life Force Jutsu. At this point, his Life Force Jutsu had reached its peak perfection. Only one final step remained to surpass its limits. You consumed seeking meat to assist in practicing the Life Force Jutsu. Mastery plus 10, your Life Force Jutsu has broken past its perfection limit, and you have entered enlightenment. In the next moment, Kaito felt himself entering a state of absolute clarity. His mind seemed to become infinitely sharper, as if its flexibility had increased 1,000-fold, no, 10,000-fold. Suddenly, countless insights related to the Life Force Jutsu surged into his consciousness, rapidly forming the prototype of a new technique. And it continued to refine itself further. What's happening to Kaito? Nearby, Kushina, who was also training, noticed something unusual about Kaito and spoke out in concern. She was about to step forward. Stop. Don't make a sound. Mikoto quickly grabbed her arm and gestured for silence, whispering to both Kushina and Minato, who was also startled by the commotion, he's in enlightenment. Kaito told me about this before. We can't disturb him, or we might ruin his enlightenment. Kushina, can you set up a soundproof barrier around the area to keep Kaito undisturbed? Apparently, Kaito had anticipated such a situation and made prior arrangements. Enlightenment? Like when he created that amazing chakra refinement manual that time? Kushina whispered in astonishment. Mikoto nodded firmly. Yes. Now stop talking and set up the barrier. Alright, alright. Kushina immediately began weaving hand seals and pressed her palm to the ground. In an instant, a series of sealing runes spread from her hand, encircling Kaito. A soundproof barrier formed, isolating Kaito while leaving Kushina, Mikoto, and Minato outside. Phew. After finishing the barrier, Kushina exhaled deeply. She glanced at Kaito, still immersed in enlightenment, with both curiosity and concern. He'll be fine, right? Of course, just be patient. Mikoto reassured her. I'm more curious about what he'll gain from this enlightenment. Probably something related to the Life Force Jutsu. Kushina guessed. He was practicing it earlier. Look, he's moving now. Is that the Life Force Jutsu? No. Wait, it's different. It's changing. And the changes are getting more profound. This is nothing like the original technique. Inside the barrier, Kaito's body had started to move on its own, practicing a set of techniques increasingly distinct from the original Life Force Jutsu. He continuously adjusted his movements, while an aura of profound mystery enveloped him. Watching this, Kushina and the others couldn't help but feel mesmerized. The insights they gained just by observing seemed to deepen their own understanding of the Life Force Jutsu. After half an hour, Kaito finally completed the new technique and emerged from his enlightened state. Your Life Force Jutsu has broken its perfection limit. You've entered enlightenment and created the Eternal Life Jutsu. Eternal Life Jutsu, a technique evolved from the Life Force Jutsu during enlightenment. It enhances physical health, prolongs life, accelerates healing and recovery, cleanses impurities, and improves natural talent. Its effectiveness is 10 times that of the original Life Force Jutsu. Wow, what a huge gain. Kaito reflected on the Eternal Life Jutsu he had just created. Fundamentally, it was still an advanced version of the Life Force Jutsu. This made sense, given his Heaven Rewards Diligence ability, which improved any technique or skill he mastered, breaking its limits and leading to enlightenment. If Kaito had studied other similar techniques beforehand, the enlightenment would have fused them into the new technique. However, since the Life Force Jutsu was the only one he had used, the resulting technique naturally became its advanced version. This enlightenment didn't only create the Eternal Life Jutsu. Kaito's lifespan had also increased by another 20 years, reaching 222 years. He recalled how, before awakening his memories of his past life, he'd had only 6 months to live. Now, in just over 2 months, his lifespan had exceeded 200 years. It was almost unbelievable. Such was the life of someone with a cheat-like advantage. Besides that, Kaito noticed a layer of sticky, foul-smelling black residue on his body. It was clearly impurities expelled during the breakthrough of the technique. Kaito, are you done? How are you feeling? Outside, Kushina and the others saw Kaito awakening and quickly dispelled the barrier, eager to approach. Wait. Let me take a bath first. Kaito raised his hand to stop them and, without waiting for a reply, teleported to the bathroom at his home in the ninja world. He scrubbed himself thoroughly several times, ensuring there was no remaining odor. Then, he retrieved a clean set of clothes from his storage space and changed. As for his old clothes, he incinerated them in the backyard with a fire technique, completely destroying them. Feeling refreshed, Kaito began inspecting the changes in his body. After all, the cleansing process from breaking limits was bound to leave some noticeable improvements. Soon, he discovered that his physique had become 3 times stronger. More importantly, his meridians were now broader and tougher, their capacity increased by at least 100%. To confirm his gains, Kaito decided to practice some basic taijutsu. He immediately felt a change. My physical foundation and taijutsu talent have increased by more than double. This is a huge gain. It seems like the effects of a limit-breaking skill are incredible. It's not just about gaining enlightenment in techniques. After finishing a round of basic taijutsu practice, Kaito stopped and sighed in amazement. Time to head back. Thinking this, he focused his mind and teleported back to Skypia. Yo. Seeing Kushina and the others still training, Kaito waved with a grin. I'm back. You're finally back. What were you running off for earlier? The 3 of them immediately stopped their training and gathered around him. Kushina asked curiously. Well, it's because my life force jutsu broke through, and I had an enlightenment. I underwent a deep internal cleanse and renewal. You know how it goes. So. Kaito waved his hands, explaining awkwardly. Ah, I see. Mikoto, Kushina, and Minato suddenly understood. No wonder Kaito had run off so quickly earlier. Indeed, every breakthrough in the life force jutsu triggered a cleansing process that expelled impurities from the body. At the beginner level, the effect was minor, but as proficiency increased, the cleansing became much stronger. What Kaito had experienced earlier was a breakthrough beyond perfection, its effects were obvious. And yes, cleansing impurities leaves behind quite the unpleasant smell. So? What did you comprehend this time? Mikoto asked curiously. Minato and Kushina also looked at him eagerly. Seeing their expressions, Kaito chuckled. This time, I created a much stronger version of the life force jutsu. I've named it the Eternal Life Jutsu. Its effects are 10 times greater in every aspect, essentially a full upgrade. But, naturally, the difficulty to use it is also at least 10 times higher. And it requires mastering the life force jutsu to perfection before you can switch to it. So, don't get your hopes up too soon. Focus on perfecting the life force jutsu first. At this point, for the 3 of them, the current technique was already plenty. Oh, I guess that's out of the question for now. Kushina's face immediately fell upon hearing this. Haha. Mikoto laughed softly, covering her mouth. Laying a solid foundation is always a good thing, isn't it? True, true. Kushina nodded, her disappointment vanishing instantly. She was naturally an optimistic person. Alright, everyone. Back to training. I'll get to it as well. Kaito clapped his hands and moved to the side. He created several shadow clones, assigning them to practice ninjutsu and chakra control, while his main body focused on developing his rumble fruit abilities. Over the past 10 days of training, he had already brought his rumble fruit abilities to a proficient level. The progress wasn't exactly fast, but this was mainly because his physical endurance and stamina limited the amount of time he could train daily. Once his physique improved further, he'd be able to train longer each day, and his mastery of techniques would progress faster. But this wasn't something he could rush. Improving one's physique required a step-by-step approach. Still, thanks to the life force jutsu, his physical development was already 10 times faster than others his age. Of course, compared to others in the One Piece world. As for the shinobi world? Forget it. Most of them were glass cannons with low durability. Now, with the upgraded life force jutsu, he estimated his physical improvement speed would increase by another 10-fold. Man, having cheat-like powers is just awesome. The thought made Kaito inwardly delighted. Suddenly, he received a notification from his communication space. Dividing a portion of his focus, he checked the message. It was from little Kuro, the ninja hawk. Kaito took out the note from Kuro and read it. Message: the map of Shimatsuki village has been marked. Please confirm, Master. As expected, it was from little Kuro. Since being bound to Kaito, the ninja hawk had been nurtured with care. Not only did it have an endless supply of seeking meat, but recently, when Kaito developed a version of the village specifically for the Millennium Dragon, he also created a tailored version for his ninja hawk. With this technique, Kuro's lifespan increased, its physique and bone strengthened, and its digestion and absorption capabilities improved by more than 10-fold. This meant its growth speed skyrocketed. It became stronger, larger, and smarter by the day. Now, not only could it speak human language, but it had also learned how to write. Of course, that was thanks to Kaito transmitting vast amounts of text and knowledge directly into its mind. Without that, even with its growing intelligence, it wouldn't have learned so quickly. By the way, The Millennium Dragon had also been freed by Kaido and was temporarily residing on Skypia. It spent its days practicing the life force jutsu to extend its lifespan. And its food? It hunted sea kings in the blue sea below. Given its size and appetite, feeding it would have been a hassle for Kaido. For now, its strength was far from its peak. Otherwise, Kaido might have sent it to explore maps as well. In its prime, the dragon's speed was leagues ahead of the Ninja Hawks. Chapter 71, Becoming Kaoshiru's Disciples. What's up? Did someone message you? Mikoto, who had just finished a round of training and was about to take a break, noticed Kaido acting a bit differently. She walked over, curious. Kushina and Minato, also taking a momentary pause, turned their attention to him. Nothing big. It's just that Kuro lit up the Shimatsuki village map. In a few days, we can head over there to learn this world's swordsmanship. So, what do you all think? Are we all going? Kaido waved the note in his hand with a grin. Mikoto nodded without hesitation. Of course. We agreed on this earlier. I'm curious about this world's sword techniques. After all, these were techniques capable of splitting mountains and seas, a must-learn skill. Minato chimed in, same here. Kushina, on the other hand, pouted slightly. If you're all going, then I'll go too. But as for learning swordsmanship? I'll decide later. She wasn't particularly interested in swordsmanship herself, but she wouldn't mind tagging along for the fun of it. It was basically a vacation in her eyes. In that case, let's head back and inform my mom. She can take us there, it'll save us a lot of trouble. Kaido decided without further delay. Sure, they could go on their own. But a group of unfamiliar kids suddenly showing up and asking to learn swordsmanship? That would definitely raise some eyebrows. Plus, considering that Shimatsuki Kaoshiru and his family were refugees from Wano who had settled in the East Blue, their guard was likely to be up. It would be more convincing if an adult accompanied them. Minato and the others agreed without a second thought. With that settled, they used teleportation to return to Kaido's home in the shinobi world. Fortunately, Naori Uchiha was at home. Huh? Why are you all back so suddenly? And together, no less. Did something happen? Naori Uchiha, busy going through some paperwork, paused her pen when she saw the group of four appear before her. Kaito nodded firmly. Kuro just sent word that the Shimatsuki village map is lit up, so we're hoping you can't take us there to formally learn swordsmanship. Are you available right now? Of course. It's just some paperwork, I can handle it with a shadow clone. Naori Uchiha nodded and immediately created a shadow clone to deal with the files. She gestured to the group, alright, let's get going. The sooner we finish this, the sooner I can get back. With that, she led the way and teleported them to the edge of the island of the Shimatsuki village. Swish, swish, swish. Kaido and the others followed, appearing at her side moments later. Let's go scout things out first. Naori said, taking charge. After that, we should buy a house here as a base. You'll probably need to train here for several years, at least. Mikoto and the others nodded obediently, trusting her guidance completely. Soon, the group arrived at the village on the island. Their unfamiliar, striking appearances immediately drew attention. After some inquiries, Naori Uchiha successfully purchased a 300-square-meter courtyard from the village chief. Once that was settled, she brought Kaido and the others to Wishin Dojo, where they finally met the owner, Kaoshiru. Kaoshiru welcomed them into the living room and had tea prepared. You're Kaoshiru, correct? I'd like these children I brought to study under you and learn swordsmanship. What do you think? After taking a sip of tea, Naori Uchiha got straight to the point. Normally, I wouldn't refuse kids who want to learn, but whether they can become my disciples depends on their progress and character. I hope you can understand. Kaoshiru smiled politely, his tone neither overly humble nor arrogant. He clearly didn't know enough about Kaido and the others to make such a commitment right away. However, their attire made him somewhat suspicious of their origins. That's fair enough. Naori replied with a nod. Let them start as students first, or you can test them if you'd like. Though, I must admit, they don't have any foundational training yet. Becoming a disciple was a serious matter, and Kaoshiru's cautious approach was reasonable. That works. Let's start with the basics of swordsmanship. Kaoshiru agreed, before turning to Naori with a curious expression. But I must ask, why would someone as strong as you bring children to a humble dojo like mine in an obscure village? Though your physique seems average, I can sense an overwhelming danger from you. You're clearly no ordinary person. Years of swordsmanship training had sharpened his intuition, and he trusted it completely. Oh? Naori raised an eyebrow, amused. You're very sharp. Most people wouldn't pick up on that just from my physique. As for your question, let's just say I know your background and your skills. I trust your ability to teach. Besides, These kids are very interested in swordsmanship, so here we are. Well. Kushina suddenly raised her hand awkwardly, interrupting. I'm actually not that into swordsmanship, and I don't plan on learning. I'm just here to tag along with Kaido and the others. Hey. Kaoshiru. Naori. Naori shot a glare at Kushina before turning back to Kaoshiru. Anyway, that's the gist of it. As a renowned swordsman, your teaching abilities are certainly up to the task. I see. Kaoshiru sighed softly, his expression complicated. From your clothing and demeanor, I'd guess you're from Wano, or at least deeply connected to it. Can you tell me how things are back in Wano now? No, you've misunderstood. Naori chuckled and shook her head. Our attire might make it seem that way, but we're actually from the Hidden Leaf village in Hidden Island, not Wano. We have no ties to Wano. I see. Kaoshiru was momentarily stunned. His instincts told him Naori wasn't lying. You're not from Wano? That's surprising. Sorry for the misunderstanding, it's just that your clothing looks so much like what we wear in Wano. Kaoshiru apologized, then asked with some curiosity, but Hidden Leaf village? I've never heard of that. Does it have something to do with ninjas? Something like that. Naori replied with a nod. The Hidden Leaf village is an isolated ninja settlement, so we rarely venture out. But I do know a bit about Wano. She then recounted what she knew about Wano's current state. When Kaoshiru heard about Oden's death at Kaido's hands and the suffering of Wano's people under Orochi and Kaido's rule, his face darkened. He closed his eyes, silent for a long moment, before opening them again and apologizing. Sorry, I let my emotions get the better of me. That news really upset me. It's understandable. Naori said calmly. I'd be furious too. Oden's foolishness was beyond comprehension. Even Naori had been dumbfounded when she first learned about it. That such a person became a hero of Wano was really difficult to understand. This is practically an insult to the word hero. Thank you for telling me all this. Rest assured, I'll do my best to teach your children well. Kaoshiru expressed his gratitude to Naori Uchiha and made a sincere promise. Of course, he still didn't immediately agree to officially accept them as disciples. Something like this couldn't be decided so casually. But his impression of Naori and her group improved significantly. In his heart, he decided that if Kaido and the others showed decent aptitude for swordsmanship and their backgrounds checked out, he would formally accept them as disciples and teach them his special swordsmanship style. Then I'll leave it to you. Why not start today? I'll stay to observe as well. Naori bowed slightly as she spoke. Might as well take this opportunity to learn the basics of swordsmanship in this world herself. As for more advanced techniques, once Kaido mastered them, she could just have him teach her. After all, she had no doubt Kaido would be able to become Kaoshiru's disciple and learn all the secrets of his swordsmanship. No one could resist taking a genius like her precious son as a student. Alright, follow me. Kaoshiru readily agreed, introducing Kaido and the others to the other instructors and students before beginning the basic swordsmanship lessons himself. At the dojo, Kaoshiru immediately began guiding Kaido and the others through their training. Minutes later. What the? How is this possible? Kaoshiru, along with the other instructors and students, was dumbfounded. Kaido learned just by watching once, and with every subsequent practice, his progress was visibly astonishing. In less than half an hour, Kaido had already mastered the basics, leaving everyone stunned beyond belief. By comparison, Minato and Mikoto, while also showing incredible aptitude and progressing quickly, were no match for Kaido. This is unreal. If I didn't know for sure that this kid had never been exposed to swordsmanship before, I'd think you were all playing a trick on me. I never expected your son to be such a swordsmanship prodigy. This disciple is mine now. No, wait. I'll take all three of them as my disciples. Kaoshiru laughed bitterly but spoke seriously to Naori. At this point, he no longer cared much about their origins. After all, who would go to the trouble of sending geniuses of this level just to mess with him? He wasn't important enough for that. So, taking them on was no issue. Who knows, he might even have to rely on them someday. He couldn't fully let go of his concerns about Wano country, especially after hearing about its current miserable state. Then I'll leave them in your capable hands, Kaoshiru-san. Hearing this, Naori smiled brightly and gave a slight bow. The process had gone much smoother than she anticipated, saving her a lot of trouble down the road. No, it's I who should thank you for bringing me such amazing disciples. Kaoshiru shook his head with a smile and returned the bow. Talented disciples were rare, genius level ones, even more so. Soon, Kaido, Minato, and Mikoto formally bowed to Kaoshiru and officially became his disciples. Under Kaoshiru's guidance, they began their swordsmanship training, shifting their daily practice from Sky Island to Shimatsuki Village. Their training schedule now included several extra hours of swordsmanship every day. Even though Kushina didn't plan to learn swordsmanship, she tagged along. After all, she didn't want to stay on Sky Island or Drum Island alone. You must be Kuina, right? Hello there. I'm Uzumaki Kushina, but you can just call me Kushina-ne. While Kaido and the others were performing the disciple initiation ceremony, Kushina noticed a cute little girl peeking in. The girl looked like a porcelain doll, and Kushina's eyes lit up as she crouched down and pinched the girl's cheeks. Kushina-ne. Kuina found this older sister figure very approachable and politely greeted her. Hearing this, Kushina happily patted Kuina's head. Oh, so polite. So adorable. This scene didn't escape Kaoshiro's notice. Seeing it, he smiled knowingly. Having talented, similarly aged senior disciples could only be a good thing for Kuina. With such geniuses supporting her in the future, she'd have a better chance of success and safety. Once Kaido and the others finished their ceremony, Naori didn't linger. She had a brief conversation with Kaoshiro, leaving behind several £100 of gold as a disciple gift and to cover food and medicinal bath expenses. Then, she returned to the house they'd bought. Good grief. This is way too much money. Even if I serve seeking meat at every meal and provide top-tier medicinal baths daily, I couldn't use up all this gold. Kaoshiro looked at the massive amount of gold Naori left without giving him a chance to refuse and could only laugh bitterly. Kaido, once today's lessons are over, take this gold back. I really can't accept it. As your teacher, it's my duty to provide for your food and baths. You don't need to pay me. Kaoshiro tried to reason with Kaido. Ah, sensei, just take it. Kaido waved it off casually. Our family is loaded, and we just scored a huge haul recently. We're not short on money. We are rich. Kaido felt happy saying those words. Sensei, your place isn't exactly wealthy, and the three of us eat like monsters. So please, just keep it. Otherwise, we'd feel bad freeloading here. Oh, by the way, about the medicinal baths, I'm a pretty decent doctor myself, and I can mix baths that suit us perfectly. So you don't even need to worry about that. I'll handle it every day myself. Lately, all the medicinal baths had been prepared by Kaido. With his current medical skills, he could outclass 99.9% of doctors across 2 worlds. Huh? You're a doctor too? Kaoshiro was shocked. Judging by Kaido's confidence, his medical skills were clearly no joke. Otherwise, Naori wouldn't let him handle the baths for all 3 of them. Yep. I've been studying under Dr. Kira on Drum Island recently, and I've been making solid progress. I'll also continue learning from her every day. Kaido nodded, not bothering to hide their ability to teleport. After all, with Kaoshiro's observation hockey, it wouldn't take long for him to notice if they used the ability frequently. Rather than risking a trust issue later, Kaido decided to be upfront about it. Besides, Kaoshiro was trustworthy. Teleportation abilities weren't unheard of in the One Piece world. Drum Island? Dr. Kira. Drum Island is in the first half of the Grand Line, right? That's really far. How do you get there every day? Kaoshiro was completely baffled. Because we have teleportation powers. As long as we've been to a place before, we can instantly travel there. Super convenient. Kaido explained and even demonstrated a short-range teleportation for him. Kaoshiro. He was speechless. Completely stunned. Chapter 72, The Sharingan Meditation Method. For a long moment, Kaoshiro managed to calm himself, though his head was still spinning. Alright, I get it. But listen, Kaido, you guys need to be careful about showing this teleportation ability to outsiders. Kaoshiro said, rubbing his temples. Even if you have to reveal it, make sure it's only when you're strong enough to protect yourselves, got it? Spatial-type devil fruits are incredibly rare. If people find out, there's no telling what kind of trouble might come your way. Some people out there don't play fair. Understood. We'll be careful, sensei. Kaido and the others nodded in unison, smiling at Kaoshiro with gratitude. The fact that Kaoshiro cared enough to warn them showed he had a genuinely good character. This was also a subtle test. If Kaoshiro had been deceitful, Kaido could have used the teleportation ability to leave any time. After all, he had already set up an automatic emergency teleportation feature for everyone in the group. If anyone faced life-threatening danger, they would be instantly transported to the safety of the space-time portal. Over the next few weeks, Kaido and the others adjusted their training schedule. Every morning, they trained swordsmanship with Kaoshiro. At the same time, they used shadow clones to study other subjects, accelerating their progress exponentially. Kushina and the others showed rapid improvement, but Kaido was on another level entirely. In just 3 days, Kaido had mastered the basics of swordsmanship. In half a month, he reached the intermediate stage. 2 months later, he achieved advanced mastery, shocking everyone around him. During this time, Kaido's Uchiha meditation method also broke through to its ultimate limit, becoming his third limit-breaking skill. This breakthrough led to the creation of the Sharingan meditation method, a technique exponentially stronger than the original. The Sharingan meditation method boosted mental strength and refined the spirit with incredible efficiency. It even enhanced the sea of consciousness, taking both its capacity and quality to new heights. While practicing this new meditation method, Kaido finally awakened his Sharingan. Though it currently only had a single Tomoe, Kaido's ability to suppress its power meant his ocular strength was already comparable to a two-Tomoe Sharingan. Kaido planned to continue expanding his Sharingan's potential this way, aiming to prepare for the Mangekyo Sharingan, or perhaps even the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, without taking shortcuts. Through the use of the upgraded Life Force Jutsu, Eternal Life Jutsu, and Primal Chakra refinement, Kaido worked on purifying and enhancing his Uchiha bloodline. Combined with the Sharingan meditation method, he hoped to unlock its full potential. His goal was ambitious, to skip the flawed Mangekyo stage entirely and awaken the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan directly. To Kaido, the Mangekyo Sharingan was merely an incomplete version of the Sharingan, a half-baked product resulting from an imperfect bloodline. Its drawbacks and side effects made it less than ideal. If possible, he intended to bypass it entirely, aiming for a perfected Sharingan, much like Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Sage of Six Paths, or Otsutsuki Indra had achieved. This approach would greatly enhance the Sharingan's power, ability and potential. Since Kaido didn't currently rely on the Sharingan for his strength, there was no rush to force its growth. Not only did Kaido follow this path, but he also shared the upgraded meditation method with Mikoto, advising her to prioritize potential growth over rapid advancement. The Sharingan meditation method was tailored for the Uchiha bloodline. It involved visualizing and constructing an image of the Sharingan during meditation, gradually filling it in and upgrading it step by step. For non-Uchiha individuals like Minato and Kushina, Kaido created a different technique called the Crystal Meditation Method, drawing inspiration from the Sharingan method. This new meditation technique is amazing. Kushina exclaimed after practicing it for a while. My mental energy is growing so much faster, not just in quantity but in quality too. Even my observation haki is improving rapidly. Minato and Mikoto nodded in agreement. It's true. Mikoto added. Kaido's methods are incredible. With this, I feel confident about unlocking the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan someday. By the way, isn't the school semester ending soon? Kushina suddenly asked. Mikoto rolled her eyes. Aren't you sending a shadow clone to school every day? Shouldn't you already know what's going on? What's your clone even doing at school? Hee hee. Kushina laughed awkwardly, scratching the back of her head. Well, you know me. I don't want to go to school, so my clone inherited that part of my personality. She spends most of her time napping or reading random books. Honestly, I don't really know much about what's happening at school. Actually, Kushina felt she had learned everything she needed. The school didn't have much left to teach her. Honestly, cultural lessons at the academy? They were more like chores she had to put up with. She chuckled awkwardly. It wasn't that she wasn't smart, quite the opposite. If she weren't, she wouldn't have mastered the incredibly complex and brain-melting sealing techniques with such ease. At the end of the day, it was just a matter of interest. When you don't like a subject, it's hard to focus, no matter how clever you are. Alright, you win. Mikoto sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. Yes, the semester's almost over, probably just a few more days. But you should still review for your cultural lessons. You don't want to fail, do you? If that happens, Lady Mido is going to be really upset with you. Ugh. Kushina groaned dramatically. I know. But it's so boring. She pouted, knowing Mikoto was right. Mito would not go easy on her if her grades dropped. Unlike Kushina, Mikoto never had an issue with studying, regardless of the subject. She excelled in every class, even those as boring as the Will of Fire. Sure, she played along on the surface, but her true feelings about such lessons were a different matter altogether. It wasn't just Mikoto either, most of the other kids in the clan had similar feelings about these ideological courses. Over the past few months, every Uchiha had been required to attend and pass these lessons as part of the clan-wide reformation. Failing didn't just mean losing academic credit, it also meant deductions in merit points and withheld promotions. This intense focus on ideological training had made Uchiha members' outlooks much more well-balanced. Many of their previously arrogant tendencies were being tempered, though it was still a work in progress. Honestly, if we could all just practice the Sharingan meditation method, that would solve most of these issues. Mikoto thought. This method could refine mental strength, strengthen emotional resilience, and purify the negative energy inherent in their ocular powers. It was designed to harmonize the chaotic nature of the Sharingan. This insight came to light thanks to an observation from Kaido's mother. She had realized that, compared to other Uchiha, Her ocular power was far more stable and devoid of malice. When she asked Naori about it, Naori revealed it was the result of years of relentless mental training and self-discipline. On top of that, her Mangekyo abilities naturally helped stabilize her Sharingan nature. Inspired by this, Kaido developed a new meditation technique, incorporating these stabilizing principles directly into the practice. Kaido even used his control over the dimensional gate to enhance the process. This effort culminated in the creation of the Sharingan meditation method, which effectively purified mental and ocular energy, neutralizing negative influences. Too bad. Mikoto thought with a tinge of regret. Kaido is still too young. The clan doesn't fully trust him yet, so there's no way he can share such a powerful technique with everyone. Even her grandfather and mother hadn't been granted access to it. Still, Mikoto understood and supported this decision. The clan's leadership was prioritizing Kaido's safety and the long-term future of the Uchiha. Sharing this technique too widely, especially outside the clan, would draw unnecessary attention and create unpredictable dangers. The last thing they needed was for enemies to learn about such a powerful method. Ugh, just a few more days? And now I have to study for exams? This is so annoying. Kushina whined again. Can't I just graduate early? Mikoto couldn't help but laugh. You're dreaming. That's never going to happen. Even if Kaido agreed, Lady Mido definitely wouldn't. You're still too young, Kushina. Early graduation means you'd be assigned missions right away, and that's way too dangerous. Don't forget, you're no longer likely to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, which means you're not even a backup candidate anymore. And now that so many Uzumaki clan members have joined Hidden Leaf Village, your safety isn't guaranteed. If anything, it's even less secure. Mikoto's tone grew serious as she continued, the third Hokage and Denzo wouldn't hesitate to target you if they thought it would serve their interests. And given what happened to the Uzumaki clan in the past, they might even secretly oppress you in retaliation. Kushina fell silent, her frustration replaced by a thoughtful frown. She knew Mikoto wasn't exaggerating. Over the past few months, the Uzumaki clan had faced plenty of subtle suppression tactics from Hidden Leaf Village's leadership. While the third Hokage and his faction couldn't use overtly malicious methods to target the Uzumaki, Senshu, or Uchiha clans, they weren't above using more legitimate means to undermine them. After all, they were still the ones in power. The pressure wasn't enough to provoke open rebellion, but it was constant and frustrating. Kushina knew she wasn't the only one tired of this situation. Several of the more hot-headed Uchiha had even considered taking drastic measures to deal with the Hokage's faction, though they wisely decided it wasn't the right time. Okay, fine. I get it. Kushina grumbled, crossing her arms. I'll drop the early graduation idea. For now. Mikoto chuckled. Good. That's more like it. Focus on doing well in your exams first. You don't want Lady Mido coming after you, do you? Chapter 73, Planning for the Next Vacation. Alright. Kushina's face immediately fell as she leaned against the tree with a pout, feeling like life had lost its color. But suddenly, a great idea struck her, and she sat up straight, eyes sparkling. Wait a minute. I've already awakened Observation Haki and Kagura's mind's eye. Why don't I just use them to cheat on the written exams? That way, I'll definitely pass those annoying cultural classes. Hee, I'm a genius. In an instant, she'd solved her biggest headache. Now she could finally enjoy her vacation properly. Mikoto, overhearing this, was speechless for a moment. But she had to admit, it wasn't a bad idea. Honestly, those cultural lessons weren't going to help Kushina get stronger anyway, so Mikoto decided to just let her do as she pleased. By the way, Kaido, got any plans for this vacation? How about we explore the East Blue? Kushina excitedly suggested to Kaido, who was practicing his swordsmanship nearby. Little Kuro's been running maps these past few months, and a lot of the East Blue has already been scouted. We could take some time to tour and sightsee. Staying in the same spot training all the time was getting boring for her. Life should have some excitement, especially for a kid like her. Kaido paused mid-swing, sighed, and said, Alright, where do you want to go? Honestly, we can travel to other islands anytime, even when it's not vacation. Of course, as long as the places weren't too dangerous. He had been planning to visit places like Kokoyashi Village and Windmill, Fasha Village anyway. Meeting people like Nami, Luffy and others ahead of time sounded like a good idea, familiarize himself with them and gradually build a connection. Vacations are different. Kushina laughed, her eyes gleaming. When it's not vacation, I'd have to come back home every day, so it's not as fun. But during vacation, I can tell Grandma that I'll be staying at your place for training. That way, I won't need to come back every day and can enjoy a proper trip with everyone. How awesome is that? I'm sure Grandma will agree. Oh? Kaito raised an eyebrow. If you can convince Lady Mido, I've got no objections. No problem at all. Kushina nodded confidently. If needed, I'll ask Aunt Nori to put in a good word for me. She likes me, after all. Humphrey. Mikoto couldn't help but laugh, shaking her head. Like you? Mikoto thought to herself. She's basically treating us as her future daughters-in-law. The thought made Mikoto's face flush slightly. As for sharing Kaido with Kushina in the future, Mikoto didn't have much to say about it. From the moment Kaido awakened his talent, she'd known he wasn't someone she could keep all to herself. Especially considering that Kaito himself had a bit of a flirtatious nature. As for giving up? That wasn't happening. Neither she nor her grandfather would ever allow that. Alright then, it's settled. Let's discuss the specifics once the vacation starts. Kaito nodded in agreement. As for Minato? He wouldn't ask anyone. Because there wasn't a need. As an orphan living alone, Minato didn't have the same concerns or attachments and naturally joined their group without hesitation. Later that afternoon, after training, Kaido returned home in the ninja world, ready for dinner. To his surprise, he found Tsunade waiting for him. The moment she saw him, she fixed him with a piercing, almost pitiful stare, making him feel uneasy. Tsunade-sensei, is something wrong? Kaido asked cautiously, though he had a good idea of the reason. Humphrey. What do you think? Tsunade crossed her arms, glaring at him. You said you'd follow me as my apprentice, learn from me, and even teach me some of your medical techniques. But look at you now. It's been months, and you barely show up. You've even sent a shadow clone to study sealing techniques under Grandma Mido, but you've completely ignored me. Is my medical ninjutsu not worth your time? Or do you just not respect me as a teacher? Tsunade's anger wasn't baseless. The main trigger, however, was her earlier gathering with Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Over drinks, the topic of her taking on a disciple came up. Jiraiya, ever the instigator, had teased that he hadn't even seen her disciple yet. Could it be that your student is so terrible that you're too embarrassed to show him off? He was just joking. But Tsunade, being Tsunade, couldn't let that slide. She had sent Jiraiya flying straight to the hospital with a single punch. But it did make her realize she needed to whip her disciple into shape, not just for his sake, but to show him off and rub it in everyone's face. Ahaha. Kaito scratched his head awkwardly. Truthfully, he'd been so busy with his studies and training that he had genuinely forgotten about Tsunade. He quickly tried to make amends. Don't be mad, don't be mad. I've just been busy lately, but I'll make time for you starting from now. I'll send a shadow clone to train under you every day, and we'll also exchange ideas on medical ninjutsu. How does that sound? Honestly, he was genuinely interested in Tsunade's medical ninjutsu and chakra control techniques. It wouldn't hurt to pick them up sooner rather than later. Another shadow clone? Can't you come in person? Tsunade frowned, clearly not satisfied. She felt dismissed. Guess when I'm the one asking for it, it's not worth much. She muttered to herself to let Kaido hear her. Kaido let out a sigh, shaking his head helplessly. I swear, I don't have time. If you ask my mom or Kushina, they'll tell you I've been super busy these days. He explained. Every single day's packed tight with training. Oh? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, her sharp eyes scanning him up and down. I've noticed Kushina's been keeping busy, but you? I didn't really pay attention until now. But haven't you changed a lot recently? In just a few months, you've grown over 10 centimeters taller, haven't you? You're nearly 1.4 meters now. And you're only 6.5 years old. What, have you been eating fertilizer or something? How'd you grow this much in such a short time? The first time she met Kaido, he'd been a sickly kid, thin, weak, and much shorter than kids his age. Yet, in just a few months, he looked completely different, healthy, strong, and taller than average for his age. Something about it felt unnatural. Hey, just normal training and eating well. Kaido replied with an awkward laugh. Maybe I'm just getting good nutrition lately. Healthy diet, healthy growth, right? What could he do? The meat from Sea Kings was ridiculously nutritious. It wasn't just helping him grow taller, it was practically supercharging his physical development. Add in the effects of practicing his body strengthening techniques, and the results were extreme. Honestly, this was him holding back, otherwise, he might already be 1.6 or even 1.8 meters tall. Yeah, right. Tsunade rolled her eyes. If you don't want to explain, just say so. I'm not blind, you know. It's not just you, Kushina's grown taller too these past months. Not as much as you, but she's put on 5 or 6 centimeters. But listen, I'm not here to dig into the Uchiha clan secrets. It's just your vitality and physical development seem a little over the top, don't you think? Oh? Kaito was genuinely surprised. Wait, you actually noticed? I thought I hid it pretty well. Tsunade was the first person to call out the abnormal vitality and strength of his body. It made sense, though. He rarely ventured out personally anymore, so fewer people got the chance to interact with him closely. Even then, most high-level ninjas wouldn't have been able to detect anything strange if he didn't actively let it slip. Not even someone as sharp as the third Hokage could see through his carefully maintained facade. Hey! Tsunade smirked, crossing her arms. You think I'm that easy to fool? Don't forget who I am, Tsunade, Hidden Leaf Village's #1 medical ninja. Honestly, your disguise was impressive. You almost had me fooled. But just now, you'd clearly just finished training. You hadn't fully suppressed your life energy or presence, and I caught it. That's all it took. And for someone like me, that's super easy. I gotta say, that's impressive. Kaito admitted. Most people wouldn't notice even if they saw the same thing. You're sharp, no doubt about it. Not surprising, coming from Hidden Leaf Village's best medical ninja. He gave her a thumbs up. Even though he always kept his life energy and vitality hidden as a passive habit, she'd managed to detect it during the brief moment after his training session. That level of perception wasn't something just anyone could achieve, it took an incredible amount of experience and skill. Humphrey. Tsunade puffed her chest proudly, lifting her chin. Well, since you know how awesome I am, why don't you take our training seriously? Fine, whatever. Shadow clones it is. But don't forget, tomorrow, I want one of those clones at Hidden Leaf Village Hospital. I've got free time right now, no missions lined up. So, you better make it count. With that, she stood, ready to leave. Before heading out, she stopped by the kitchen to greet Kaito's mom, Naori Uchiha. Once Tsunade was gone, Kaito walked over to the kitchen doorway, peeked in, and noticed something. Mom, you deliberately used regular ingredients for dinner, didn't you? Naori smiled knowingly. Of course. With Tsunade's sharp senses, serving her sea king meat would have been a dead giveaway. She's already able to figure out so much from just a hint of your leaked energy. If she caught wind of sea king meat, she'd definitely link it to the nutrient pills you've been making. Yeah, that's true. Kaito nodded, giving his mom a thumbs up. Good call. You should keep spending more time with her. Naori said thoughtfully. Boosting her favorability is important too. After all, she's a top-tier talent. Her combat and medical skills are both incredible. If you can win her over, she'd be a huge asset for our clan. Not to mention, having her help with pharmaceuticals would be invaluable. Naori reminded him that Tsunade was just as important as Uzumaki Mito, whose favorability rating he'd already pushed close to 80%. Once both Tsunade and Mito were fully aligned with their goals, the Uchiha and Senju plans could move forward to the next stage. Chapter 74, Who's the teacher, and who's the student? Kaito nodded confidently, I'll handle it. Getting on Tsunade-sensei's good side shouldn't take too much effort. Give it a month, at most. He already had several medical books that would undoubtedly pique Tsunade's interest. With those, he was certain he could draw her in. After all, her favorability towards him was already at 67 points. Clearly, taking Kaito as her student had boosted her impression of him considerably. Just moments ago, agreeing to send a shadow clone to learn from her earned him an additional 5 points. Previously, it had been at 62, it was obvious, Tsunade wasn't a hard person to deal with. Speaking of progress, apart from Uzumaki Mito, Kira's favorability had also been steadily rising, almost reaching the point of binding. Even Kaoshiru's favorability had climbed to 72 points during this time. You couldn't blame Kaoshiru for being so easy to sway. Kaito's monstrous talent had completely captivated him, making him more invested in the boy. And when Kaito showed respect and humility despite his abilities, Kaoshiru's goodwill just skyrocketed. As long as you're confident. Naori Uchiha said with satisfaction, nodding at Kaito. By the way, how's the pharmaceutical factory coming along? When can we start producing the medicines? Recently, the demand for these medicines among both the clans and civilian ninjas in Hidden Leaf Village has been increasing exponentially. They've gotten used to our nutritional pills and now find the standard ration pills unbearable. After all, the difference was so obvious. One pill could swiftly replenish nutrition, restore stamina, enhance vitality, and even strengthen the body. The other drained potential, tasted terrible, and left much to be desired. Anyone would know which to choose. Body-strengthening potions, restorative elixirs, detoxification serums, all of them are selling like crazy. Naori continued. Even people from other villages are starting to reach out to us, hoping to secure long-term orders for nutritional pills and body-strengthening potions. The ones most interested were from Hidden Cloud's village. They had even considered sending spies to infiltrate the Uchiha clan and steal the formulas. Too bad for them, none of their spies even made it past the clan's perimeter. The Uchiha compound was no longer the vulnerable place it used to be. For those with ill intentions, it was nothing short of a lion's den. Oh? Other villages are interested now too? Kaito raised an eyebrow. Selling to Hidden Lee village is fine, but as for other villages? Not a chance. We'll wait until we've unified the shinobi world, when they're all our subordinates or citizens, then we'll consider it. Right now, selling to them would be outright aiding the enemy. We're not that stupid. Besides, he added, I doubt the third Hokage would approve of it either. If the Hokage didn't agree, the Uchiha couldn't very well push for it. Otherwise, all it would take was for the third to slap a traitor label on them, and the clan would become everyone's target. The reputation they had painstakingly worked to restore could crumble overnight, worse than before. Other ninja clans wouldn't hesitate to side with the third Hokage, ganging up on the Uchiha to demand the medicine formulas. Don't think it's impossible. For the sake of profit, anything was possible. Right now, the Uchiha's relationships with the other clans were far from stable. I figured as much. Nori said, smiling knowingly. She appreciated Kaido's clear-headedness. That's why I already turned them down. The third even came to confront me after hearing about it, probably hoping to cause trouble. But when he realized I'd already refused, you should have seen the look on his face, so disappointed. Nori smirked. She would never give the third Hokage any opportunity to exploit. Play dirty? The third Hokage was still too green for her. Good. Kaido said with a grin, looking down on the third. Saratobi Hiruzen is so predictable. All he does is flex his authority internally while bowing to outsiders. Always focusing on infighting. No wonder Hidden Lee village is on a downward spiral. Honestly, Tobirama must have been blind back then. If the second Hokage knew about everything Saratobi Hiruzen and his generation had done over the years, especially the state of the Senju, he'd probably regret everything. Saratobi Hiruzen hid his true nature too well. Naori remarked with a light chuckle. And to be fair, Tobirama didn't fully understand the dangers of over-compartmentalizing power. Yeah. Kaido agreed, nodding before changing the subject. As for the pharmaceutical factory, the construction is complete. The machines are installed, and the test runs are done. We've even recruited plenty of workers, thanks to Kira's help. Once the raw materials arrive, production will begin. That should happen in 3 days. If everything goes smoothly, daily production will increase 100-fold for nutritional pills and body-strengthening potions. Detoxification and restorative medicines will see about a 10-fold increase. The complexity of making different medicines varied significantly. That's acceptable for now. Nori said thoughtfully. Restorative and detoxification medicines aren't as in demand. For now, prioritize producing more nutritional pills. That was what everyone needed the most. Many shinobi were even trying to make them a staple in their daily training. Got it. I'll make the necessary adjustments. Kaito assured with a confident nod. After wrapping up his tasks for the day, Kaido took a quick shower and got ready for dinner. His meals these days were a delight, featuring seeking meat at every sitting. Honestly, he could eat it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner without complaint. At the dinner table, Mikoto, Kushina, and Minato soon joined him, and they began their meal. Lately, the group had taken to having all their meals together, enjoying the rich flavors of their unique diet. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Kaido created a shadow clone who headed to the hospital. Inside one of the offices, the clone found Tsunade, busy at her desk. You're here? Wait a moment, I need to finish these documents. Tsunade said, glancing up at him briefly before gesturing to a small couch nearby. Take a seat. Without hesitation, the shadow clone made himself comfortable on the couch, grabbing a medical book from the shelf behind him to pass the time. After a while, Tsunade finally wrapped up her work, stretching as she walked over to sit across from him. She noticed the title of the book he was reading. Cellular Activation Research, huh? You sure know how to pick a tough one. Can you even understand it? Tsunade asked, raising an eyebrow. Closing the book after finishing the last page, Kaido casually tossed it over his shoulder. It landed perfectly back in its original place on the shelf. With a slightly exasperated look, he said, Sensei, have you forgotten? My medical skills are already better than yours. Granted, this book's content differs somewhat from the medical systems I've studied, but it's still not beyond my comprehension. You should know better than anyone that principles related to the human body are often universal. Tsunade froze for a moment, her expression darkening slightly. You really don't know how to give your teacher any face, do you? She grumbled, glaring at him. Having a disciple this skilled wasn't always a blessing. It was like the student was the one teaching the master, it felt downright backward. Alright, what are we starting with today? Medical ninjutsu or an exchange of medical theories? Kaido asked, ignoring Tsunade's glare as he smiled. I'll teach you medical ninjutsu first, Tsunade declared, crossing her arms. I've heard plenty from Grandma Mido and Kushina about how talented you are in ninjutsu and sealing techniques, but I've never seen it firsthand. Let's put that talent of yours to the test today. Her decision was partly fueled by a desire to reassert her authority as a teacher. When it came to pure medical skills, she knew she wasn't as good as Kaido. But medical ninjutsu? That was a whole different story. It required chakra control, yang release techniques, and other elements that Kaido's general medical knowledge couldn't cover. Alright, you'll see soon enough, Kaido replied nonchalantly. Tsunade led Kaido to a room specifically designed for teaching medical ninjutsu and began with the basics, starting with the healing technique. The results. You learned medical ninjutsu, healing jutsu. Proficiency plus 15, you learned medical ninjutsu, delicate illness extraction jutsu, poison extraction jutsu. Proficiency plus 12, you learned medical ninjutsu, mystical palm jutsu, healing jutsu. Proficiency plus 11, you learned medical ninjutsu, chakra scalpel. Proficiency plus 16. Tsunade was stunned. What the? Healing jutsu and delicate illness extraction are one thing, but you learn mystical palm jutsu and chakra scalpel on your first try? And your progress is this fast? She looked at Kaido in disbelief, watching as he mastered each technique with terrifying speed during practice. His progress was almost visible to the naked eye. If I let you keep this up for another 10 days, you'll probably surpass my proficiency in these techniques. What kind of monster are you? Kaido paused, dismissing his chakra scalpel, and shot Tsunade an amused look. Sensei, it's not nice to call people names, he said, shaking his head. Why am I a monster just because I learn things quickly? I'm a genius, that's perfectly normal, isn't it? Normal, my ass. Tsunade muttered under her breath, feeling like she was losing her mind. Forget it. She sighed eventually, waving her hand in resignation. Let's just say I've seen the real deal today. When it comes to pure talent, you're on a completely different level. Honestly, there's nothing more I can teach you about medical ninjutsu. You've already learned everything I know. From here on, it's just a matter of practice. With anyone else, I'd have to guide and supervise them constantly, but you clearly don't need that. Tsunade shook her head again, looking like she'd taken a significant blow to her pride. She had underestimated Kaito before, but now she knew better. Alright then, let's move on to discussing medical theories, she suggested, trying to salvage some of her dignity. Sure, I'm up for anything, Kaido replied cheerfully. The two returned to Tsunade's office, where she gestured to the bookshelf behind him. For now, take a look at the books on this shelf. Once you've finished them, we'll have a more in-depth exchange. Got it? Kaito nodded. He then waved his hand, and a pile of medical books appeared in front of him, his personal collection, meticulously copied by hand. These are some of the medical texts I've studied, he explained, pointing to the books. Take your time going through them. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Oh, and by the way, these aren't gifts. You'll need to return them once you're done. If you want your own copies, you'll have to write them out yourself. Tsunade stared at the pile of books, momentarily speechless. Who's the teacher, and who's the student? Chapter 75, Binding Dr. Kira. Huh? Tsunade was already stunned by Kaito's ability to conjure objects out of thin air. But when she heard what he said and glanced at the medical books he handed over, she was instantly speechless. Dignity. She had wanted to establish some authority as his teacher. But what's this? She has to read, and even copy books by hand? Who's the teacher here anyway? Still, remembering that her medical skills were far inferior to Kaido's and considering his monstrous learning abilities, she gave up. No point in asking for trouble only to be lectured later. Can't you just give them to me? Do I really have to copy them? Tsunade asked with a headache as she picked up one of the medicine books. There are so many. How long is this going to take? And this probably wasn't even the whole collection. Just imagining the long hours of copying ahead made her head spin. Nope, no freebies. Kaido shook his head as he reached for another book from the shelf, flipping through it casually. I wrote all these from memory, and there's only one copy. In the future, the clan will need them for their records. If you can memorize everything and have the same photographic memory as me, you wouldn't need to copy them. It's totally up to you. These medical books are one of a kind, incredibly rare treasures. What, freeload? No way. Not even Kura managed to get anything for free from him, let alone Tsunade. Photographic memory? You're such a little freak. Tsunade twitched, staring at Kaido with eyes full of envy. She would kill for that ability. Fine, I'll copy them, she said with a sigh. She flipped through the books briefly and was immediately drawn to the content. These books were indeed precious. She made up her mind, copying was a must. So, The two of them settled into their routine, Kaito reading while Tsunade alternated between reading and copying. Time passed quickly. For the next few days, Kaito sent a shadow clone daily to the hospital to continue their work. 3 days later. On Drum Island, near Kira's home, a massive factory spanning several thousand square meters had risen from the ground. Inside, more than 500 workers and pharmacists were busy with their tasks. The production lines were already operational, processing a variety of medicinal herbs and seeking meat. Workers along the lines performed specific tasks, with the final steps handled by skilled pharmacists. Kaito had split many preliminary pharmaceutical procedures into a standardized assembly line process, delegating those tasks to regular workers. This setup not only increased efficiency but also saved a lot of labor for the pharmacists. Each production line only required a small number of pharmacists in the final stages, enabling a continuous output of nutritional pills, body-strengthening potions, tonics, and antidotes. The most challenging part had been standardizing the production process, quantifying it, and creating suitable production lines. All of this had been planned and executed by Kaito himself. He had spent several months perfecting it all. For him, that was already a long time. The quality's decent. While not quite as good as the ones I make by hand, these are definitely market-ready. Kaito remarked. At worst, we can slightly lower the price. Mom, what do you think? Naori Uchiha nodded after swallowing one of the nutritional pills produced in the factory and comparing it with Kaito's handmade ones. This should silence the critics. Honestly, lowering the price isn't necessary. The efficacy is solid, and it's an exclusive product. People won't have much to complain about. She said. When you have spare time, you can craft some by hand as premium items. By the way, has the King of Drum Island been behaving himself lately? Has he tried anything funny again? She was referring to the time, during the factory's construction, when the old king had ignored Kira's warnings and brought people over to cause trouble. Why? Well, Kaito had recruited a significant number of pharmacists, many of whom were competent doctors. The king hadn't expected Kaito to poach so many people, leaving the island short of skilled doctors. It had impacted the entire nation. It wasn't surprising that the king had disregarded Kira's authority. But in the end, Naori Uchiha taught him a lesson, and he had backed off. Of course, she also promised that the factory would pay sufficient taxes and wouldn't engage in tax evasion. It was a stick followed by a carrot. Not recently. Kaito said with a faint smile. He's not stupid. After all, last time you used Susanoo to slice the top off a snowy mountain. As long as he has some sense, he won't mess with us again. Besides, we're paying taxes. It's not like we're avoiding our obligations. The old king was relatively rational. But if it were his son, Wapol, the future king of Drum Island, that would be a different story. That guy was a complete lunatic, impossible to reason with. When the old king passes away and Wapol takes the throne, Kaito figures he'll have to come up with another plan. There are a few options, either relocate the pharmaceutical factory, find a way to deal with Wapol, or just outright take over the country and put it under his full control. Fortunately, there's still at least 10 years before that happens. By the time that day comes, Kaito might already be unbeatable in both worlds, with countless strong allies and experts under his command. He might even have taken over a bigger, better territory and wouldn't care about this place anymore. Haha, good to hear. Naori Uchiha nodded with a small smile. After thoroughly inspecting the factory and confirming that everything was running smoothly, Kaito handed the matter over to Dalton. He then took his mother and left, heading to Kira's little house. That's right, this was Dalton, the future captain of the Royal Guard and the man who would eventually overthrow Wapol to become the king of the Drum Kingdom. At this moment, Dalton was still young and just a squad leader in the old king's Royal Guard. He hadn't yet gained the powers of the Oxox fruit. Kaito took a liking to him and poached him. The old king didn't refuse. Partly because he didn't dare to, but also because he didn't think much of Dalton at the time. Kaito appointed Dalton as the head of the pharmaceutical factory because of his trustworthy character. Plus, Dalton's favorability score toward him was already at 62 points. With some time and effort, Kaito figured he could meet the conditions to bind him completely. Once that happens, Kaito wouldn't have to worry about him anymore. Soon, Kaito and Naori Uchiha returned to Kira's place. Yo. Dr. Kira, we're back. As soon as he entered, Kaito cheerfully waved at Kira, who was reading a medical book. Naori Uchiha gave her a polite nod. Kira nodded back, smiling as she looked at Kaito. Finished checking the factory? Satisfied with everything? To be honest, I don't really get why you're so obsessed with setting up a pharmaceutical factory here. She said with a chuckle. Do you really think you can make money with it? Also, you said yesterday that you had something important to discuss with me, something about my future. So, what is it? Can we talk now? As she spoke, Kira set down her book, stood up, and walked over to Kaido. Of course. Kaido glanced at her and smiled. He had already noticed that her favorability score toward him had reached 81 points, another point higher than before. You've always been curious about where we come from and our secrets, haven't you? Kaito said. Sign a contract with me, and you'll know the truth. Plus, you'll gain access to the methods like my life force jutsu, including its advanced levels. Oh? Kira raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. What's the price I'd have to pay? She wasn't naive enough to think such a deal would come without strings attached. Even though she had a good relationship with Kaido, she knew he wasn't someone who would give something for nothing. Of course, there's a price. Kaito admitted directly. After signing the contract, you'll be bound to me to some extent. You won't be able to do anything that harms my interests or puts me in danger. Other than that, there's nothing else. And the benefits? They're not just the two things I mentioned earlier, there are even greater advantages. But I can't tell you what those are until you've signed the contract. It's top-level classified information. So, are you willing to take the gamble? Haha. Kaito had always been straightforward about these things. He didn't hide anything from potential contractors. Is that so? Kira rubbed her chin thoughtfully for a moment before looking up. It seems this contract isn't as simple as it sounds. But, having spent this much time with you, I trust your character, kid. So, I'll take the gamble. My gut tells me this is the biggest opportunity of my life, and I don't want to miss it. So, when do we start? What's the process? Over the past few months, Kira had learned a lot about Kaido's knowledge of traditional medicine. But she still hadn't found a surefire way to break through the limitations of life itself. While she believed she might find a solution on her own someday, she felt her chances were better with Kaido, not to mention, just the life force jutsu alone seemed like a method capable of transcending life's natural limits. Even without seeing the complete technique or knowing its full content, Kira wasn't blind. She had observed the physical changes in Kaido and his companions after they practiced it. This technique could extend life and cleanse the body. A wise choice. Kaito smiled slightly and conjured a mysterious rune from the center of his forehead. He held it out toward Kira. Touch this mark, and then agree to the contract in your mind. That's all there is to it. Oh? Kira stared at the rune in front of her, visibly surprised and curious. This isn't something you see every day. Without hesitation, she touched the rune with her hand. The next moment, a voice echoed in her mind, asking if she agreed to form a contract with Kaido. I agree. Kira silently confirmed in her thoughts. Immediately, the rune dissolved into a stream of light and entered her body through her hand. It traveled straight to her forehead and settled in the center of her mindscape, hovering there steadily. In an instant, knowledge about the future of the One Piece world, as well as some information about the past, present, and future of the Shinobi world, flooded into Kira's mind. In addition, she received the promised techniques, the life force jutsu, the advanced eternal life jutsu, and even an extra crystal meditation method. Chapter 76, Binding Uzumaki Mido and Tsunoda. After a long time, Kira finally managed to process all the information. She opened her eyes, looking shocked yet intrigued as she gazed at Kaido and Nari Uchiha. With a mixture of emotions, she exclaimed, so that's how it is. I can't believe you're really from another world. My earlier suspicions turned out to be true. This is such a massive surprise. Oh? Kaido raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of admiration in his tone. As expected of you to have figured it out beforehand. Impressive. Welcome to our little family. From now on, let's look out for each other. Adding another ally was always a reason to celebrate. Haha. That's my line. I'll be counting on you all from now on. Kira laughed heartily, feeling genuinely happy about her decision. This choice, binding herself to Kaido, was something she didn't regret at all. In fact, she felt incredibly fortunate. Not just because she now had the opportunity to explore another world, but because the life force jutsu and eternal life jutsu she received far exceeded her expectations. Especially the eternal life jutsu. It was truly a divine skill capable of breaking life's limitations, elevating one's vitality, talent, and even pushing them into realms of the extraordinary. Without this binding, she would have never obtained such treasures. Even the life force jutsu was incredibly valuable to her. With these skills, she felt that elevating her vitality and extending her lifespan would be a breeze. She just needed to master the life force jutsu, and once perfected, she could transition to the eternal life jutsu. Given her talent and strength, she believed this wouldn't take too long. If she had to rely on her own efforts, even with Kaido's knowledge of traditional medicine, she couldn't guarantee finding a way to extend her lifespan on her own. In such a case, she might have had to seek out pure gold or other rare materials to prolong her life temporarily. Hee, No problem at all. Kaido chuckled and then asked, we're planning to head back to the shinobi world today. Interested in seeing it? But before we go, I suggest you first practice the chakra refinement jutsu to condense your chakra seed and extract some chakra. This will make it easier for you to train in the shinobi system later. As for whether this would harm her lifespan, Kaido reassured her, as long as you don't overdo it, there won't be any issues. The energy consumed by cells can be replenished by eating seeking meat or nutrient pills, so there's no risk of accelerated aging. I can go? Then I won't hold back. Give me a moment to try this chakra thing. Kira's face lit up with excitement. She was incredibly curious about another world and definitely wanted to see it. Without wasting any time, she found a spot, sat down cross-legged, and began practicing the chakra refinement jutsu. Let's train for a bit as well. Kaito said to Nari Uchiha. It wasn't a quick process to master the basics of the chakra refinement jutsu or to condense one's chakra seed. Alright, the clan doesn't have any urgent matters this morning. Nari nodded in agreement. The two headed to the training room to begin their session. Over an hour later, haha. I did it. Kaido, kid, I succeeded. This is chakra. What an interesting energy. Kira suddenly opened her eyes and exclaimed with excitement. Her talent and comprehension were indeed extraordinary. She managed to condense a chakra seed in such a short amount of time. Congratulations. Hearing the commotion, Kaido and Nari Uchiha came out of the training room. A quick scan confirmed the chakra within Kira's body. It wasn't much, but it was a solid start. With her vitality and strength, once she mastered the technique and connected every cell, her chakra reserves would undoubtedly grow significantly. When are we leaving? Kira asked happily. Right now. Ready? Ready. In an instant, Kaido teleported them from the living room to his home in the shinobi world. We actually crossed worlds. The architectural style here looks a lot like Wano country in the pirate world. Kira muttered as she observed her surroundings. It does look similar, but it's a completely different world. Kaido explained. Let me show you around the Uchiha clan's territory first. As for the outside, it's better to wait until my mother creates a suitable identity for you. Then, we can visit outside the village without any issues. As a powerful and disciplined organization, the village was strict about monitoring outsiders. If someone suddenly appeared, it would definitely attract the attention of the third Hokage and others. To avoid unnecessary trouble, even Kira's clothes needed to be changed to fit in. So much hassle? Your organization must be something else. Kira remarked. Activating her observation haki, she scanned the entire Hidden Leaf village, quickly piecing together information. I see. So this is a ninja village, with so many ninjas around. No wonder. Also, it seems like the Uchiha clan's reputation here isn't great. You're even distrusted and resented by the Hokage? Both Kaido and Nari's faces turned grim at her words. What kind of things are you overhearing? Kaito sighed. Haha. Kira laughed, nothing much. Just that Hiruzen Sarutobi and some guy with a horse face were arguing about the Uchiha clan's growing influence in the Hokage's office. Both Kaido and Nari couldn't help but scowl. As expected, those two troublemakers were at it again. Nothing we can do about it. Kaido shrugged. I've only awakened my abilities a few months ago. What you're seeing now is already an improvement. It was worse a few months ago. But things will keep getting better from here on out. Given time, they would grow stronger and change the situation. I have no doubt about that. Kira smiled. With access to two worlds' resources and your terrifying talent, there's no reason why you can't lead your clan to the top of both worlds. I look forward to seeing that day. You will. Kaido promised with a smile. By the way, would you like to join our clan as a medical advisor? This will make it easier for my mother to register your identity. It'll also give you access to the ninja hospital to study and exchange knowledge. The learning directly might not be possible. The village is quite xenophobic, especially since you're associated with the Uchiha clan. But that's fine. I'm studying this world's medical techniques myself. I can copy their medical books for you. In the meantime, you can help treat injured or sick clan members. What do you think? It wasn't always safe for Uchiha members to visit the ninja hospital, given the third Hokage's hostility. Medical books from this world? Count me in. Kira's eyes sparkled with excitement, immediately agreeing. She wasn't about to pass up such a great opportunity. Helping the Uchiha clan was no problem at all. Since she had formed a contract with Kaido, it was only fair to contribute in return. She couldn't just take benefits without giving anything back, or she might lose future opportunities, or worse, have her contract revoked and her memories erased. This wasn't what Kira wanted to see. Alright. Let's go. I'll show you around the clan grounds first. Kaito nodded and immediately took Kira on a tour of the Uchiha clan's territory. After showing her around, he brought her back. Naori Uchiha then escorted Kira out of village through a teleportation jutsu and made proper arrangements for her. Once that was done, Naori returned alone. Kaito was a bit surprised. Mom, did Kira leave for the pirate world? No, not yet. Naori shook her head. For now, I've placed her in a street outside the village. I bought her a house there, along with a storefront, and helped her set up a clinic. Over the next 10 days or so, she'll need to run the clinic and treat some patients to establish herself. Once her identity is clean and she's built some reputation, we can bring her back to the village openly and appoint her as the Uchiha clan's medical advisor. Otherwise, her sudden appearance wouldn't hold up under the third Hokage's scrutiny. Even so, I'll need to arrange for some more things elsewhere to fully complete her identity. Otherwise, there's still a risk of exposure. While it wasn't a huge issue if Kira's identity raised questions, neither Naori Uchiha nor Kaito wanted anyone digging too deep into her background. It could lead to unnecessary trouble. Alright. You've thought of everything, as always. Kaito nodded with understanding and sighed. If only we had more power and could control Hidden Leaf Village. Then we wouldn't have to go through all this hassle. Hey. Seeing Kaito's furrowed brows, Naori couldn't help but chuckle. She patted his head and said, that's why you need to keep working on improving your strength. I'll also work on strengthening myself while developing the clan. For now, make sure you spend more time at the clan's preschool and the student tutoring sessions. Teach the younger ones and earn their trust. Once they admire you, we can invest more resources in training them. As for dealing with adults and elders, that would have to wait until Kaito was older and stronger. After all, kids were much easier to influence. Given Kaito's talent, strength, and intellect, winning them over shouldn't be a problem. Got it. Kaito didn't refuse. I've been too busy recovering my body, but now that my chakra reserves, vitality, and mental strength are improving, I can create more shadow clones to handle this. I'll assign one clone to teach classes and win hearts. There was no need for him to go personally, he didn't have that much free time. Alright. Just don't overwork yourself. Naori reminded him. Over the next few days, Uzumaki Mito and Tsunoda's favorability toward Kaito reached the required threshold. He immediately formed contracts with both of them. Neither of them refused. While he wasn't surprised about Mito's favorability, Tsunoda's quick turnaround did catch him off guard. It seemed that she had been thoroughly impressed by Kaito's medical skills and intellect. For someone like Tsunoda, who excelled in her field, being completely outclassed naturally led to admiration, if not outright reverence. I didn't expect this to be the truth. And another world, huh? No wonder you can bring out resources that restore vitality and fix congenital deficiencies. But that's not all, is it? You're much more impressive than I imagined. Primal chakra refinement, crystal meditation, live force jutsus, did you really create all of these on your own? No wonder Kushina has improved so much lately. You've really outdone yourself, thank you. After forming the contract, Mito received a wealth of information about the pirate world and glimpses of the ninja world's past and future. She also received several jutsus as gifts from Kaito, leaving her deeply amazed. This contract was definitely the right choice. You're too kind. Kaito smiled and shook his head. You trusted me and accepted the risk of being bound by me. Offering you something in return is only fair. Now that we're family, I hope our clans can cooperate better and work together to manage Hidden Leaf Village and even the entire ninja world in the future. Of course. Mito smiled and nodded. Even if you hadn't said so, I was already planning to discuss the future with you and Nori. I have full confidence in leaving Hidden Leaf Village in your hands. Just promise me you'll take care of Nawaki, the Senju, and the Uzumaki clans as well. I'll lead both clans to fully support you and the Uchiha. Mito had seen the changes and reforms happening in the Uchiha clan. As long as Kaito and Naori continued to transform the clan for the better, there was no reason to maintain prejudice or rejection. Especially with the upcoming plans for intermarriage among the three clans, there was a good chance they would fully merge in the future. I will. Hearing this, Kaito nodded firmly. If the Senju and Uzumaki clans were willing to fully support him, he was more than happy to return the favor. In that case, I can rest assured. If possible, could you spend more time with Nawaki and form a contract with him soon? Mito requested earnestly. She didn't want Nawaki to miss out on such a tremendous opportunity. Mito hoped he could make the contract soon and start benefiting from it as early as possible. To be honest, with Nawaki's current talent, his potential ceiling was at best that of an average Kage-level ninja. But if he could form a contract early on, surpassing even his great-grandfather might not be impossible. The resources in the One Piece world were far richer than in the ninja world. Plus, they would perfectly suit someone from the Senju clan like Nawaki. I'll try my best. I mean, we're not exactly close right now, he replied. If you're okay with it, I could send a shadow clone to guide him and build some goodwill, Kaito suggested. At the moment, Kaito and Minato, along with the others, spent most of their time training outside the ninja world. With so many secrets to protect, it wasn't convenient to bring someone unbound like Nawaki into the fold yet. That would be great. Thank you for that, Uzumaki Maito said gratefully, then added, as a reward, all the Senju clan's jutsu and the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques will be open to you, including wood style. Though, it's a pity you can't use wood style, she mused. But if you manage to find that woods fruit model, forest human devil fruit from the One Piece world, maybe it could come in handy? As she spoke, Kaito was already deep in thought, wondering which devil fruit would suit him best. Maybe. In that case, I won't hold back, he replied with a grin. Speaking of devil fruits, Uzumaki Maito couldn't help but marvel at their incredible abilities. Kaito, listening to her, smiled knowingly. Can't learn wood style? For someone like him, that was far from accurate. If he could get his hands on some of Hashirama's cells and study them, who's to say he couldn't master wood style? But there was no rush. He could take his time. It really is amazing. And another world, huh? Can I go see it now? Tsunade, who had been quietly listening, couldn't hold back any longer and finally asked. Sure, you can go. But don't wander around recklessly, it's pretty dangerous over there. Let Kushina take you, Kaito said, nodding, though his tone carried a warning. I'm good with that. Kushina chimed in eagerly. Should we go right now? Hold on. I still have a few things I want to ask Kaito, Tsunade said, shaking her head after thinking it over. Just moments ago, she had learned quite a bit about the past and future of the ninja world, and her heart was still processing it all. Visiting another world could wait. Chapter 77, The Fury of Uzumaki Maito and Tsunade. Kaito, are all those things you showed me about the future really true? In the original timeline, the Uzumaki clan is already wiped out? The Senju clan will completely vanish? Nawaki will die in a conspiracy? I'll develop hemophobia, fear of blood? Both Grandma and Kushina will die? And Madara Uchiha is not dead but instead plotting something massive behind the scenes? Even stuff about Otsutsuki Kaguya and the Otsutsuki clan, is all of that true? Tsunade asked Kaito all this with a serious expression. After seeing all this information about the future, her mind felt like it was about to explode. It was just too much information. And if all of it were true, wouldn't her future be a bit too miserable? It felt like she was cursed by the heavens. And the one to blame for all of this? Her own teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen. For a moment, Tsunade's hatred for the third Hokage deepened even further. That's what I want to know too. Uzumaki Maito, sitting nearby, also stared at Kaito with a stern expression. Will the future really get that bad? Will Hidden Leaf Village truly be ruined by those monkeys? She felt like she might have grossly underestimated the depths of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his group's depravity. Those bastards should have died a long time ago. It's all true. Kaito nodded firmly. You both already know this in your hearts, don't you? Of course, the future is already changing because of me. I've awakened my powers and have begun altering destiny. I've already changed my and my mother's fate, altered things for the Uchiha, Kushina, and even parts of your destiny, Lady Maito. As long as it hasn't happened yet, we have a chance to change this terrible fate. But if things develop normally, all of this will come to pass. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his little group of 4 are essentially the common enemies of our 3 clans, and perhaps most of the clans in Hidden Leaf Village. Tsunade and Maito exchanged a glance as Kaito continued explaining. The Sarutobi group still hides their true face as well, and they've misled most people. A lot of them haven't realized the truth yet. But smart families have started noticing the signs, like the Akimaki, Nara, Yamanaka, Aburame, and Inuzuka clans. Recently, their interactions with the Uchiha have been growing closer, using deals for medical pills, potions, and so-called miraculous shellfish as excuses. But their real intention is obvious. Damn them. I've really underestimated their ambition and cruelty. Maito muttered coldly. It seems we'll need to adjust our plans and start drawing more families to our side. Once we're ready, we'll take them down and deal with them for good. Uzumaki Maito's face darkened as she spoke. Honestly, with her current power combined with the Uchiha clan, it was entirely possible to take out Hiruzen's group right now. But doing so without a legitimate reason, one that could convince most of the village, would be unwise. If they acted rashly, they'd only create panic and push people to side with Hiruzen. Worse, destabilizing Hidden Leaf Village would invite the other 4 major villages to take advantage of the chaos. So, we can't rush this. We need the right timing and methods. Mito concluded. She turned to look at Kaido, and the two of them spoke in unison, the second shinobi war. They exchanged a knowing glance before bursting into laughter. Seems we're on the same page. Kaito said with a grin. Exactly. Mito nodded, her tone firm. Since those monkeys used the war last time to secure their position and secretly weaken the Senju, we'll turn the tables on them this time. We'll plan carefully and use the war to tarnish Hiruzen's reputation, turning him into the greatest villain in Hidden Leaf Village and the Land of Fire. At the same time, we'll deplete the core strength of the Sarutobi and their allied clans. Finally, we'll bring them down completely. That said, there's a lot to consider here. We'll need to discuss this thoroughly. I'll have to call your mother over for this. Sure. I'll talk to her when I get back, or we can use the communication space to strategize together. Kaido agreed. For now, his role as an advisor was enough. The execution would be handled by his mother and Mito. After all, Kaido was still focused on training and growing stronger. Let's start with the communication space for now. Mito suggested, smirking. But don't think you can slack off. You're a key part of this plan, got it? She couldn't help but laugh as she warned him, knowing Kaido's true nature. He might seem diligent with his training, but deep down, he was a bit lazy. If not for his insecurity about his strength, he wouldn't be working so hard. Once he could protect himself, he'd aim for a better life. Alright, I'll try my best. Kaido just nodded. Kaido. Tsunade suddenly spoke up. About the future you told me, what's the deal with that guy, Dan Kaido? Something feels really off about him. Oh? Kaido raised an eyebrow, smirking. Teacher, your reflexes are sharp. There is something off about him. That guy's actually a root operative. Hearing this, Tsunade's eyes narrowed. So, he deliberately got close to me to win me over? Was that on Denzo's orders? Was Denzo trying to ruin me, give me hemophobia, and disqualify me from competing for Hokage? Looking at the situation, the logic suddenly became clear in Tsunade's mind. Maybe. Kaido replied ambiguously. I can't say for sure. I only saw fragments of the original future. But a lot of times, what you see isn't necessarily the absolute truth. It's possible that, at first, Dan Kaido was following Denzo's orders with every intention of carrying them out. But midway, he might have been swayed by your charm, lost his resolve, and betrayed Denzo. Then Denzo, seeing the opportunity, killed him off and used that to crush you, leaving you scarred with hemophobia. Things in life aren't always black and white. Otherwise, how would you explain why, in the original timeline, you took Shizune, Dan Kaido's niece, under your wing and taught her so carefully? Kaido felt that his guess was closer to the truth. Not everyone en route was inherently evil. Many of them were brainwashed by Denzo into believing that everything they did was for the good of Hidden Leaf Village. To them, Denzo's orders were absolute, and all of Denzo's actions were for Hidden Leaf Village's sake. But among them were a few who retained their independent thoughts and a deep love for Hidden Leaf Village, refusing to become mindless tools. Is that so? Tsunade frowned. Your guess does make sense. Wait a second. Suddenly, Tsunade realized something, turning to glare angrily at Kaido. What do you mean by swayed by my charm? You really need to watch your mouth. You're making it sound like I'm some kind of seductress. That's too much. Of course, while she was scolding him, there was a hint of pride in her heart. At least it proved that she still had her charm, right? Hee, my bad, my bad. That was actually a compliment. Kaido grinned sheepishly. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Fine, I'll let it slide this time. Based on the info you gave me, it seems like the second Shinobi War isn't far off. Even though your presence has caused some changes, I doubt the overall trajectory of the world will shift too much. In that war, Hidden Leaf Village suffered heavy losses. Not only that, but even when Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and I teamed up, we still got our butts kicked by Hanzo the Salamander? And then we were given the so-called title of Legendary Sannin? That's just embarrassing. There's no way I'm letting something like that happen to me. So, in the next few years, I'm going to train harder than ever. When the time comes, I'll beat Hanzo on my own and settle the score. Kaido, do you have any suggestions for my training? Tsunade wasn't the type to back down. Kaido wasn't surprised by her fiery determination. Stroking his chin, he thought for a moment. Stick to training with seeking meat and the full nutrient pills alongside health-based techniques. Focus on strengthening your life force, vitality, and physical body. Since your combat style revolves around raw power and close combat, this will significantly boost your fighting ability. Additionally, I'd recommend prioritizing basic taijutsu and armament hockey training. Don't neglect observation hockey either. To increase your chakra reserves, Focus on primal chakra refinement jutsu and crystal meditation as your primary methods. That's about it. Oh, and as for medical ninjutsu, you can treat it as secondary training for now. Shadow clones can help you manage that workload. As for ninjutsu, you don't seem to have studied much, right? Yeah. Tsunade confirmed with a nod. I've only dabbled in it a bit. That's fine. Kaito said, understanding. Just master one defensive and one control type ninjutsu. That should be enough. As for Ganjutsu, I suggest learning a few. It'll round out your fighting style nicely. That was already a pretty packed schedule. Tsunade probably wouldn't have much room to slack off for the next few years. Alright, I'll follow your plan. Tsunade nodded firmly. Clearly, she wasn't lacking in motivation to grow stronger. After learning so much about the future, she was practically bursting with anger. It's worth noting that Kaito hadn't shared too much detailed information about Kushina with Tsunade and Mito. He only briefly mentioned that Kushina's death in the original timeline was caused by Denzo's machinations. After all, he didn't want to create unnecessary trouble for himself. Chapter 78, The Miserable Nine-Tailed Fox, Kurama. You young folks are working so hard. Seems like this old lady can't afford to slack off either. After all, even Neri seems to be working hard to grow stronger. Lately, I can clearly sense her power improving continuously. Heck, even her previously blinded right eye has recovered. Hearing Tsunade's words, Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but chime in with a smile, setting a goal for herself as she turned to ask Kaito. If even Naori Uchiha was putting in effort, how could she laze around? And as a fellow strong woman, Mito wasn't willing to lose to Naori. Yeah. Kaito nodded in agreement. My mom's been training diligently. Her eyesight has partially recovered recently, but her visual power hasn't fully returned yet. It'll take some more time. Oh, by the way, Lady Mito, if you're serious about training hard, here's something for you. Kaito suddenly produced 2 bottles of longevity pills, handing them to Mito and Tsunade. These pills can extend your lifespan by 96 years altogether and even restore your youth. Oh, and Tsunade-sensei, I've got some for you, too. What? 96 years? This. It feels wrong to accept this. Haven't you already helped us enough? Both Mito and Tsunade hesitated, not immediately taking the pills. It was clear they felt awkward about accepting more from Kaito. They already owed him too much. Even though the contract they signed with him gave him some control over them, the benefits they'd received far outweighed any restrictions. The sheer scale of those benefits was almost overwhelming. At the same time, they were utterly stunned that Kaito had managed to create longevity pills that could extend life by so much. The kid was like a walking treasure chest, constantly surprising them. If word about these pills got out, the entire ninja world would go insane. This was top secret information that couldn't leak, no matter what. Don't worry about it. Kaito grinned. Since you've both formed a contract with me, we're family now. Consider it an internal benefit. Not just you, everyone under contract, like Kushina, Mikoto, and even Minato, will get these. So go ahead and take them without hesitation. I need you all to live longer and stay around. After all, each of you is one of my chosen workers. How could he let them live short lives? That'd be such a waste. He worked hard to build goodwill, after all. Huh? Everyone under contract gets them. Even Kushina? But she's just a kid. Mito and Tsunade were surprised and couldn't help but chuckle wryly at the thought. A child barely a few years old starting with life extension pills, what a bizarre idea. Hey. Grandma, Tsunade, why can't I take them? It's not my fault I'm young. And besides, these pills will improve my vitality and life force. They'll massively boost my chakra reserves and chakra training. Kushina pouted and argued back. Well, even though the pill's chakra training benefits were more of a bonus side effect. Alright, we won't say anything. Mito and Tsunade waved her off with amused smiles. Then, they turned to Kaito and said, in that case, we'll accept them for now. We'll make it up to you through hard work in the future. With that, both of them opened their bottles and found 5 pills each. This many? They were stunned. Yeah. Kaito confirmed. The first pill adds 50 years of lifespan. Each subsequent pill adds half the amount of the previous one, totaling over 96 years. Take them yourselves for now. And don't even think about giving them to anyone else. No problem. Mito and Tsunade weren't ungrateful people, so they promptly took the pills. Immediately, they felt as though they were soaking in a hot spring. A wave of comfort swept through their bodies. As top-tier medical ninjas, they could sense their life force and vitality increasing dramatically. Even more astonishingly, their cellular activity accelerated, radiating vitality as their bodies began to rejuvenate. Mido's aura grew stronger by the second, clearly surpassing her previous recovery state. It was evident, her last recovery didn't fully restore her to her peak condition. But now, she was back. If not for the sealing barriers in place, her transformation would have likely alarmed others. Visibly, Mido appeared at least 20 years younger. She no longer needed to rely on her yin seal to maintain a youthful form. She could naturally stay as vibrant as a 20-year-old. Her entire being exuded energy, and the traces of old age were entirely gone. This feeling. It's been so long. Mido clenched her fists and stretched her body, a bright smile on her face. Meanwhile, in her inner sealing space, Kurama, the Ninetales, felt the explosive growth in Mido's life force and the increasing stability of the seal. Startled, Kurama raised its head and cursed. What the hell? This damn woman fully restored her youth? And her lifespan just got extended again? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. When will this nightmare end? Old sage. This isn't fair. This future doesn't match what you predicted at all. What blue-eyed boy? Feels like this damn woman's gonna keep me sealed till the end of time. Damn it, just kill me. Not that it had a lifespan limit itself, but still. This seemingly endless imprisonment was driving Kurama insane. It felt utterly stifling. Damn Uzumaki Mido. Damn Madara Uchiha. And damn Senju Hashirama. You're all cursed. Kurama ranted and cursed furiously in the sealed space, venting its frustration.